Welcome to the Kings of Tallinn 10th anniversary edition here in Tallinn at the Olympic Casino. I'm joined by Chris Talasa. How are you, sir?
Couldn't be better.
Absolutely. And looking forward to the Royal Showdown event where we've got added prizes for the top 4 players and, of course, to the main event with the 1 million guarantee.
Yeah, lots of events running this week, so we are streaming today from this and also for the final table layer of the 5555.
Looking forward to that, but to get started, we've got Rano Sudla, the inaugural winner, 2015, Juha Helppi, the 2018 winner, and we did get some time to do some interviews with those guys before the showdown, so let's see. Hi, welcome to the Kings of Tallinn 2025, joined by Juha Helppi, the winner in 2018. How have you found the Kings of Tallinn experience over the last 10 years?
It's been great. I've been here almost every year, maybe every year, and I'll be coming back.
Awesome. And which event are you most looking forward to this week?
I think this week I'm looking forward to the 5K, which I won last time, so it would be nice to take it back-to-back wins.
Absolutely. And of course the PLO as well?
Yeah, I'll play PLO, of course.
Looking forward to the Royal Showdown here, event first of its kind. What's your strategy going into this short-handed sit and go?
It's going to be with re-entry, so I think it's good to play aggressive because I want to win it. I don't want to get second or anything else. I just want to win it.
So fire, fire, fire and go for the win?
Yes, that's it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn 2025. I'm joined by the inaugural winner, Rano Sudla. How did things in 2015 kickstart for your poker journey at the time?
Actually, yeah, the Kings of Tallinn win marks a pretty important win in my career. I felt like it was just when I was just coming to a live scene and to get such a victory in my own city and with all the friends railing with me, that this memory sticks with me forever and kind of motivated me to keep up with my career as best as I can. Yeah.
So at the time you were just grinding online, kind of getting some results, but this was the real breakthrough then?
Yeah, exactly. I was primarily online player, actually, not even a tournament, a heads-up background.
Okay.
Yeah, and that really, that was an important one.
And how's your poker journey different from today than it is back then?
It's a little bit more relaxed. If you think recent last months, I've been actually taking a lot of time off, and now I'm primarily not primarily. I'm mixing my I'm not anymore playing heads up. I'm not playing only tournaments. I'm playing cash games as well. So it does has changed and evolved in some ways, and yeah, it's just taking a lot easier than back in the day. Yeah.
Awesome. So we've got the Royal Showdown today, which is going to be a short-handed sit and go. What's your strategy coming into this?
I don't know. I didn't even think about any strategy. I'm just gonna enjoy the moment, and everybody probably a decent poker player. So yeah, I mean, I will try. Just whatever they offer me, I will take.
Well, look forward to it. Good luck.
Yeah. Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, we're starting the Royal Showdown. This is our previous main event winners from different years. Battling it out for a champion of the champions. Let me introduce you to the 7 Royal Showdown players. From Sweden, taking seat number 2, Johan Karlsson. Welcome. Seat number 3, from Finland, Mattias Siljander. Seat 4, from Estonia, Rano Sudla.
You shouldn't be here.
Seat 5, from Finland, Mattias Knapinen. Seat 6, also from Finland, Juha Helppi. Seat 7, from Finland, Sara Benlaminen. And finally, taking seat 8 from Finland, Kai Lehto. We have 50,000 in chips, 20-minute levels, and we're going to start the shuffle.
So welcome to the coverage of the Royal Showdown. Going to be getting started soon in the sit and go format. We do have 7 players to start with 4 paid and over 10,000 of added value for these previous winners of the Kings of Showdown. Sorry, Kings of Tallinn and the Queens of Tallinn previous editions. So we'll get the information on the players to you as that gets going. But for now, it's going to be shuffle up and deal. We are playing on a 20-minute clock. And there will be re-entries open for the foreseeable future. Juha Helpy coming in there saying that he's going to be playing for the win and going for it, so we could see some rip-roaring action. But only time will tell, of course.
Meillä on mulla 2 arpaa 7. Se on aika hyvä. Vittu, jos me ei saada sitä lippua, mulla on ihan surkea. Jos jompi kun meistä ei voita kulispakettia, se on vielä väsynyt suoraan. Mikä peli se on? Pyöräyttely farmus. Juha ei edes lähde sinne reissulle. Ei mitään lasten reissuja vaan. Kunnolla. Pitäisikö ottaa näyttöpakko? Se olisi ihan kiva. Everyone agrees? You have to show your hand when you win? No, both.
I'll take one.
Table disappear.
You don't want to? Okay.
Just show one. The loser of the hand picks the one.
Well, anyone can pick.
Okay, yeah, anyone.
It slows the game down.
Yeah. But if someone doesn't pick, then someone doesn't pick. But you can take one if you want. But not so that pick one. Yeah.
Show both that was with everyone agrees. Sure.
1,000.
So Rano Sutla kick versus Matthias's cheeky open there from the cutoff with the Queen 8 looking to take down the blinds, maybe impose himself on the table. There will be some interesting dynamics in this format. It's not a format that you play all that often, so it's going to be 4 places played, 7 players, €1,100 ticket for 3rd and 4th, a €3,000 high roller ticket for 2nd, and of course the VIP experience in Florence with the VIP football hospitality as well as a paid trip, plus the €3,000 ticket for 1st. With re-entries, super deep. Who's your eyes on? Krista?
Oh, this is a tricky one. I would assume that more than one of these players wants to be taking charge and being the table captain. I actually believe that we will see the ships going in quite often here, to start with. It's also €500 re-entry, so basically it's good value for players to build a stack and also to bust players out, because re-entry and rebuys will end when 5 players play.
Precisely, right? So even if they have to pay 2 bullets and they get 3rd or 4th, they get their money back in the form of a ticket with the equity of being able to go for one of the top prizes and gain some value out of the of course, invitational free roll for these guys.
Yeah, and I also think that they are quite relaxed at this in this environment. So I think they will have a fun time.
Absolutely. We saw some table banter and a little bit of light ribbing from these guys as Matthias checking back the middle pair in position. Doesn't want to be too aggressive on this king queen 7. It's going to be quite decent for the under the gun, even with the check. Does go for the delayed bet, of course, improving to trips on the turn and just taking it down there, no questions asked. So got a couple of light refreshments for the guys on the table.
Yeah, it's a mix of players from Finland, Sweden, and Estonia as well. So a good mix.
Absolutely. Some really high-level players. For example, Rano Sutla, who's transitioned into playing super high stakes these days. But in the interview, he said that the 2015 Kings of Tallinn was really the sort of springboard to his poker success and notoriety in Northern Europe. And it's amazing how one win like that for a big sum of money can really start the momentum. So
yeah, and he's been playing, like in Estonia all this time. I haven't been around for all time, but I know he's been playing for many years here, and but now also traveling quite a lot.
Absolutely, and grinding his way up from the live local tournaments into the higher stakes around Europe and even the world. So it's definitely a poster boy of the Kings of Tallinn, which is good for you, right?
Oh, definitely, and also he's a really nice guy.
Yeah,
good to be around. But we also have the legend Juha Helppi at the table, right?
Of course, yeah, he's a formidable player in just about every format going. And look at this, we've got some action here. A huge 3-bet sizing from Rano Sutla here. Hijack versus +1. And he's going to shove, I believe, with the ace-10. Snap called by Matthias Silander there with the ace-king suited. And already the lights are glaring in the background.
Yeah, as I said, I think they are pretty relaxed.
Yeah, to say the least with this kind of action.
Yeah, but Rano, if he loses this, he will still have a chip in the chair left.
Just take it from the market.
But I didn't understand.
You showed the hand.
Yeah, it's all good.
So ace and king
Hearts,
hearts. Yeah. Okay.
Let's see if Rano gets lucky.
Can he find the 10 for the 10-year anniversary? It would be quite a fitting start to the week.
Definitely.
All in for infinite big blinds with ace-10 off. Not the conventional way to go, but he feels that Matthias could have been goofing around with the 4-bet there and sent them into action.
For sure.
Can he find a way to get out of trouble here? Queen in the window, 8-3, so a couple of backdoor straight draws, maybe a 9 or a jack. Would also share some outs with Silander, but the heart on the turn, it's not looking good. 3 outs once, and there is the ace wrapping it up for Matthias. Rano indeed with the chip and a chair, just over 3 big blinds remaining.
I think he will run to the cashier.
Chips indeed for seat number 4.
That's good for Matthias. He's also the last winner of Kings of Tallinn, so he should be the one with the best form, right?
That's right. We had this long heads-up match with his good friend, and he managed to come out on top in that one.
Yeah, and I also think they finished decently high in this team competition that we are running during these events.
Absolutely. It was kind of a very rare experience for having the heads-up main event being 2 guys on the same team out of the 4. So a nice little rebate, and throughout the week we have a small percentage of each prize pool goes towards this team tournament. If you're not aware, the details are over on the website, and it certainly adds a element of fun to the week. Lots of to the cash desk and back, and people playing 150s, and you see these high stakes pros in the small side events that you otherwise wouldn't expect to see.
No, they are running around for sure, and also quite fun for this event due to the 10-year celebrations. We are adding a lot of extra values for the teams. We are giving out tickets worth over 20k during the week in the tournaments to the teams and to individual players, random draws and so forth. And also we are propping up the cash games downstairs as well with a lot of promotional value during the week. So it's great fun to also find a way to give something back to the players.
Yeah.
In the same way as this tournament, we're adding the prizes from OlyBet.
And across so many different formats as well. So it's not just if you are a mixed game player, you're going to be strung out. There's, I think, a different mixed game tournament every week, which is obviously music to the ears of Scott Kenyon, who's
for
doing
sure.
some vlogging and live streaming on the outer tables.
Yeah, right now I think most of the mixed games players are sitting and playing the open face Chinese in the room here. This is the second open face Chinese we're running this week, and they're very popular.
Absolutely, as well as Sviten.
Yeah.
And I even saw a pot limit Raz, I think, on there as well, which is going back the years.
Yeah, all craziness.
You can imagine under one roof here in Tallinn as we go to a flop. Matthias with the jacks, but certainly a good board to c-bet here. He's going to have all of the stronger hands, less so for the big blind, and does fire in a continuation bet. Takes it down there with Carl Carlson. So good they named him twice.
Yeah, it's basically Johan Karlsson.
Yeah.
Yes, but maybe we can change in the graphics. But the Swedes have multiple names, right? So
absolutely, yeah. Lots of winners over the years.
Yeah, but it's also great to see that we have one of our Queens of Tallinn winners, Sarah, with us as well. Unfortunately, Marta Porter couldn't come for this event, but great fun to see a Queens of Tallinn winner battle it out with these monsters of poker players, because this is good poker players. We see Matthias Knappinen has been around forever, and it's really strong results over the years as well.
I played a lot with him online. He's a very strong player. He's both in the live and online format, of course. As you see here with the pocket fives, looks like he's going to isolate this small all-in from Rano Sutla, who is just trying to gamble for the big blind ante, and maybe...
I'm quite sure you is interested in it in this spot.
Absolutely, yeah. It does go for the call. Positions are quite early, I think. Oh no, he does. This is a 5k chip, potentially. So that's going to be a 4-bet there.
Double isolation.
Absolutely, yeah. Doesn't like this small raise from Matthias. Starts to drive the action, and very much in line with the strategy he said in the pre-Showdown interview, where he said that he was going to be going for it. So.
Yeah. Normally Matthias folds here 9 times out of 10, but I think he doesn't really care now.
Exactly. Try and flop the 5 and get the double up potentially. Yeah. There are some good implied odds for him here. They're super deep, so there's still going to be over 150 big blinds behind, but the pot is getting rather juicy. 16.8k in the middle, and the effective stack 42.3, so gonna need to see a 5 for Matthias, otherwise it's gonna be quite difficult for him to negotiate this one out of position to a titan of poker such as Juha Helppi.
But these guys have played many hours together, so let's see.
Queen in the window looks like a good start for Juha, as he does indeed flop top pair top kicker, and whilst usually sometimes with the side pot it might slow down the action, the majority of the money is between the heads up confrontation, so going to be seeing a c-bet from Juha for sure here.
Scouting 7k, yeah, 7.5.
Going for sort of a 40% sizing there. Does get rid of the 5s with the backdoor flush draw. Not unreasonable amount of equity, so nice to isolate.
Rano again running for a backdoor.
Yeah, he's
backdoor straight.
He's going to need some help quite quickly, and the deuce of diamonds is going to be the end of the first bullet for Rano.
Okay, see you later tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Taking it in good spirits as always. Certainly a player that has kind of branded himself on such a friendly table presence, despite his rather unfriendly poker style of high aggression and, of course, playing at the highest level outside of Northern Europe.
I guess we will see him shortly. Again.
One would think so with the added value. Certainly incentive to jump back in. Going to get a fresh stack of 50k, and that would actually have him third in chips, so not bad with 4 paid. So certainly a roller coaster start so far. Lots of inflated pots, lots of action, and I think that that's going to be the trajectory you're likely to see in this kind of format. Very much incentivized for these guys to play for the top 2 spots. A 3,000 ticket for second and a 3,000 ticket plus a VIP trip worth between 2.5 to 3k up top. So definitely the onus is on these guys to amass a stack, play for the win, and look to seal their trip over to Florence.
Yeah, I think the prizes are nice for the players, of course, but I think actually the bragging rights is even more value for them.
Absolutely, yeah. Nice bit of momentum before the main event, before we've got the high roller events as well.
And the apple juice is on the tables.
It's flowing for sure. Won't be the first and won't be the last of the week, I think, for Matthias.
I think re-entry should be like 1k.
Yeah, we also have Kai Lehto, who is also a strong Finnish player, and Johan Karlsson has also been around for forever, and it's also a very strong player. So we have it's of course main event winners, but it's not only main event winners. All of them have a career in poker and are super strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the combined Hendon Mob earnings of the table is well into the millions. I think we're looking at Juha Helppi alone having 9.3 million on the mob. You have Rano with over 1 million, Kai Lehto with just under 1 million, also Knappinen just under 1 million, Siljander just under 1 million. So already you're looking at, sort of 7-8 figures there between the players. It's quite an eye-watering lineup.
Oh, both hitting a pair, bottom versus top pair.
What do you think about usually now, given that the ladies...
Yeah, so a pair for Helppi certainly is not going to be going anywhere. 10-6 deuce, not necessarily always going to be hitting the cutoff. So going to be calling and keeping our opponent honest there. The 3 of spades certainly could be a card that slows down Karlsson here. Lots of hands improved, flushes, some 2 pairs, some straights, 4-5 also not going anywhere on the flop. So maybe wise to check one back here, looking to bet some better 10x, the king 10.
Yeah, I think 11 got money. There was like 85 entries. And it's growing.
You don't like football?
He doesn't. Oh. Well, I don't want to go. Why not?
No, I can go also, but I'm just like...
Always like...
I'm not real.
But it's like, what you said, it's like 4 or 5 days. The football game is like 90 minutes.
Yeah.
So you have plenty of other things to do as well.
Much more. Just again, everything.
I got what I wanted. I'm going to grab myself a beer. Thanks a lot. We're real friends.
Well, if to anyone from here, then to you. And you know that.
Doyle. Ei muuta pieni.
We are reaching the end of level 1, so I believe we're going to be going to 200, 400, which is still an average stack of well over 100 big blinds, as Rano looks to drive the action with the King 9 suited. 3x open, and here comes Sarah here with the Ace King. Should be seeing her take this one upstairs.
Yeah, maybe he thinks that Rano is on tilt now, so she just shoves. No.
Maybe he'll give me a spin. She does go for a fairly small 3-bet at this depth, just under 3.5x. Going to be seeing a lot of continues from Rano here in position at this depth. And of course, King 9
really
suited.
Yeah, and it can be really dangerous for him, actually, if a king comes here.
Absolutely, but spades will do. 10-4 deuce, so an overcard, a backdoor flush draw, a backdoor straight draw. Again, unlikely to see him going anywhere unless Sarah finds a big bet here. She does go for somewhere around half pot, maybe a little bit lower.
Is it 7?
2.7.
Luckily I said it out loud.
Just over a third, so I think Rano's going to peel one in position here. He's going to be able to figure out that some of her 3-betting range, hands like Ace King, King Queen, Ace Jack, he may be able to maneuver off on the turn. He does fold.
Respect.
Yeah, he's maybe worried about the pocket aces there, or a hand like tens that's got him in a lot of trouble. I thought we'd see the disrespect call and then blasting off when check to,
No. I think he's too good to do that, and he also kind of understands that most likely the range that Sarah is playing is not as wide as the others at the table.
Yeah, especially the likes of Helpy and Cylinder, for sure. So a nice little boost to Sarah's stack there. She's up over starting stack in 3rd position. But things are fairly level apart from the double from Matthias, where we saw some carnage with Ace King versus Ace 10 chips flying in one of our opening hands of the showdown. Oh, look at this. Matthias in there with the Jack 5 under the gun, so certainly looking to mark his presence at the table. Kaileto, King Queen suited, couple of ways to go here. Flatting, 3-betting. At this depth, I think 3-bet is the way to go, especially versus someone like Matthias.
Yeah, and Matthias is racing from under the gun, so basically it's testing the waters a little bit from Kai as well to see if the 4-bet comes in.
Exactly. Well, what's the response going to be from Matthias? We can see that he's goofing around with the Jack 5, but a bit of an action flop in some ways.
Definitely.
An open for Matthias, plus the Jack of Diamonds, backdoor straight flush draw, but Kaileto with the 2 overs and a flush draw of his own. Interesting board. Yeah, you do want to check quite a lot here. Not going to be incentivized to...
Oh, and Matthias is checking as well.
Yeah, I thought he might have started firing there, representing some hands like sets, 2 pairs that he can have, but his
he has too good of a hand.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get blown off his equity, maybe. Deuce of spades, double flush draw now, and looks like Kai's going to start to try and fold out some hands like Ace 5, put some pressure on hands like 5, 6s.
Matthias is folding.
Does just
open-ended. That's
interesting when you do peel a 3-bet with Jack 5 and flop an open-ender, not to put any chips in the pot, but maybe had some kind of live read potentially.
Yeah, I think it was actually a little bit strange, but I guess Matthias knows things that we don't.
Yeah, maybe he's felt that his double up was unjust and he's looking to be a bit more charitable in the upcoming pots.
I seriously doubt that.
Who knows? It's tough to be able to analyze such a hand. It's exactly what we expected from the showdown. Just a lot of guys with a lot of experience having some fun and trying to play for the win. So Kaileto with the King 8 suited on the button, certainly a formidable hand in this position.
Johan has been a little bit silent, but now he's in.
Yep, gets in the mix with the Queen 9 suited. Could 3-bet, could call. Certainly folding is out of the question. spade in the window for Kaileto alongside top pair, so likely to be seeing a bet here.
Yeah, most likely bet fold.
Yeah. Carlsen could have some intentions of potential check raise with some backdoor equity, but again, it's a bit early in the day. He's going to be running into a lot of strong hands here on this board, and he does elect to just muck it and fight another one.
Yeah, but it's also like playing with these players. It's not super easy just to outplay them.
No, exactly. You've really got to fight. You've got to be committed to going the full 3 streets versus strong players that are not going to be scared money. We've seen that for sure.
And they will for sure also spot weakness when it comes.
Exactly, and be able to hand read to a high level. It's quite imposing, actually, being in a lineup like this.
I can take his seats, no worries.
Especially if you're not getting great card distribution. You just got to kind of fight for pots and face a lot of resistance.
Maybe I should just forfeit now.
Because I already paid my hotel. 3K. She wasn't an important, she was close. It's not like taking.
You is making everybody comfortable around the table.
With his classic style of humor. he's actually a sneakily funny guy. He's got some really kind of Finnish dry humor going for him when we were doing the interview.
Yeah. Always the perfect gentleman.
Absolutely, yeah.
Kingsi ja Queensi võitjad, siis on nagu nende OlyBeti poolt on mingi pandud riigile nagu free roll ticket ja siis mingi ala, mingi esakoht saab 3K tiketi pluss mingi jalkatrippi välismaale, mingi ühesõnaga mingi added price pool. Jah. Nice, davai.
Silleen, että jos mä sanon, että mä mieluummin, no se on vähän eri asia, että mä mieluummin menisin katsomaan vaikka Barton Champerin peliä Barcelonassa. Silleen, että maksakaa vaan mun liikkeelle.
Maybe he was promoting OlyBet.
Got the tape cut on him. So on to the next one. Action has slowed down a little bit, but likely to see chips flying across the line for sure. And Carlsen with the ace-9. Going to be opening things up here. Pretty tough lineup of players behind him, but certainly not going to justify folding a hand this good, as Matthias is straight in there with the 3-bet with the 8-4 suited on the button. Knappinen out the way, not looking to cold call the 3s, and Carlsen does muck his ace-9, as Matthias is making everyone aware that there's not going to be any easy opens with him on the left. Going to be pouncing, and this time getting it through. My finish isn't so good either, but I think the other Matthias said I folded pocket 3s, and he said, wow, that's ridiculous.
Most likely.
Yeah.
I guess Matthias is saying a pair is a pair, right?
Pair is a pair, and it's tough to make a pair and hold them. This time it's ace-9 for Kaileto, who decides to let it go with the lineup behind. Definitely can open in some softer lineups, but in this one with so much 3-betting going on, you do want to potentially tighten up that opening range. Sealander opening from the cutoff. Queen-Jack off is definitely a good candidate for a 3-bet here. As Knappinen elects to go for the large size as well. And everyone's showing their 3-bet bluffs and getting a little bit of psychological warfare in play here. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, you're harassing me for folding 3s, right?
Have some of this.
Exactly.
Do you know how many satellite winners you've had from online coming into this week?
Oh, it's way over 200 winners online from online qualifiers to the main event. So we expect it to be quite big. We have 1 million guarantee, of course, in the main event, but we will see. It will be close, but
You think?
yeah, you never know,
Yeah.
really. But there's so many people here. We have had records in most of the tournaments, over 700 in the 555 tournament, and yeah, good numbers
Yeah.
across the board. So happy for now. And most important part is that players are really happy about the surroundings, and the atmosphere in the building is really nice.
It's always tip-top, isn't it? I think that is one of the main drivers of retention of the players over the years. When I speak to people from the UK, for example, we're not exactly known for our festive atmosphere in the casinos. I would say it's more of a funeral service a lot of the time, but they come to Tallinn. Guys like Glenn Gaines, who did quite well in the Summer Showdown, I think he won that in 2018, has just been coming back and back, and many more players as well coming over from overseas to enjoy not only the well-structured tournaments, the good service, the high standard of dealers, but the fact that you can come here for a week and play maybe 20 tournaments.
Yeah,
it does set itself as, you know, tough to match.
yeah, we are trying to be maybe a little bit different to others. It's, you know, we will like to give them the smorgasbord to choose from, right?
Yeah.
We are not trying to push a tournament with 2,000 or 3,000 entries just for the sake of it. We're trying to give the players the best possible experience, the mixed games players, the Omaha players, and of course the No Limit players as well. So I think that makes it quite fun, and also a little bit relaxed, and also that you have buy-in levels from, you know, like 150, 200 euro tournaments up to 5k entries, and it's also a chance for the recreational players to actually sit side by side with the likes of Juha Helppi and other legends of poker.
Which is a big pull in itself, right? And you've got things like the free buy satellites that you can get in for almost nothing into a decent sized field, with the potential to spin that up into a 5-figure payday. So that's certainly what keeps people coming back, and it's going to be fun throughout the week to commentate on that action.
Now we see Matthias Siljander bets and Kai calls.
Yeah, blasting away with his 9-8 here. Does have the overpair advantage, of course. Lots of strong hands, and is not a guy that's known for slowing down, as you see the pot size bet with the 9 high coming in on the turn. Kai Leto, though, with these 4s, I think it would be a bit weak to surrender the turn, facing the kind of table image that we're seeing from Matthias so far.
Might even raise in that position, but
Yeah.
for sure. But Matthias is never slowing down, right?
Exactly.
So we will most likely see another bet.
Let's see on the Jack River. The problem is at this point is it's quite difficult to assign your opponent too many weak hands once they've called a pot-sized bet on the turn.
But for sure he tries.
He does try, yeah. He's not got any spades, which is quite good, because 2 spades with the backdoor on the flop could be a hand that called flop, called turn.
We will see a call here.
He looks like he wants to maneuver into that direction for sure. The thing is that Matthias is repping extremely narrow range now. He's saying, I either hit a river jack or I've got a hand like queens, kings, aces.
Exactly.
He could potentially value bet a hand like 10s, 9s or 8s for this sizing, but not always, so...
It looks like a bluff, and it is a bluff.
Yeah.
But, still Kai, yeah.
Blasting away. Are we going to get the show?
Mä olin varma. I was 100% sure he's not folding anything. King high call.
You shouldn't give Matthias the satisfaction of taking down this pot, because he's a monster when it comes to continue and just run the table over, basically.
Yeah, and with this chip lead now that he's starting to emerge with, it's going to be a pain in the backside for every other player. As you can see, there's someone that's willing to fire the 3 barrels, and he's not just doing this because it's the Royal Showdown and it's a free roll event. This is the usual game plan you see. He's quite chatty, quite quirky, and certainly likes to mix it up. Does find the discipline to fold the 10-3, but Rano will happily open things up here with the Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, but I think also Matthias have the feeling, you know, like there is no bad hands, there's only bad flops. And if there is bad flops, hey, try to take it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. There could be a bad turn, there could be a bad river, but I'm still going to be firing, and that's certainly aligns with the spirit you see from the previous hand there, as Sutla takes it down.
Varaengelska mitä hän ja 6. 5 finländare. En från Sverige och en från Tallinn. Jag tror att du eller Randall kanske brudar helst på om det råkar lite. Ha en diskussion på finska för att få delarna.
Looks like they are having fun around the table anyway.
That's the main thing, isn't it, for an event like this? Would be nothing worse than the hoodies, headphones, and 15 seconds of tanking on every decision. Wouldn't quite sell, of course, your successful festival too well, but that's not really what you get here.
It's not that kind of place, and overall here it's kind of quite fast-paced games and not too much tanking. Of course, there is situations where people are really thinking hard about the next move, but in general it's quite easy going here.
Yeah, I think for the 5-5-5 final table later you might see a little bit more of a stoic and serious dynamic, but it's to be expected. They're going to be playing for thousands of euros in pay jumps, and there's a lot of intensity. What you see in these big field final tables as well is some players that maybe, unlike these players, don't have the experience of being under the bright lights of the TV production, so
yeah, for sure,
you have to give them the benefit of the doubt.
That's totally true, and yeah, we can see from time to time some strange, you know, like ICM thinking this, but you have you have 66k up on top on this tournament, but you know it's hard not to go for it.
Exactly, and you know there's no points or no extra money for making quick decisions, but obviously experienced players will have some decent awareness of what to do in these quite rare situations. So check on the flop.
Gut shot for Matthias.
Yeah, I was surprised he doesn't start firing, although the king isn't ideal. It will interact with a lot of checkbacks, ace king, king queen potentially. And the 10 on the river, yeah, you're going to have to probably fire a queen high here. You're going to be up against a lot of ace high. We can see that it's actually the world's thinnest value bet, but I don't think Kai will be considering calling. His options are a bluff raise or giving up, which I think the latter will be the main option. Ooh, as I say that.
My 3-bet.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, the Finns, they know how to bluff.
They certainly know how to mix it up here. And it's not particularly an unbelievable line. He could definitely raise a 10 for value in that spot versus the small lead. So it's not like he's full of it in that spot. And he does lean on the fact that he does still have some strong hands on this board. It's quite a tricky board to maneuver when you're at early position versus the blinds. Takes it down. Very nicely played. Good maneuverability there.
Looks like Knapen and Helpi, they're quite dry on cards, but now at least you picks up a pair.
Yeah, I like him to go for the 3x size at this stack depth. Trying to drive chips into the pot, which is certainly a good part of a strategy to have when you're playing super deep. Does get what he's looking for here, has his opponent dominated, so queen 9 versus 9's going to the flop here. Advantage Juha, as both players flop the same gut shot. It certainly is a board that you can consider some leading. Matthias, with 2 overcards, it's not a bad hand to consider check calling, potential check raise if you had a club. At this depth, you want a little bit more equity. So I think Queen 9 here is just quite a nice check call and take a turn card. We've got some decent maneuverability. Cards like a 4 we could lead as a bluff and maneuver our opponent off some ace highs. But the ace shouldn't hit either player too often, although Juha does feel like his 9s are going to be best here. Targeting hands like an 8, a 6, a 5, straight draws, flush draws, and does take it down.
And Sarah has been quiet so far. Involved in a couple of hands, but not too much.
Yeah, she had that 3-bet with the ace-king, so she's made a small return on her 50k starting stack, but it's going to be difficult for her to engage in too many pots. There's so many action players on her right and left where they're going to be 3-betting, opening relentlessly, so I think the strategy that you advised her to just play your game and keep it solid is probably the best way to go. Rano with the 8-6 suited, certainly going to be opening here on the button, has positional advantage. And Helpy with the 7-3, just going to relinquish the holding, and Rano takes it down. So 3rd level now, 200, 500, 500. Of course, we do have a quicker than usual structure for this sit and go. Otherwise, these guys might be here all day with the amount of re-entries and blasting around. The average stack will get pretty deep quite quickly.
Yes. No, they have 50k in starting stack, but the blinds goes up every 20 minutes. So
yeah.
I think that this will be over at 7 p.m. or something. Depends, of course, if we see more shoves like Ranos, then there might be a lot of
that could that could quicken it up, or even create a longer one because he's straight in for another 50k and there's more chips on the table. But only time will tell.
Yeah.
Matthias certainly has been the most action player on the table so far. And Rano coming in for a 3-bet here with the ace-queen. Yeah, should be seeing a flop here.
Sarah folded an ace as well.
Yeah, so she was forced out. I think the 3-bet was to 3.5k if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, we're going to be taking a flop heads up. 10-4 deuce.
Good for Matthias.
Yeah, pretty safe flop. Certainly not going to be folding to the C-bet incoming here. So half pot from Rano. Does find the call. King of diamonds on the turn. Good card for Rano to represent here with the ace-queen. Going to be lots of weak hands in Matthias's range. We've seen him goofing around with the Jack-5 off and things like that. So I think when we do turn this over card with a gut shot here, it's a good one to fire away. But look at this, some resistance from the Finn. Matthias still going nowhere with the 6s and the ace on the river. Certainly spells.
That should beat.
Yeah, that spells disaster, right? All of the bluffs get there. Hands like Queen Jack, only really hands like Queen 8, Queen 9, maybe 6-5 suited as the bluffs, but this river is gin for Rano and takes it down.
Yeah, get something back from Matthias. Healthy 14k pot.
Certainly so. Rano getting a couple of the chips back that he was very generous to give Matthias earlier on.
tempted to get me off under.
Yeah, maybe Rano made some marketing early.
Yeah, a little bit of
This is how I will play.
bit of table image.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
He has a chance to get hearts, maybe. He's gonna have to spend like 3.5. Then he might have a chance.
I really think I'm throwing them.
Yeah, but you can really see that from the first couple of hands, everybody wants to be in, bam, 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 and now after a couple of levels, the game is like settling down a little bit, and it starts to be serious.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of looking to impose their presence on the table and get in the mix, and now it's, as you say, settled into a bit more of a normal style of game. There's still a very much of a home game feel about it. Lots of chatting, lots of showing cards. Matthias there grabbing Rano's hand when he was trying to put it in the muck, as if to say, you got to show me what you had there. You wouldn't be seeing that on the final table later in the week, that's for sure.
Gut shot for you, nothing for Rano.
Yeah, but a good board for him as the opener. He's going to have aces, king, aces, queens, ace, queen. Yuha unlikely to have any of those three holdings, so advantage Rano, and does get the gut shot to fold.
Big bet.
And goes for the big bet as well, aligning with that range advantage, saying, hey, this is my board. I'm going to really start to put pressure on your medium pocket pairs and your queen X right now. And very much part of a high-level strategy for Rano there, as you can imagine, for someone with such a well-decorated live earnings on the Hender Mob.
86.
It's going to be a long day for you, George, with 2 tournaments to cover today, right?
Absolutely. So for those of you tuning in, we do have the final table coverage of the €555 multi-day phase event, which has, you said, over €60,000 up top?
Yeah, 66, I believe.
Lovely. So big money, and of course lots of leaderboard points for the team competition in play as well. So looking forward to seeing who emerges on that one. I think one of the players who couldn't make the Royal Showdown was Prit Parmisto, who had a big stack in that. So we might be seeing him in at least one event, hopefully.
For sure. Yeah. That's he had a big stack in the 555, and he was like, I have to prioritize this before this event. But if he busts out early, he will join the table.
Absolutely.
Until end of late dredge and re-entries.
So some rake back, and maybe that might change his strategy a little bit in the 555, who knows. But for now, we continue with the 7-handed duel here, as Kai does turn a gut shot, blind versus blind.
And the other players was decently happy to not have Prit at this table as well, of course, because he's also another really, really strong Estonian player.
Absolutely, yeah. So no float there from Carlson with the ace-7, just going to give that one up. Could consider calling with ace-high, blind versus blind. Quite a wide limping range there, and maybe doing something funky on a diamond river, but nevertheless...
poor position.
Yeah. Facing a couple of barrels there. Can be dead to a 9. Certainly don't have great equity versus a lot of the betting range.
And also Johan, he knows that they will continue.
Exactly.
They will not slow down.
It's not like you're going to get the 2 and done. It's going to be 3 streets and stacks of high society flying over the line.
Good hand from Matthias.
Yeah, with the king 8 suited.
Sarah, did she fold the king jack?
I think it was a king jack off there. Facing +1, I think it's somewhat reasonable, although in this game with the wider ranges than normal, I think I would have tried to find a way into the pot somehow. Calling or 3-betting are both quite valid options with a hand like king jack off. You don't mind if you get 4-bet, you just fold, but calling as well, you dominate some of the overcalls behind, the king 10s, the jack 10s, the queen jacks.
But maybe she haven't built her image fully yet.
Yeah, just waiting in the shadows potentially. Would have flopped top 2 here as well, which is a bit of a kick in the teeth, but looks like Matthias is going to take this one down with 40% also sizing, and a nice pot for him. Trying to get a bit of momentum, not been the best of starts, down to 43 from the starting stack of 50k.
Looks like it happens things on the outer tables.
Yeah, certainly some action there.
Yeah, there's multiple events going on at the same time right now. It's the end play, so to speak, of the 555 tournament. 24 players remaining in the start of the day.
Yeah.
And we had the Mystery Bounty 555 with also quite healthy buy, like I think it was like 180.
Yeah, 190 I think, and about 20 to 25 left in that as we commentate on that right now. I did have a little look over and see there's a couple of familiar faces in there, and also day 1 of the Kings of Tallinn main event, of course, which had some pretty decent runners to get started. I think 70 to kick that one off.
Yeah, but it will build over the day, and there's five flights for the main event, so we will see lots of people here at the conference area at Hilton the upcoming days, and it's great fun to see all these players and having fun at the tables and trying to maneuver into day 2 and into the money.
Yeah, saw some pretty well-known players from my neck of the woods. Harry Lodge, winner of the UK IPT and just a very strong live player, and Paul Newey.
Paul Newey is he's also in the 555. In
Comes
the
a lot.
Yeah. He enjoys it here as well. We also have a couple of really strong players from Sweden coming over, and
nice.
of course from Norway as well.
But big field tournament, Rope or Matthias Siljander? Matthias Siljander always in big.
And of course the elite from Estonia and Finland.
Yeah, it's a good location in Tallinn in the sense that it's kind of easy to reach from just about every part of Europe. For me, it's only a couple of hours from the UK. For the guys from Helsinki, they just need to get the ferry over. Don't need to think about anything. Just make the ferry.
2 hours of Lonkero.
Yeah, exactly. I was actually on that ferry a couple of days ago, and they don't slow down on there, do they? And you see all these people that are, I guess, kind of doing a cheeky little import-export job as well of all of the cheaper alcohol, let's say.
Yeah, for sure. Wow, yeah, it's amazing. And also from Sweden, it's just less than an hour's flight from Stockholm. So lots of Swedes coming over here, and of course also from Riga, Latvia, and from Lithuania.
Lithuania, yeah.
Lots of really strong players in Lithuania.
How did you think about the Kings of Vilnius event? Did you go?
Yes, of course. Yeah, it was super great in Vilnius, and lots of players and great fun as well. And Vilnius is also, like Tallinn, a very beautiful town. And we also have now in the end of March a festival, OlyBet Showdown in Voodoo Casino in Riga.
Okay.
With an 1100 main event, so we expect quite a few players to this event as well.
Yeah, that maybe convert over from this week as well, so keeps things ticking for you, that's for sure. Rano with the 9-4 suited. There was a little hesitation there, he thought, do I? But 2 strong players in the blinds. Knappinen limps in with the King 5 suited, going to go for a limp call here with this kind of hand class. And Helpy waking up with the pocket 10s.
2K raise and call from Matthias.
Yeah. So not much interaction for Matthias. He does have some backdoor equity, but just king high here. It's a good board for Juha. Could be seeing a fold, although the sizing is rather generous, 1.6 only.
Lure him in.
Yeah, potentially.
No, but he can't really.
Oh, he fancies it. He's going to try and keep Juha honest here, looking for a check on the turn to maybe fire one through or improve with those backdoors. The 7 on the turn doesn't add any equity to the king high.
He got his check.
Did get the check he was looking for. Can't find the king though, so he's going to have to get creative on the river with this king 5.
He's giving it up.
Yeah, I think he's got some showdown.
Yeah. Could be a split with the king.
Yeah, potentially with the king jack or the king 10 that gave up.
But Juha takes it down.
Yep. Seasoned pro, pulling in yet another pot throughout the week. Said he's looking forward to the 5K, which he won last time. So defending his crown in that one.
Yeah, I think we might see some action on the 5K tomorrow. Quite a few players here that are interested in
and
joining up.
more than bankrolled for it as well.
Yes.
Lots of big action in Tallinn right now.
Yeah, we see big cash games every night here.
Yep. So Rano with a little bit of an upgrade from his suited holding last time. This time Jack 6 suited opening from the cutoff. Into Sarah's big blind. Goes for the 2.4.
She's defending.
She is with the Queen 4 as one of the queens of Tallinn, hoping for some rebate on that one. Yeah, looking for a lady. And there it is. What a board. Top pair, dry flop, rainbow texture, and a backdoor straight draw, and a backdoor flush draw. Can't really ask for much more from the Queen 4 as Rano is going to start firing with the Jack 6. Looking to...
Let's see if she only calls on the flop.
Yeah, very small size. She does go for the min raise. I think she was trying to call, but...
Yeah, it looked like it.
Yeah, although has she got some tricks up her sleeve, do you think? Is she going for the angle here? It would be a bit cheeky, wouldn't it? Is Rano thinking of 3-betting the flop here? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh no, he's going to call with the Jack 6.
Yeah.
Got some devilish intentions as the 8 rolls off on the turn. No help to Rano. How does Sarah play this now as we are in a slightly more inflated pot than potentially she would have hoped for with her low kicker? She's going to go for another bet, looking to target some hands like 10s, 9s, ace 8, ace 5, king 5, 6 5, all of these kind of hands, ace 3, ace 4.
Yeah, with the 3.5k bet as well, it's hard for him. He needs to put a lot in the middle if he wants to steal the pots.
Yeah, very tough. Would have had to float with no equity and blast off on the river. And again, respecting Sarah there, he didn't defend the king 9 suited earlier where he had some backdoor equity and an overcard. Just relinquished that one. And Sarah once again up above starting stack, 52k now. Silander with the early double ace king versus Sutla's ace 10 still in the top spot.
Yeah, but it starts to even out a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, the slower pace of play, not seeing anyone really rise up to the top of the rankings. It's only going to be one medium-sized pot that could get someone else there, really. So Matthias now with the king 7 suited, opening it up for a min raise. Knappen ace 6 suited.
3 bets?
Yeah.
4k? No, 3k?
I think he said 3,000, so smallish size at this stack depth.
Lots of clubs gone as well, so...
Yeah, unlikely to see the cooler flop of 3 clubs, but let's see. Oh, it was a 3.5k rebet. Oh, no, it's a 4-bet.
Of course.
Okay.
When in Rome.
Now we're cooking, yeah. So Matthias with the ace, with the king 7 versus the ace 6 of Knappen. Usually with the normal dynamics, you'd be snap folding the ace 6 here.
Yeah, but it's versus Matthias,
you
so
never know what he's up to.
Yeah. He can actually 5-bet as well to really get, like an answer.
Yeah, it's all options on the table. I completely agree. I think calling given the range that we know that Matthias is capable of, and is certainly doing.
He's doing what he should do, but
Yeah.
it was painful for him.
It was. I think he was aware that he might be considered a bit weak to get away from the suited ace in this kind of dynamic, but hey ho.
Yeah, but you know, anyway, if he just calls in that situation,
Yeah.
and an ace comes, you know, like he's totally stuck in the pot. So actually, you know, he can fold or he can raise again.
Yeah, it takes a lot of heart to call down 3 streets on an ace high board with the ace 6. So yeah, it's by no means a comfortable spot, but I think I might have peeled one off there in position. Tough to say. Pretty good price, suited ace, but yeah, as you mentioned, lots of danger could be lurking, and suddenly a player that's going to be putting us to the test almost no matter what the flop is. So Juha, ace 4 in the cutoff.
But of course, there's also cheap re-entries
Yeah,
looming.
exactly.
So maybe you should have tried a 5-bet.
Potentially.
It's also to kind of, you know, to stop the harassment from Matthias.
Yeah, to try and give a little bit of resistance. So Carlson with the queen jack getting no action, but just picking up the small blind.
I haven't picked up many good hands, and because he can also be rather aggressive from time to time.
Yeah, but just wading through as we are up to the next blind level.
What are they saying? Patience is a virtue.
Certainly is, but in this game, patience could get you walked all over. So you got to find a good mix. You got to be prepared to battle. Of course, it is a rather top-heavy structure with around about 6,000 euro of value for the number 1 spot, 3,000 for second, and of course, third and fourth coming along the bottom of your screen now will get a ticket to the main event. Sutla opening it up on the new blind level of 300, 600, 600 to the 2.5x sizing. No resistance from anyone just yet, but Matthias, of course, happy to get in the mix with the ace-jack.
I would imagine. And from big blind in this position, should he mix it up, just calling, right?
Potentially, maybe he was trying to mix it up and flop a disguised strong hand that he could see some barrels from his opponent on. But yeah, I could 3-bet, could call. I think I like the call personally. Keeps your options open, keeps your hand under-repped versus a capable player. Deuce on the turn.
Interesting now to see what Rano is doing.
Agreed, yeah. This is certainly one that you could elect to go for a second barrel. You've got some interaction with the strong king X in your opponent's range. You block some king queen, some king jack, but Silander just beating him in there with the ace high. Say no more.
Now it's even more interesting if now he needs to fire quite heavily, Rano, if he wants to.
It's just gonna be having to go 10k or more to
giving it up.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like ace jack. Sticky, as always, from Matthias. Not just aggressive, but tough to maneuver out of the pot. It makes up for a pretty tricky opponent in many ways.
And some little bit of a trash talk as well.
You always get that with him. Once the hand's over, it's not over. There's a little bit of post-mortem as well.
Of course. Yeah, I can imagine there might be some needling at this table.
Oh, for sure.
But in a good way.
One would hope. We can't quite get the translations, but... Juha Helppi not picking it up an awful lot. He did have the 10s blind versus Knappinen, but has been uncharacteristically quiet so far, I should say.
Yeah, maybe he's just letting the youngsters get rid of a little bit of energy.
Yeah, coming for the late pounce. As we see a limped pot between the two arch nemesis. Queen 9-6, so a little bit of interaction there for Sudla with the bottom pair. Does go check, and 10 on the turn.
It's a nut card for Matthias, right?
I thought so.
Yeah.
Gut shot, but
Yeah, exactly.
and I think if we make it this far with a pair, blind versus a player like Matthias, we probably have to call, but let's see what Sudla arrives with. He's going
raise.
for the raise. The value raise with the King 6. No bite from Matthias. Maybe he was looking to induce some kind of river sorcery there with another raise coming in and beating him in there, but who knows? Only Sudla.
Yeah. And Rano got to stare.
Yeah, less table talk. Well, actually, it's still coming, but maybe in a slightly different wave than the hand before.
And there will not be any redraws in this tournament, right?
No, so they're stuck with each other, which is obviously slightly more favorable for Rano there in position, but as we've seen so far, a tricky customer there on his direct right.
Yeah, because with the activity from Matthias, it also blocks opportunities for Rano to act, right? So it's like a blocker.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of 3-betting going on, lots of raising. It's quite difficult to enter the pod, and it's been quite difficult for Sarah as well, with so many aggressive players on her right and left to get a foothold on things. But ace-10, certainly a good enough hand to open it up. Should be getting it through to the blind, big blind. And Kapanen just snap folding some offsuit trash, so pick up there for Sarah.
So I guess it looks like it's 40 minutes to the break.
Yes, I think so. Gonna have a break after the first 4 levels. No re-entries apart from Rano's early cameo appearance with his first bullet.
Yeah, the
which is
first
quite
10 minutes
surprising.
had more action than the last
Yeah.
3 levels.
It's kind of false advertising from these guys in some ways. As you mentioned, they were just trying to get a foothold on things, and it's definitely become a little bit more standardized here. Rano opening it up with the offsuit connector there on the button, 7-6. See if Knappinen fancies doing anything. He just lets it go, and Juha with an even worse holding, the 9-3.
But I also think it's a little bit of a prestige in this event, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think, we did see some fireworks and a bit of fun early on, but let's face it, there's some really good added value for these guys, and it's certainly not small money. Even with the highly decorated players on the table, 6,000 euros worth of value is nothing to turn your nose up at.
High folds, King 8, early pos.
Yeah, Sudla continuing to drive the action here. 7-6 off last time, 6-5 suited this time. Could be going heads up versus Sarah here. She does defend her King 8.
Yeah, he's being kind of racing every time on Sarah's big blind.
Absolutely,
if he
yeah.
can.
Maybe targeting, but she's also found some decent hands. The Queen 4 last time, flopping top pair. And this time again, top pair, with Rano having a low flush draw, so should be seeing some bets here. It's just a great hand to bet, 6-5. You're going to get some folds from hands like Queen 8, Queen 7, Jack 7, Jack 8, some Ace 3. So a lot of efficiency in the C-bet. Are we going to see any fireworks? Not exactly. The 10 of diamonds might slow Rano down here, although he does have still some fairly strong hands in this opening range. With a big bet, he could certainly get a hand like 9-8, 9-7, 9-6, 9-5 to consider folding.
No, I guess he needs to bet on this street as well if he wants to fire a big bullet on the river. So
to keep his story credible for sure. It does continue to fire, and Sarah there doesn't look exactly overwhelmed by the prospect, you know, overexcited by this hand, but certainly can't be folding top pair on the turn here versus a player of Urano's capability. He does river a pair.
The question, he needs to bet big. Oh, he gives it up.
He's got a little bit of showdown value maybe versus a hand like Ace-Jack or a missed flush draw, so does elect to just wave the white flag, and once again Sarah getting the better of Urano with a fairly strong holding.
Yeah, still no smiles, though.
Yeah, business as usual. Around about 10 minutes to go until the break. Be interesting to see if we get another big pot in that time frame. Carl continuing his not exactly ideal run of cards. King 7 off under the gun.
The question is, Johan and Matthias left the table.
Yeah.
Maybe doing a deal in the bathroom. Okay, King Jack this time. Yeah, this time she doesn't fold.
No, this time she's getting in the mix. No openers and just blind versus blind. Putting the pressure on the big blind there with the big open. Over 4x. Takes it down.
Yeah, I don't think I haven't got a hand.
No,
almost. It's been totally dry.
He had those pocket fours where he got barreled off versus Matthias earlier on, which was rather unfortunate.
Yeah, I think both Johan Karlsson and Kai, they haven't seen a lot of cards.
No. Absolutely
but it's
not.
Still early.
Yeah, exactly. No rush in this format. Plenty of re-entries still available, and still a deep structure at this point. We are having an average stack of just under 100 big blinds, so plenty of play. Rano once again driving the action, this time getting a bit fruity with the Queen 7 suited. Hasn't faced an awful lot of resistance from Knappinen or Helpy so far. That's mostly been due to the cards, but again another open just flying through here, as things have certainly taken a bit of a change of pace.
Yeah, sooner break. Maybe a cup of tea will help.
Yeah, some refreshments, a bit more apple juice, get the juices flowing.
That's what I remember quite.
It is a beautiful table, right?
Yeah,
the surroundings, yeah.
The studio as well, where we're fortunate to commentate the action throughout the week. Certainly has that wow factor. Especially when you get the red lights glaring on the all-in. Gives the players a nice feeling around the table.
Okay, now maybe UA is interested.
Yeah, 6-5 suited. Definitely a good 3-bet candidate. Don't really want to call here and allow some of the players behind to get in there. He does go for the call, I think.
And Kai picks up a hand as well. From the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely...
Maybe see a squeeze here?
Yeah, I think so. King 10 suited is a good option. He calls as well, so these guys need that break. Everyone's getting a bit passive here as we're going a million ways to the flop.
Not Matthias. Didn't.
How much has he made it? That's a big tower of blues. Oh, he does go all in.
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering, it's a random looking amount of chips.
Oh, and Matthias is calling.
So a big
Yeah.
flip.
Mhm.
And
We
this
see the
is-
lights.
We do see the lights. The beautiful lights.
So
Center
Matthias
stage.
Knappenen is in decent good position here.
Yeah, we saw a king 10 folded, right? Says 50-50 on the reader, so maybe they know something we don't. But a safe flop so far for the nines. A
Now
jack on the turn spices things
open.
up, but slightly less outs. And a deuce of hearts on the river.
Comeback from Matthias Knappenen.
Yeah. Things could have gone so differently for the king 10 of hearts there. Having, maybe if that squeezed, I'm not sure whether Matthias would have rifled it in with king queen versus that action, but who
It
knows?
could have been a good squeeze bet from Kai Lehto there with king 10 in
Yeah.
hearts, of course, but now he's steaming in the corner. This is not my day.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll get over it though.
Yeah.
So a double up from Knappenen there, and he's up to over starting stack as...
Actually, I think he's actually up to chip lead with that pot.
oh, he could be, yeah. Maybe 68k or so.
No, I think he had 38, so it should be
Oh, okay.
close to 80.
Yeah, with some of the other calls in there too, for sure.
I'm sure we'll get an update on the break. Here we are.
There you go. So 72.3. Sarah in second, Juha Helpi. Both of those two have been trundling along, not doing an awful lot, but winning chips, and that's the main thing, right? Matthias, of course, has been up, down, left and right, but he still remains over the starting stack of 50k. Rano, of course, as well, and then Kai Lehto and Carlson bringing up the bottom of the pack.
Yeah. 4 times Finland on top.
Yeah, which is a very consistent
Yeah.
table view throughout.
It's
the years of
decently
commentary.
representative.
Yeah, they do have a... For a small country as well. What's the population? Maybe
Finland, I think it's like
under 10 million?
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I don't know fully, but I would wild guess is 5.5,
Yeah,
6.
6. Yeah, that's about the number I had. But a formidable poker nation. Maybe it's because they don't get much sunlight. So what else? But you place them online, right?
Yeah, but they were also early starters in the poker boom back in the 90s. Actually, when the game started to pick up pace in Europe. So they have the Irish and of course and from UK, but then Sweden, Finland was quite adaptive.
Yeah, absolutely. With guys like Hillary at the top of the tree in those days.
Yeah, still looming around here.
Yeah, he's doing his best. So Knappenen coming in for the c-bet here on ace 4-4, and Rano might have liked to have had a suited 6-5 to consider a check raise, and yeah, it does look to just let that one go, giving some respect to that under the gun range. Knappenen not necessarily getting too out of line, but certainly capable, and Rano just waving the white flag there, living to fight another day.
Multivihan olisi ihan hyvä, koska se on kyllä paha, kun siellä on jätkät ja AK vastaan. Se alkaa näyttää huonolta.
Siitä ottaa just ton värin käyttöön.
Niin. Siinä on värikortin pöytään.
Who's your favorite so far? Sorry.
I was just saying that only English at the table is not in
It's a bit weird, isn't it? Yeah.
no,
when-
they are not speaking English, of course, but
Yeah.
no, my favorite. Yeah, I think it's still very early, and there will be a couple of defining pots, and but of course, if someone gets like this advantage and start to continue to put pressure when the blinds are going up, it will be tough. But no, I can't say actually.
I like both Helpi and Knappenen. I think they've got good seats. They're in position on Rano and Silander, and they seem to have a bit more of a patient style, which I think will serve them quite well especially still as we are quite deep stacked. So Knappinen with the Jack-6 suited. Going to defend his option here.
But also all of these players can take another gear at any time.
Yeah. Absolutely going to be likely to see that come into play as we come back from the break. But for now, Rano here with the King 8, Queen Jack 4. It's a decent board for the opener. Obviously less so when you're blind versus blind and the ranges are a bit wider, but still lots of strong hands on this board, and of course towards the top end has all of the strongest sets and overpairs that his opponent does not have. So 10 of hearts on the turn. This is an action card because Rano now with the King of Hearts and the double straight draw, it's got the open ender there.
Yeah, Matthias is quite happy in his position as well.
Yeah, and we could see a huge bet here from Rano. Let's see what he goes for. Let's go for sort of this 2/3 sizing. Looking to apply some pressure onto some 4x, some
but it's a little bit, you know, for Matthias, this is an easy call because also Rano's been into the hands, so many hands he's been in, and now he actually hits the king.
Wow, yeah, that's a weird way of getting there, and it's going to be not a river card that I think that we can value bet. I think that
check here.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think Knappinen is going to turn his jack into a bluff here, but he's also going to be a little bit sus of not having the best hand when Rano. You can see that little look of disdain there. He's going to get shown a winner a lot here, and yeah.
No, Rano bets. Yeah,
I think it's gone check, but
yeah,
Rano showed his King 8, and he's been like, oh, God.
Luck box.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah, but he has earned it. Rano's been involved. Looking at VPIP, I think Rano and Matthias is the guys.
The top guys, for sure.
Siljander.
Fortune favors
Knappinen
the
as
brave.
well has been quite involved.
Been fairly active, yeah.
Queen Jack 10 you bet. Equal also serve.
Well, there was no break.
Oh no, we're going to have another level by the looks of things. My eyes deceive me. I'm
Yeah, same for me.
quite struggling. I think that says, yeah, I think that might be one more, but who knows?
Yeah, we are enjoying ourselves in the booth here, so
Absolutely.
no rush. Oh, ace king under the gun.
Here we go. Sarah has been very solid.
Yeah, I
Not
think she's
really.
been winning the pots she's played, right?
Exactly. She's had a high success rate so far. Not an ideal situation for Kai here with ace 10 versus her under the gun open, and I like his decision. I
Yeah,
don't
of course.
think she's the player to mess with really versus under the gun. And Sutler with the ace 8 suited on the button, certainly going to be entering the pot in some way, shape or form. Ooh, he's going to go for the 3-bet. Makes it 5.5.
That's aggressive.
It is, yeah. Ace 5 snap folded in the blinds as well from Knappinen, so going to struggle to win this pot. As it's semi-likely that Sarah's going to come over the top here with her ace king.
No, she 13k?
Yeah, maybe 14. Yeah,
That's
so
a good bet from Sarah.
Yeah, it is.
Under the gun, you know, showing real strength here.
Absolutely.
And Rano is in. It will be extremely tough for him to play this.
He's in no man's land right now. Oh, he's going to go for some live reads. She doesn't say a word, which is probably for the best. Rano's definitely got a good feel for things in the live realm.
He knows he's in deep water now, so.
I think he understands that.
Rano, you are on TV.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a little bit of theater.
I don't think he's going to jam here. I don't think calling is really an option versus this kind of situation. Oh, reaching for the chips. Having a little side-eyed glance there. Going through the playbook of looking for a read, and Sarah holding strong as she will be with the ace king. She's pretty much delighted whatever happens if she takes it down. It's a nice pot. If she gets a call, she's going to be ahead, dominating a lot of the time. And if she gets shoved on, well, the cards are on their backs, and good luck.
Yeah, with ace-5, there's only kind of two options, shove or fold.
Exactly. I think that he is very well aware of the fact that this is going to be a strong hand the vast majority of the time. Oh, he does go for it, and it's going to be bad news.
Yeah.
Well, at least he went for it. It's the second time that we've seen him potentially overvaluing an ace-x holding there. The ace-10 versus Sealander was one, but this one maybe slightly less justified. And it's going to be tough to improve with not even a spades as the back door. 1-5 remaining, as we can see on the ticker. The king on the turn, though, is going to spell bad news for Mr. Sutler, and it could be another trip to the cash desk. You can see he really didn't want to do it, but he just couldn't look at himself in the mirror maybe tomorrow morning in the hotel if he didn't fire it through or she showed him a bluff.
You was having a good time.
Laughing at him as if to say, what are you doing, man? Playing like a robot. Making the insinuation that ace-5 is one of the ones that the computer likes to take in the aggressive line, but you know, we are playing against humans here, and Sarah's been pretty snug. All smiles, though, as she's going to be our new chip leader.
Yeah, and with that, maybe I should leave you for now, George, and let some other good commentators come in here and take my spot.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Krista.
Been a pleasure, and I will see you later this week for sure.
Absolutely. Looking forward to the jam-packed schedule that we have here at the Kings of Tallinn, with not only the 1 million guaranteed main event, but the PLO 1K, 4 and 5 cards. You're going to have the 5K high roller that Juha Helppi is looking to defend his crown in later on in the week as well. And we are now joined by Andreas, Mr. Wise Guy. How are we, sir?
Hello, sir. I'm all good. And I'm coming to a female chip leader, I can see.
Yes, and the only female on the table, so she's facing some adversity here, but getting it done.
Yeah.
Playing nice and solid, and maybe a little bit of a donation there from Rano. I'm not sure if you quite caught the action, but the 5-bet all-in with the solver bait, the ace-5 suited, he fell for it.
Yeah, seems like he was powered by the grape juice and went for it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think he's actually on the verge of coming back with another buy-in. So
with a fresh stack.
Yeah, so he'll be adding at least 1,000 then to the prize pool, since if you weren't with us from the start and haven't reached the information, this is a free roll, but they can re-enter for 500 euros each, and then they will all be added to the prize pool. So Rano has now just added 1,000 as he's coming back soon. He just has to visit the cashier, and then he'll be back in the action. And a lot of nice big names on the table. Juha Helppi, of course, maybe the biggest one in name-wise, but all of these are champions, so they've proven themselves at the felt, of course. And nice to see this battle between them. And now Sara Benjamin, then, the ladies winner from last year, is our current chip leader. This is Johan Karlsson, Swede, who won here in 2020. Seems focused, sitting on 43k, star stack 50, so slipping a bit, but still rather low blinds, 400, 800. And Sara Benjamin from the small blind, limping in, 10-7. And Kai Lehto, almost starting stack to start this hand. It seems like he goes for the race, trying to get Sarah off the limp. She doesn't fall for it. Still stays in the pot, 10-7 suited. So heads up between the Finns then, Kai and Sara. And swing and a miss for both. Sara, is she leading this one now using the power of the bigger stack? Of course, 294 is cards well in her range. The small blind just limp calling, but it's checked by her, and Kai probably gonna take this one down with the aggressive bet. Just a 2k, but not much for Sara on this board, so she fold the hand and small pot for Kai to get him above the starting stack then. So I hope you enjoyed the first hours of coverage of this one, and we are gonna follow the Royal Showdown, as this is, until the end. Still, the 7 players that started are in, because now Ranno Sotla is coming back to the table. The fresh buy-in, 50k chips, 500 euros added to the prize pool. And he's back in the game.
I'm just thinking like she never has a bluff, but I'm just like, I don't give up.
Explaining himself why he did what he did. And yeah, I spoke to him in the break as well, and he said that he's adding action and money to the table. And apparently he's won 11 buy-ins for the main event for this series, so he can use them at least now than one of those buy-ins to get back in the game for this one a second time. And right in the mix will be handed a fresh starting stack with 50k, and Jack 9 suited. Surely he's going to be playing right away. Has he even looked at the cards? I don't think so. He'll be happy to see the Jack 9 suited, but I think he made that race blind actually. 1.8, 1800. And let's see if we... Oh, he's surely going to get some action from Kai. Will it be another 500 euros right away for Ranno, or can he fold this time for the 3-bet of Kai? I think he, as we said, raised it blind, and surely when he faces the 3-bet from Kai, he'll be probably wanting to see a flop. Let's see how much Kai makes it though. How expensive will it be to defend? 8.4. Well,
it's a meaty size, isn't it?
Yeah, he made it 1.8 without looking at the cards. So let's see now when he finds the Jack 9 suited. I don't think he's folding this one.
No.
But at least just calling this time, not punting another stack right away.
Gonna try and at least hit something this time.
Yeah. Could be a quick visit to the cashier again then, if they both find something on this one. But no, not favoring Ranno with otherwise than a gut shot.
Yeah, gut shot, and it's a pretty scary board for Kai. Not really any interaction at all. Could potentially be up against some strong hands here, but he is going to fire a c-bet here versus what he assumes to be a pretty wide range, although that works in his favor in terms of lots of hands, but could be bad in terms of having more 10x. So I'm going to start with a small size.
Here we come.
Ranno does indeed meet his bet there, and looking for an 8. A
oh,
jack.
Jack is
Ooh.
nice.
And now the gut shot for Kai on the double flush draw texture. Are we going to see a more honest check now on the turn? I think so. It's a pretty tough board to fire it through here. Certainly some hands to target, maybe 6s, 5s. Apart from that, you're going to see a lot of stickiness from Ranno, so he does wave the white flag here. Ranno now with 2 pair. Could go for a small size in position here, just to... Yeah, he does go for the small size, so just kind of to freeze up his opponent, get some value from ace-king, king-queen, ace-queen. Maybe even some hands like ace-9, ace-8. Bit of protection from flush draws and overcards. Seems like a solid, well thought out sizing. Kai, yeah, he's kind of forced to come along here. He's got a bit too much equity to get away from it, even versus the jack. As you can see, 26% ace, king or queen. But the 6 of diamonds on the river, no good. And I think this one's somewhat likely to go check-check. It would be pretty thin from Ranno here to shove the river. Yeah. And gets it done.
Yep.
So back on form. 3 bullets in, and unless I missed anything on my toilet break, the only person to have re-entered so far.
He is, absolutely. So adding 1K to the prize pool by himself. Actually had a chat with him, and he said that he's bringing the action and the money to the table right now. So the other people are happy to see him splash away, but that was before he came back into this second re-entry. So, but he's in second place now with that pot.
Absolutely, that's how quickly things can change, and second place is good for 3,000, so he would have made a profit if things stand in this fashion, but of course plenty of play left.
Yeah. And he also mentioned that he's won apparently 11 buy-ins for the main event on the online satellite.
Wow.
So he's used one of them now then, one of the 1Ks.
Yep.
To getting back in this one 2 times.
Some serious grinding going on there. He must have been firing satellites for weeks.
I guess so. And now he'll be facing another 3-bet from Knapinen then.
Yeah, one would think.
5.5, smaller one than Kai chose in the previous pot.
Yeah, in position this time for Rano's opponent. And the ace-10 hitting the muck there.
So, from us who hasn't been here from the start, how's the game been first hour or so?
We saw some rip-roaring action. I think it was Rano versus Sealander there with the ace-10 for Rano in like a 5-bet jam in like one of the second hands, meeting ace-king suited and not improving. We've seen some uncharacteristically maybe conservative play from Juha. He's not really been in the mix that much, but he's still added to his stack, and he's a wily old bastion of the game. He knows his way around, and I think he's realizing that a couple of the guys on the table are a little bit out of line, and he's going to counter that with a bit more of a conservative style, and it's certainly been working for him so far. Nice little addition to his stack. Of course, we've got Sarah, who won the Queens of Tallinn in 2023, I believe. She's had some decent hands and has got the better of Rano so far. Won two medium-sized pots and one really big pot, as we saw just 5 minutes or so ago. Not a lot for Kai. Been kind of battling away. He's unfortunately been trending in the wrong direction from his standpoint. Down as the short stack right now, but still plenty of play, of course, as Sealander has been certainly the most aggressive player on the table. And we've seen him 3-bet with hands like 8-4 suited. We saw him open Jack-5 off under the gun and call a meaty 3-bet. So
he's creative.
Yeah,
woke up on the creative side of the bed.
Yeah, to say the least.
All right. And as we mentioned, Sara Ben-Lamin currently the chip leader at the table. And they are playing 20-minute blinds, so it'll be not a quick one, but rather rapid structure as well. So, of course, they need to act on time. And Rano then adding some extra chips to the table as well, so a bit more room as well.
Propping up the prize pool, but still very much incentivized to get back in when you've got 6,000 euros worth of value up top. Not a big field, of course, as well, so definitely. And also the stack distribution, it's not like it's impossible to forge your way back into it, and we can see that he's already won a decent-sized pot and is sat in the top 3 spots.
Yep,
so
exactly.
Certainly a good format for re-entries, and I'm surprised that we've only seen 2 so far, to be honest.
Yeah, one might think that likes like Juha and maybe some of the other guys, they're not shy to play and maybe make it more of a splash game, but not yet, not so far.
No, we haven't quite seen that. So Knapinen checking the Queen 6 of diamonds here, facing a bet. I think we're going to have to call one with the overcard, the backdoor straight draw, the backdoor flush draw. Not a big size either. It does fold. Seen a couple of situations from him where he could have elected to 3-bet, chose to fold. There was like an ace-7 and an ace-8, small blind versus button and small blind versus cutoff. So he's been quite active, but he's not been fighting for every pot, put it that way. certainly a selective style so far.
And heavily Finn-dominated table as well. 5 Finns, 1 Swede and 1 Estonian trying to be the Royal Showdown champion.
Yeah, we've got used to that over the years, haven't we?
Yeah.
The Finns do seem to be, well, in their senses anyway, the top dogs. And they come here and they battle hard, and they've got such a strong sort of group of players that come here and just fight for the team competition and such.
Yeah.
So no surprises there.
Huge turnout in the team competition this year. Over 100 teams, I think.
Absolutely.
As Johan Karlsson, despite having Carl in the screen, but Johan Karlsson now comes with the race with the Ace King. And seems like the last time before we go on a break as well then. So folded by Juha in the big blind, which means that I think we're off to a small break in this one. Or do we have time for one more hand? Yeah, we'll get one more. We were so quick. Yeah. One more hand. Before they have a little well-deserved break, and then we'll be back in just 15 minutes or so to continue. And of course we're gonna show this tournament or this sit and go until the end to see who is really the king or queen of Tallinn.
Absolutely, and as we do descend into the later stages of this sit and go, we might even get some of the outer table coverage from the 555, where we do have a cameraman set up to show us some of the all-ins, maybe grab a couple of players, see what's going on over there. So we're going to keep a keen eye on that one for you guys tuning in. It's not just going to be the Royal Showdown today. We're going to potentially get over to the 555 with 67,000 euros up top. So certainly a large sum of money to be contested for there, and many hopefuls still in the mix.
Now then, maybe some Swedish and Finnish action in the final hand before the break, as Johan Karlsson raised it, and Juha is 3-betting, big 3-bet with the 7s, 8.5.
Yeah.
So that's, they make Johan steps out of the way and go off to the break instead. Then Juha held B, 62k, building.
Right about average stack, and good situational awareness there, realizing that Matthias was maybe a little loose on the button there, coming in for the cold call.
Yep, absolutely. So now the players in the Royal Showdown are off to a 15-minute break, which means that we're also going to go on a short break, maybe freshen up with some water.
Absolutely, some light refreshments, a little walk around the block, and we'll bring you more coverage of the Royal Showdown as we continue here into the Kings of Tallinn.
Absolutely. Back in 15.
Hey everybody, it is Jason Glatzer, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here at the Kings of Tallinn. It is the 10th anniversary of this iconic event here at the Hilton Tallinn Park and OlyBet's flagship home, Olympic Park Casino. Behind us, we have the lovely Kings of Tallinn merch shop. That will be open starting tomorrow, where you can get your Kings of Tallinn gear. As you head up the stairs, you will notice that there is something special. Each previous Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn winner is honored with their name on the stairs, so you can walk through history as you enter into the tournament arena. And behind us, you'll see that we have the fantastic TV table at the Kings of Tallinn. There'll be 4 full days of streaming, along with some bonus coverage of the Royal Showdown. The Royal Showdown is a nice addition for the 10th anniversary. All the previous Kings and Queens of Tallinn winners were invited to battle it out for ultimate supremacy, so you'll be able to check that out on Tuesday, February 25th, but they'll be streaming on the 26th, the 27th, and of course on March 2nd will be the final table of the 1 million guaranteed main event. We are entering the main ballroom here at the Kings of Tallinn, where in just a few days' time, the main event will take place. How excited are you about the 10th anniversary of this iconic event?
Oh, it's so super exciting. It's great fun, and also to already see so many players coming in there. So we're looking at records in most of the big tournaments. We also have a 1 million guarantee in the main event this year. So good times, Jason.
I might not be a poker king, but you certainly can be at the Kings of Tallinn and earn your rightful seat into this throne with 64 numbered events for the 10th anniversary at the 2025 Kings of Tallinn. The main event, €1 million guaranteed prize pool, will be following that throughout the week. All the side events, results, news, and more. Check it out at OlyBetEvents.com, along with our media partner, Poker.pro.
Teresa, we have a new game this time in the festival, and it's called 5-card stud. And in Finnish, I also learned it. It's sökö or sökö nullo.
Yeah.
Getting good at Finnish with the new games. But can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, so this is a 5-card stud game. It's a traditional Finnish game, but it's actually originated from Canada, I think, North America. So some people call it Canadian stud, but in Finland it's called sökö. And we've had the sökö before in the schedule, but now we have also introduced sökö nullo. And for the very first time, we have sökö nullo also in the Kings of Tallinn schedule included. And it's sökö low. So basically what we're doing is we have a tournament that has one round of each, sökö high and sökö low.
Can you maybe show us how the game works, how it goes?
Yeah, so first of all, people usually ask like, what's the nuts? What's the best hand? So the nuts in sökö nullo, which is the low version of sökö, that would be, there you go, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
So it can't be a straight.
Yeah, so in sökö, in the traditional sökö, you have also a 4-card straight and 4-card flush. In this low version, you gotta watch out for any straights, any flushes, any pairs or anything. So basically, you're looking for the lowest possible hand. Ace is considered a bad card, a high card. So you're looking for the lowest possible hand, but you can't make even a 4-card straight. So therefore, the nuts would be 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. And because it's a 5-card stud game, the initial deal is 1 card down and 1 up. And eventually, the players would get this. So this is the final sökö. It's 1 card down and 4 up. And that goes for both high and low.
Okay. And how many draws then? How many times? Or can you see that one as well?
Yeah, I mean, the initial deal is would be So this would be the initial deal, and after that, the dealer would place 1 more. You got a betting round, 1 more betting round, and then 1 final betting round, and then that's it. And so it's a very straightforward game because you have quite a lot of information there, but still. It seems to be quite tricky with this low version. So it's going to be interesting to see how players do on this one.
I have one question. You said it's a traditional Finnish game, but is it popular as well?
It used to be back in the days before Texas Hold'em was introduced and came more into Europe overall. So like, let's say 70 to 100 years ago, sökö was the game that they played in Finland a lot. But nowadays, it's not so played anymore because Texas Hold'em is is the most popular.
Yeah, but we are bringing Söke back.
We're bringing, yes.
Yeah, we're bringing it back.
Definitely bringing Söke back.
Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO 4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
Is it like 1 round with 4 cards and then 5 or...?
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're 8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way in that.
You just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah, pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if
you have a full house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and the ace is full, or 5 is full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4 cards.
The button moves like the whole, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5 and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace, king, 9, 8, 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay over pairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, over pair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
oh wow! So you have that lucky charm.
I'm lucky today. Even though I just doubled up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top 1 game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop we want like big draws. If the flop come queen 10-6, even though the guy have aces with a queen, it's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah,
So that would be a nice.
and a 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have a flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart, and you should have luck as well,
Yeah,
like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and
Yeah.
explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me.
Welcome back, guys. Where are we, George?
We are at the Olympic Casino upstairs in the Hilton Executive Lounge Extravaganza.
Extraordinaire. And we're here for a reason. We're watching the Royal Showdown, which is a sit and go between the previous winners of the Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn. And it's actually the sole queen, Sara Benlamin, who's the chip leader in this sit and go currently. And they started with 7 players, still 7 remaining. And if you haven't been with us, we do have a nice prize pool in this one, George.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's about 10,000 euros plus added, plus, of course, the re-entries go back into the prize pool. So we will have the payouts across the bottom of the screen, but up top is a 3,000 euro high roller ticket alongside a 3,000 euro VIP hospitality package in Florence for some Italian football and some other shenanigans, such as I think it was a Michelin star restaurant and a 5-star hotel. So certainly a nice little trip for the winner and their partner, of course, or friend to go along to.
Yeah, really nice. And that prize actually can be won also by one of the teams in the team competition in the series as well. So all the teams that will be in the top 20 when come Saturday, I think, will be able to be in the draw, and they will send also a full team of 4 players then to this VIP treatment. So
beautiful added value then.
Yeah, absolutely. And well over 100 teams in the team competition so far. Still open entries for that one, I think. So yeah,
that's been growing over the last
really.
10 years.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think when we first started commentating on the team competition being inaugurated, it was, you know, maybe 20
something
of
like
the
that,
local
right?
teams, Estonians, of course, the Finns, and now these days you've got people coming over from, you know, far out of even outside Europe. I think there was a Canadian team last time. So just goes to show that things are picking up here as Rano
Look at
running
this guy.
back to his seat.
Stand-up poker. He run for a reason though. Ace King suited.
I mean, he is the prize pool right now, so I guess he can do what he wants.
He needs to come second to get winning out of this one currently. But yeah, having fun at the tables. And now then, Johan Carl Carlson.
Is Carl his middle name, or is it?
It is, yeah. His real name is Johan. So, but you know, the Swedes, they have like 3 or 4 names. So when you sign up for that card downstairs in the casino, you probably often they use your middle name or the first name. So now then, at least finding some outs.
Yeah, 2 overs, a backdoor flush draw, and a gut shot. It's a pretty good flop for the 7-6, that's for sure. It does take it on the more conservative side, just to check call. Could be some reasons to check raise there, but versus +1, it's going to be a pretty strong range, and Rano again barreling away with his ace high, I guess for value.
Yeah, so make it 2.5, so still cheap to find that gut shot.
Yeah, small sizing from Rano, looking to just get some value from straight draws. Wow, Carlson out the way there with the gut shot, the flush draw, had a lot of equity there. Rano will be happy to see that one hit the muck when he watches that one back, potentially.
And they can see as well, as we talked about, the prices in the bottom of the screen. So third and fourth place, the 1100 ticket, which of course is good for the main event. That's just started today, day 1A. I think we had about 100 runners already in that one, and plenty of more starting days to come as well. So if you want to see the full schedule, it's on OlyBetEvents.com. All the information about the event, and of course other social media as well, updating with results from all the events and other stuff happening here in Tallinn as well. So we're just not quite halfway through the week yet.
No, plenty of action to come, especially of course the main event, the PLO 1K, the 5K high roller. There's always so much action jam-packed into these event schedules here in Tallinn. Customary for not only the individual players but the team tournament as well.
Yep.
Certainly plenty of chances to find your way into a big payday.
Absolutely. Now then, Finns, Kai and Matthias playing a small pot, and I don't expect it to grow much as it's checked by Cilliander, and Kai takes it down with a small bet.
There may be a change in fortunes there for Kai, who didn't have the best of it over the first 5 levels, but small pot there and a little bit of momentum potentially in the right direction, as we're going to play another 5 levels by the looks of things. Late registration for these players is still open, but of course it being a invitational format, not going to be seeing people walking around in the outer floor jumping in. Going to be left with these 7 players fighting for the top 4 spots. There's Matthias, who's been up, down, left and right. Had the early chip lead, but blasted a fair bit of it off, I think it's fair to say. Is going to open it up with the Jack 10 suited here and find some favorable action, getting called by a worse 10.
Yep, these guys seems to be enjoying themselves at the table. Rano and Matthias. Let's see if probably Cilliander's continuation is enough, or is Rano gonna get creative now? Oh, reaching for chips. Oops.
Not having any of it.
We're not sure either what's going on, Rano.
Yeah, the double backdoor, the 10-5. Getting the job done.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a bit of a resurgence there from Rano over the last couple of orbits.
Yeah.
As he is, of course, propping up the prize pool with those 2 re-entries, but 6,000 euros up top, why not, right? Only going to be 7 players, and even the top 4 would get his money back, so it's kind of inevitable that you're going to see the players that are getting eliminated jumping back in.
And jumping back in the commentary booth is actually poker wizard extraordinaire, Mr. Poker Pro. Jason Glatzer is joining you, George, for some commentary. I will go make some interviews with these guys. And as well, if you want to see them, hit the socials of OlyBet, but stay on the stream, of course, and follow George and Jason through the commentary for the remaining, or at least parts of the Sit and Go, the Royal Show.
So, very warm welcome, Jason. How are you? You've been rushing about a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a fun day.
Yeah.
I've been up since 8:30. I was actually reporting and listening to you up until about an hour ago, but now we have that already settled, so I can join in some fun. But it's been a really fun week here for the 10th anniversary, I have to say. The red carpet rolled out. This is just one prime example of some value added. This is to the former winners, but there's value added to everybody here, actually. Giveaways every night. It's been a fantastic vibe, and I know you've played a little bit too, George.
Yeah, I jumped into some cash games. It went absolutely terribly, but the games were good and the spirits remained high. So it was kind of customary as to what you expect here in Tallinn. Good action, but also a very fun vibe around the place. And definitely downstairs, the cash game room has been thriving, as you can expect. And as you mentioned as well, so many added benefits for the players. And Krista was naming that not only the, of course, Hold'em tournament players are getting a little bit of kickback, but cash game players, there's obviously this free roll running and a draw for the team tournament as well for the VIP package. So I guess that makes your work as a reporter better.
Yeah, there's definitely no shortage of content, that's for sure. And even tonight there's the €200 Royal Showdown, which is going to involve the main event winners, but instead of them playing just against each other, they're going to have €200 bounties on their heads. And them and only them, and it's a value-added bounty. It's not the bounty event.
Nice.
But it's been really interesting. I mean, I saw Rano with that ace-10 right away, and I was expecting, oh boy, Rano's going to be in for 6 or 7. And then he waited a little while, and then that second bullet went. But now it seems like he must be near the chip lead. I missed about 25 minutes of action, but it looks like some things have changed, and there's a lot of chips flying back and forth.
Yeah, he was very, I want to say, humble in his Showdown interview, where he said that he, didn't really know what to do and he was just going to make it up as he goes along and try and play his normal game. But he's been definitely the one driving the action and has been fearless so far in his pursuit of these pots. Juha and Matthias have been a little bit more in line, and it's been mostly Matthias Sillander and Rano there rifling through the field so far to varying levels of success. But certainly a fun format and some good value-added stuff going on here for the 10th anniversary.
And it looks like we only have one of the queens. I don't see Marta Porter, so I guess she didn't make it. And I know Pri Parmasto is still actually in the 555. I think that's down to 11 or 10 people, actually.
Yeah.
So we may not see him at all.
With a lot of money up top, so I think he had to make the executive decision to, see where his stack went in that one and, whether or not he crashes and burns out of that and still is available to jump in. Only time will tell, but certainly has to prioritize the big money of the conventional tournament for sure.
There's also the team points to consider. This team challenge is getting absolutely massive.
Out of hand,
crazy, actually.
Must be really tough to track it this year because I think it's been a real uptick from last time. I think there was around about 60, 70 teams, and it seems like we got 100 this time.
Yeah, massive props to Andres, the tournament director over in Kaunas, who is keeping track of all that. So he's doing a fantastic job. Updates every morning.
That's a lot of work, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, especially with the daily updates as well. So he's got his work cut out. Have you had a chance to fire a few chips in over the line this week?
I won a trophy. I don't know if you know that,
Oh, I
George.
didn't know that, no.
No, I won a GPI award and a trophy in the same day, actually.
I saw you won the GPI award, so mad props for that. That's it's nice to get a bit of recognition for the hard work you're doing, right?
Yeah, I mean, props to Jonathan Rabb, actually. He's the one that did all the research. I must have spent about 15, 20 hours on the article and the topic myself, but none of this comes around without Jonathan digging, getting his questions answered, and having trusted people around him to be able to bounce those things that he's seeing.
Awesome.
So that he knows he's not going crazy, because this was mind-bending shit, actually. Really scary stuff. So Juha going at it here.
Yeah, it's not going to get through. It's just a question of whether we want to raise as Kai, who played a conservative line on the turn.
One might argue, even with that ace of clubs, you're not going to really bet out another 10, of course, but one might argue that
shoving is a potential option, absolutely, yeah.
I think that's what I would do here, actually, because you're still in re-entry phase.
Yeah, and it's so unlikely that Juha has a flush here, right? With the queen, jack, and 9 on the board, he would have to have 6, 7 of clubs, basically. We do see the raise from Kai. guess he's looking to target a hand like pocket eights, maybe a jack 8 suited, something like that. But
Or
yeah,
maybe a 6-3 suited, hoping that Juha comes over the top.
yeah, the induce certainly potential. I mean, Juha must be a bit confused as to what his opponent's saying he's got.
He's coming in!
Oh wow!
Oh my God!
Yeah, he's.
I didn't know the future.
Whoa! I mean, you called it, and look at this. The
Wow.
cards, the chips go over the line. Juha sheepishly shows the 6-3 as if to say, well, you know, you check back the flop and the turn. What the hell are you saying you have here? And yeah, Mr. Glatzer firing on all cylinders this week.
Well, what's going on here? That's impressive by Kaya. I think that was the exact reason for the bet. He's not getting a call by much with the raise. Maybe 2 pair, maybe a set or something. Maybe a chop pot, which then doesn't matter.
Leaving the options open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm just shoving there, so I'm making a big mistake, apparently. These guys are the champions.
Well, it's good to learn, isn't it? There's definitely so many different ways to shear a sheep, and he certainly sheared Juha there.
Yeah.
In
But
fact,
Juha right back
skinned
in.
him.
Yeah. The 500 back on the table.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No, I can say now that I am the best pot limit stud, high-low player in the world. ... based on one tournament and winning one tournament.
Yeah.
You know, 1 for 1 in that format.
They don't even have tournaments like that in Vegas, or?
I'm just saying I'm 1 for 1. Who else is 100%?
That's true. I mean, it's an unbeatable record. And 1 bullet as well?
1 bullet.
Okay. Wow.
I mean, I did fire a bullet in the Hold'em event right before, but as I'm sitting down, I said, I hope that I lose this fast so I can go win the stud tournament.
Oh, wow. And that's, you almost kind of willed it into existence.
Yeah, because I took a pretty bad beat in that one, too.
So pot limit stud, right? It must be quite difficult to maneuver because the pots get pretty big on early streets, right? And anything can happen on your board. So
we were playing so deep, though. It was 20-minute levels, but we had 3 repeating levels, so it was deep throughout the whole thing. Okay. So even though you're not necessarily, if it's bet, then might get it in early, but you know, often it's being bet on 3rd and then checked on 4th. You know.
Okay.
People were understanding pot control, and those that weren't, and were overvaluing what they had were blasted out.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it's very much a game of pot control, board management, and taking any available chance, because you can really put some pressure on in the pot limit format, right?
I had a lot of fun when I had the chip lead with 12 left. I didn't give that one up.
No, that's a great spot to be in, right?
Meanwhile, Rano here, not the prettiest of aces, not the prettiest of boards to connect with, but still should feel comfortable here.
Yeah, so Kai's check called the flop with the king high, but I think we're going to have to turn our hand into a bluff now. We can definitely consider that we're going to get some folds from hands like 6s, 5s, these low pairs, even a hand like a weak ace. But...
Or that Jack 5 that I saw Siljander play with, just calling a 3-bet. I was trying to figure out what the logic of that one was, and then I realized that it's just messing around.
Just messing around. They even flopped some equity, checked it back, folded the turn. It was all a little bit all over the place, but I think he was maybe trying to set up a bit of false advertising for the table image, potentially. Because he's been somewhat more in line since that. We saw an 8-4 suited 3-bet, but apart from that, it's been relatively normal action so far, as now Juha, after failing to get that one through with the 6-3, walking straight into the set of Kai Leto, is now propping up the leaderboard in 7th place here of 7 remaining players.
It's very interesting that the person by far with the least amount of cashes is in the lead right now, and Sarah.
She's just surrounded by titans. I was reeling off the Hendon Mob information earlier. We've got Matthias with 972k, Juha almost with 10 million on the mob, Rano Sutla with over 1 million.
And also probably over 10 million online for Sutla as well.
Yeah, and Sarah's total live earnings are 6,160, which I mean probably most of that was from the Queens of Tallinn event, I would imagine.
Yeah.
That's usually 5k up top euros, so...
But she looked very comfortable during that event, and she looks quite comfortable now as well.
Yeah. Yeah, she does.
It's very easy to get nervous in these spots if you haven't played a lot of live poker and you look around and these are all the people that you've heard about before.
You're under the bright lights, every hand's getting 3-bet, 4-bet, there's chips flying, and She's even taking a little bit of time away from the table, maybe just to regain herself and remind herself she's in a big spot. But, you know, let's just see how the cards fall and play our A game. That's the only way to do it, really.
This is a page out of my book. When you're feeling like you might be antsy, then I just get up. You know, so what? I lose a big blind. I have more than 100.
Walk off a bit of nervous energy and
exactly.
get back
It's better
in
than
there.
making a big mistake, and
100%.
that's what I did during the stud event. I gave myself penalties actually 3 times.
Oh yeah, really?
Self-imposed penalties.
Just feeling a little bit of steam coming out of the ears and thinking, you know what, I'm just going to kind of get a little bit of respite and move along.
Yeah, I'm learning as I get older.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I wish in some of my big cash game sessions that I'd walked away earlier or racked up the chips, but sometimes you stay and you really rue it later on in the hotel room. You sort of sit there thinking, God, I could have just taken a bit of a break there. I was 12 hours into the session, but that is the way it goes. Like you say, it comes with experience, and we've got 2 experienced players fighting it out here. Matthias doing a little bit of a Hollywood here with his full house.
Putting Juha to the test. Juha's priced into call, but especially against Siljander. It's basically not priced in against, he either has an 8 or he doesn't, but with Siljander, most of the time he actually doesn't have an 8 there.
Doesn't have an 8, yeah, he's going to be shoving in hands like maybe 7, 6s, flush draws. And he's dead, yeah, so unfortunate for Juha there. Kind of priced himself in with the turn bet. Could have checked back and just...
Oh, quads!
Chop it up. Not quite, so that's going to be a full lock on the board for Matthias. And some momentum back in the right direction for him as he eliminates his fellow Finn. I'm sure we'll be seeing Juha jumping straight back in.
Yeah.
Definitely some value to be had there with the added prizes and the format.
I haven't seen much out of Johan yet. I mean, both now and in the stream. I know he's listed as Carl right now. I guess that's his given first name, but he's 2020 Kings of Tallinn champion Johan Karlsson from Sweden over there with a nice blue shirt in seat 1. Maybe I missed a hand or something, but has he just not played a hand?
Pretty snug. Okay. Yeah, I think he's well aware that there are a plethora of much more experienced players. He's got a decent score on the mob, 260k.
He's a very solid player.
Solid player who's been around the block, but I think his game plan was maybe to, be a little bit more conservative and allow these guys to go for the swinging contest, and just kind of take his time. And by all means, he's not had to re-enter. He's still got a reasonable stack. I'm sure we'll see a bit more of him as the action continues.
Normally he would be in the right seat given the position that he's in, but both those players are going to recognize his tightness as well. So Siljander and Sutla will probably give him some level of respect at this stage.
Yeah, he's probably got the worst seat on the table, to be fair, with that lineup there of the 2 Matthiases, Juha Helpi and Sutla on his direct left. That's not a situation that you really want to be in.
But here we go. Speak of the devil here. He opens and gets 3-bet right away by queens.
Yeah, and he's been so splashy that you wouldn't fault Karlsson for coming along, but the 9-8 suited a little bit on the weaker end of things.
And the 3-bet was rather big too. It was nearly 10 big blinds.
Yeah. So the squeeze does get the job done there. Siljander with a proper hand this time. Seen some tomfoolery from him so far, but those 2 queens getting the job done. So as you can see on the screen to the right-hand side, a total of 10 entries, 7 remaining. So 3 re-entries, 1 for Juha Helpi, 2 for Rauno Sutla. But plenty more action to come.
I would have won my over-under bet. I wanted to bet people that it would be over 5 re-entries. I was willing to negotiate, but the total was I felt that was a fair line. But Juhani, the Finnish reporter, is not here yet. Both me and him will wager on just about anything. It's small, like a beer bet or a €5 bet.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have liked the over, I think. I think you've got a lot of players with deep pockets here that are willing to gamble and play for the top heavy prize. So, yeah, I think over 5 would have been fair. But then you don't want to take over 8 or 7, so you're right. It's.
But now the over-under for Rauno is 5.
Yeah, just a one-man band. Absolutely. Big flop here for Matthias Knappinen. Top pair, backdoor nut flush draw. And 2 sheepish folds there from the blinds.
Going to give a quick shout out to Frank Visser, who's been working hard the last few days. He's been on that 555 event. You can check out those updates on poker.pro. Also, the back office for Poker Pro has been quite busy with what you've seen for social media today. We're actually clipping as we're talking, putting the hands in the reporting. So people that don't get to listen to us live can go back tomorrow and replay some of those moments that they just read about, which is fantastic. So just wanted to give a thank you to everybody helping out this week.
Yeah, Frank has been around the block now. He's been here for a fair few festivals and always is a studious observer of the action, as well as a pretty fearsome player himself.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't have won the stud if he joined that one, actually. He's the one person that can figure out those games quicker than me on the fly.
He's very strong, that's for sure, in the mixed game format.
But I took out Senkel.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That was like, just like when I took out Danis and the horse and I won the trophy there. You take out somebody that you put all the way on the top of the pedestal. It's I'm friends with them, but it's for them no big deal. But for me, it's like a notch.
Exactly.
No, Frank is very good. Frank was working a tournament for me once, and it ended, and it was like he had a choice whether to enter like last second. He still had a recap to write, or write a recap, and he chose to do both. And the recap was really good and done faster than most people would do, and he won the tournament.
So certainly
this happened last spring. Not here, somewhere else.
Yeah, capable guy.
Okay, we got Johan here playing some cards. So it's a flip situation. Ace jack suited, backdoor, flush draw, 2 overs. Juha's got to be a little bit happy.
Yeah, pretty safe flop for the sixes. I think we should see Johan continue here with the ace jack, 2 overs in the back door. He does elect to come along, chucking out a 5k chip there, obviously just going to count as a call. Very safe turn there for Helpy, adding a gut shot to his resume and going for a second street of value, looking to get some value / protection versus these kind of holdings, all of the Broadways and the ace highs with the back door and even without.
So Juha denying the equity there.
Yeah, nicely done.
I always enjoy watching Juha play. He's also a gentleman away from the tables as well.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that he goes into lots of different modes. He's capable of playing hyper aggressive, hyper tough. He's also capable of taking a step back and really just kind of, an excellent feel of the game flow. I would sort of characterize his game as. And then certainly in Pot Limit Omaha, even though he's, many years of experience and there are lots of guys coming through, he's still there, and he's still a formidable opponent in that format.
Have you played him in cash games? I know he plays a bit higher than you do, but sometimes he goes down just to have fun. There's no other game running, and your high game is his, still comfort zone, but on the low end of it.
Yeah, I've not seen him in, 10-10 or anything like that as of yet. Played some tournaments with him, and I think he's a great tournament player. He's very, very well aware of the intricacies of how PLO tournaments and cash games differ. I think a lot of the cash game guys come into tournaments and just play a little bit too wild and don't respect the structure, whereas he's very much happy to play the folding game, as I think he should do in tournaments in many spots.
So Sarah waking up with the ladies, with the queens.
Getting a bit stubborn with the ace-jack here. Under the gun versus small blind.
And it's not a player that's been playing out of line pre-flop at once at all.
And she could get into a bit of trouble here. Jack high board, there is 3 clubs, but flushes are obviously a little less common in these positions. It's going to be a lot of hands like ace-king, queens, high pairs, ace-x hands in Matthias's range. He does go for the check with these queens.
Oh.
Quick check back, nice. So she does play some pot control here. Monotone board, don't want to overcommit early. Facing a check raise with this hand would be uncomfortable, to say the least. Now Matthias looking to seek the value with the half pot sizing on the turn, looking to target hands like pocket 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, maybe some lone club holdings.
Yeah.
Yeah. She could have king queen off, ace queen off potentially with the club. That's got a lot of equity. And now we see this nasty looking 8 of clubs. Both players not going to be too happy with that.
Sarah got away with here. I mean, this pot should have been all in, either on the flop or the turn. I mean, it was 20,000 in the pot.
Yeah, 50 behind.
Knappinen with with about 60 in his stack.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think the pre-flop call was a bit loose versus the 3-bet there from the small blind.
Yeah, that I could agree with. But then post-flop, it could have easily, she flops top pair. If you're going to call that 3-bet, you know, it's you're not going to be going anywhere. As you mentioned, the 3 clubs do come into factor, but still, you know, it's
less of a concern, right? It's tight ranges, so there's less suited hands in there. It's more pairs and ace highs and stuff. So, yeah, I agree. I think Knappinen would have probably gone for the check raise on the flop and would have been looking to play for most of it as well. So she managed to dodge a bullet there and still remains with a healthy stack. Over 1.5x starting in a small field. It's a formidable spot to be in.
Maybe they'll move the 5-5-5 final table next to this table so we could see Preet, Parmasto 2 table, the final table, the 5-5-5, and this event.
That's exactly right. I think they will be broadcasting some outer table footage. Got the green light there from Edgar, head of media here, so we will cut across randomly and see what's going on, see if or see how the action is developing over there. A lot of money in play. It's 67,000 up top, right? So it's a serious chunk of change to the winner of the 5-5-5. Another great tournament, another great phase event. You've already had the 200, which my good friend Max got second in. That was 10k up top. Then you had the 350. That was well over 10k up top. And now, of course, the 5-5-5. So things are hotting up as we move towards the main event, of course, which will be coming and broadcasting to you guys over the weekend.
I don't know. Is it better to have 68,000 or to be the king of kings? Like, you're going to blow through the 68,000 by this time next year, but you may not lose the title of being the king of kings.
Yeah, the double king of kings, right? The king of the king of the kings.
Yes.
So it's like...
or maybe the queen of the king of the queen, so we don't know. Ooh. It depends on what Sarah does.
That's a curveball. Yeah, let's see if she can take it down.
Sarah's chip leading. I mean, we have to say Sarah's the underdog, not because she's been playing solid, but we're talking about people with combined probably close to 20 million in cashes.
Yeah, exactly. So it's, you know, I think she's well aware of that. And Krista said that he had some choice words for her, just encouraging her to, you know, she was a bit nervous before the stream table. She's, of course, as we can see from her playing style, she's not scared to get in the mix there, flatting the 3-bet with the ace-jack and kind of getting in a few more pots than at the start. But definitely wise to take a bit of a backseat at the start, which is what she did. Built up some courage, built up some confidence, saw a few showdowns, and she's done a good job of getting herself into the thick of things since then.
And she doesn't look nervous at all right now.
No.
She looks comfortable, looks not necessarily, I know I'm on TV, comfortable. You know, yeah. She looks like she's just playing at a side table, and that's what you want to do. You want to forget about the lights and cameras when you're playing.
Yeah, precisely. It can definitely play havoc with your mindset if you're continually worrying about how you're going to be perceived or what people are thinking about you as they're tuning in. It's good to zone out of that and just play your solid, normal style of poker. So Knappinen here does see the check on the turn. Was correct to slow down there, employ a bit of pot control. But I think the green light on the river as he is reaching for chips, looking to target some ace highs, maybe even a hand like pocket fours. Ace-5, King-5 suited, these kind of hands. He's looking to target, but just taking it down with the bet.
It'll be fun if some of these guys are also on this TV table on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. Going for the double-double.
So Sarah not in the lead anymore, but very close. And it's a 2017 champ right now.
Kai vaihda se merkki nyt. Niin sieltä puhuitte. Tosta me puhuttiin.
Sanoit, että sä tulet sekoon.
Se sekoit ihan just. Laaminen, vaihda kokeile toi merkki.
Miksi tää vaan kertoo, että mä oon aktiivinen?
Ei hidasta ihan saada.
Meillä oli kiire, meillä on ilmaiset juomat, kiva pöytä.
Niin, no joo.
Mitä helvettiä?
Se on kyllä ihan pointti. Vertaan.
Pitääkö antaa?
It's nice.
And definitely we'll be at the karaoke bar. Oh, there is no karaoke bar this year, but we'll be at the after party.
Oh, it's not going to be at Shamrock this time.
No, I believe. I have to remember where it is, but they're switching it up this time.
Oh, that's a shame. Was there a reason for that, or just a bit of something fresh?
Maybe something fresh for the 10th anniversary, maybe expecting more people, because it's always overcrowded there anyway.
Trying to get a seat at the side. All the Finns are sat there talking about hands from the week and stuff. It's pretty hectic.
Me saying I'm not going to go, and then all of a sudden there's shots in front of me and I'm dancing on the stage. I don't know what's happening.
The real Slim Shady. It's going to be in the OlyBet Sports Bar after party on Sunday.
Yeah, cool.
I'm assuming that's a free invite. Welcome to all.
That explains it, though, because why not have it at the OlyBet Sports Bar? They have the venue.
Yep. And they got the capacity there, that's for sure.
Maybe if we can just BYO karaoke machine.
Yeah. Bring the mic from the interviews. Just start doing it with a Marshall. They will have a karaoke machine, we're hearing.
I love this whisper in my head.
Yeah, it's very sensual, isn't it? The dulcet tones.
But props to the whisper in our head, which is the one and only Edgar. Fantastic setup as always. Each time a little bit better.
Yeah, and more efficient. This time job was done in about 3/4 of a day.
Wow.
Whereas before they've had some real legwork getting it done, but yeah.
And no natural.
As we've got plenty more upcoming throughout the week. The 5K high roller, I believe that's going to be tomorrow, right? Or
The 5K high roller, then it's also day 1 of the PLO championship, and then day 2 is the following day, which will be on stream, so it'll be quite good. We'll probably see Juha, I guess, back in the 5K, but maybe he'll play in the main event. You don't know with Juha.
He said he's going to defend his title in the 5K, and he's really looking forward to it.
And Rano is certainly a candidate, but I know he loves the main event as well. So it's hard because they're playing today, and today's also day 1A, the main event, but they'll have other chances to play opening fights, but some of these guys want to have as many chances as possible.
Yeah, they might have their work cut out. There is 5 day 1s for the main event, so with the sort of obligations with this tournament, as well as, like you said, the things like the 5K popping up, the PLO 1K, I'm sure Juha would like to play as well, but it can be a little bit difficult. They might have to play 2 tournaments in one day, which can be quite toilsome.
Interesting flop here. Rana with the flush draw, but we have Cillian there having the best right now with that middle pair. But if Suit was getting cute, could get it quite interesting.
Yeah, blind versus blind, wide ranges, of course, not going anywhere with our flush draw. And Cilliander there with his middle pair is fairly happy, and certainly will be now. Look at this. Absolute gem.
Into the check, sometimes when you see people doing that, it means they have it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I have to watch for that because I'll let him know if I notice that again.
Yeah, really
Not
overselling
the stream,
the
but
passive action per se. Yeah.
He picked up on it too. No more bluffing allowed. Oh, it was a 6 that he had the bluff catcher anyway.
Yeah, he riveted some showdown there. He does beat some hands like Ace King, Ace Jack, King Jack, King 9, 9-8. So just going to knuckle that one back, but bad news this time for Mr. Sutla.
That's one thing I'm actually bad at. It's like I have a few different actions I do, but I'm probably not randomizing them enough that I should always do the same action.
Yeah.
I shouldn't ever overemphasize anything or pretend I'm disinterested when sometimes I am and sometimes I'm not, you know.
But at the same time, you don't want to be one of these robotic, stoic players that are kind of, you know, I wouldn't say killing the game, but certainly it doesn't become as attractive for recreationals or fun players to come and play if there's all of this tanking and...
Oh, that I'd never do.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, you give and you get, right? You might pick up a read on someone else, you might give one away, but it's all a part of the game, so...
If I can't decide in a tournament in 15 seconds, then how am I playing online, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's strange when I see people tanking for 5 minutes on kind of like routine stuff.
Yep. Not even like a big river all-in or something, just like, you know, facing a 3-bet and taking more than 60 seconds. It's criminal, but I think as a whole, the poker world is doing a good job of clamping down on that and putting in sanctions and measures to avoid this kind of shenanigans, let's say.
The big blind ante is the best thing ever invented for tournament poker, because before that, every little stall would be amplified by the fact that the same people that are stalling are the ones that you're going to have to remind to throw in the ante.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that slows everything down.
That was a huge innovation, yeah. Do you know who invented the big blind ante?
I should,
yeah.
but I can't remember, actually. Do you know?
No, I don't.
I thought you were asking and you were going to give an answer.
It wasn't a leading question. I was quite interested. It must be one of the big tournament director guys, I would imagine, or at least one
Maybe
of
it was Matt Savage, but
yeah.
I'm not quite sure. I think it was tried before him. He may be taking credit for it because he was probably the first to do it on a big stage.
Yeah.
And then everybody doing it differently, and then people liking the small blind ante, and then people doing small blind ante for a little while when it was down to 5 players.
Yeah.
No ante heads up, now it's ante all the way. So it's taken a bit of time, but I think it's been fine-tuned quite well.
Yeah, the only one I don't agree with is the heads-up ante and the 3-handed ante. I think it should be a half ante personally.
That's what it used to be.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense, to be honest, because otherwise it's just even more of an advantage for the chip leader. So much more money to win from the pot with such a huge advantage in being able to play more hands aggressively, and even situations where you're just open shoving every hand and literally crippling the short stacks into dust. So Juha goes for the 3-bet with the 10-9 suited there and gets a quick fold out of Rano. We're going to be up to another new blind level here with, I think, 3 levels before the break. So
what's the level number? It's 8 already?
I think it's 8, yeah.
Because I thought it was 9 levels at late reg, but maybe I had it wrong.
Ah, okay, so they have put a stop on it because we were in a bit of a situation where we weren't sure how long late reg would go on for. And we didn't want it to be left open to exploitation for sure, because, you know, if you're re-entering... So it is until the end of level 9.
But we have a break after level 8? That wouldn't make sense either. Okay. So we have a break after level 9. It's not going to be after this level.
That's right, so we've still got another 35 minutes or so of action, and you might see some more risk-taking going on as people are looking to build a stack for after the end of late registration, which then they can use to solidify their chances of making the top 2, which is where the majority of the money is going to be going in terms of the value-added prizes plus the prize pool from the re-entries. So starting to see a bit of a wider open there from Kai Leto with the Queen 4 suited under the gun, and Knappinen having absolutely none of it with the Ace-8 of clubs on the button. Gets the job done.
Are you going to play anything else this week, George?
No, just going to be focusing on the commentary for now. Had my fill. I played a couple of bullets in a few tournaments, and the cash game went horrifically bad, but it was a good game and good action, so No regrets in some ways, but also a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
Lost a pretty big pot there, but it's just the way it goes.
PLO 5?
PLO 5, yeah, 10-10, 20-40, I think they were.
Oh, it hurts at that level.
Exactly. You know, you're getting in these big squeeze pots pre-flop and flopping a good hand, and two guys have got a straight. You're like, oh, okay. Pair me up, dealer, and 2 boards, no luck. So, Johan Carlsen.
Here we go.
Flying it in with the 6s here.
My man.
Taking a bit of a shot in the dark with all of these uncapped ranges behind. Oh dear. Runs into the Cowboys.
The
for
tightest
Sarah.
player at the table.
Yeah, rejams.
Opening it up.
Yeah.
And running into the other tight player at the table.
Yeah, I think you're going to be thinking, I need a 6 at this point, and praying for ace king. Not to be found on this occasion. So
3, 4, 7 for the sweat.
that could be nice. Oh, 6
my
in the
God.
window.
Wow. Even Johan, he's shocked.
6 in the window and a 5. So
Wow,
no
wow,
help.
wow.
Just a king and a king only. And it is paint, but it's the Jack of Diamonds for Johan Carlsen there.
What a player. What a move. This is how you do it.
He just knew.
This is how you win main events.
It was a rather unconventional shove for the 20 big blinds. The raise fold might have been slightly preferred, just because you don't get the chance to see what the Rangers are doing behind. So flinging it in and coming out on top, that's the way you do it.
I need to ask Johan about that, because I think this was just basically he understands how aggressive everybody after him is, and he doesn't want to have to call with the 6s, so he's... It's not actually that terrible. It was, if that's what he was thinking for 18
Yeah,
bigs.
but then on the flip side, if you've got a guy like Silander 3-betting you, you can just fire it in and expect to see a lot of trash 3-bets that are just have to fold. So yeah, it's two sides of the coin. At least in some senses, you deny aggressive action, but in other senses, it's just 6 people to go through. It's quite likely that you run into a stronger hand sometimes.
It's just pure skill game. It would be an educational table, I believe.
Yeah, after him, he has absolute nut-low seat, Johan.
Yeah, it's really tough for him. The seat draw is quite important, I think, in this sit and go, because you got to sit there for the remainder of the tournament. There's no chopping and changing like you would get in the bigger field 5-5-5 that's running alongside on the outer tables. Haven't quite seen what's going on over there, but we're going to get some...
Should we pull up the reports? Because Frank's been busy. He's got every elimination, so we can get a little bit of an up-to-date look.
Maybe with a slight delay.
Yeah, we'll have to do it on a slight... No, this could be in real time, right? Because the 5-5-5's not going to be in stream.
Ah, yes, of course, yeah.
Until much later. And we're going on break soon enough that it wouldn't even matter if we're going to a camera on a side table.
Yeah, I shouldn't cross over. Bad turn card there for Johan Carlsen. Just the worst card in the deck, the ace versus under the gun here. Flopping strong with his king 7, but is facing a very aggressive player who is capable of having bluffs here. You know, just some random hands like 8-7 suited, queen 9, jack 9. Some low pairs as well. May also continue the heat, but shows the goods, and nice discipline lay down there from Johan.
So there's 10 players left right now.
Okie dokes.
The last player out was Manur Tayo.
Oh, okay.
In 11th place with ace 8 versus Sims ace queen.
What nationality is Manur Tayo?
I would have to look a little further up.
Money starts being shoveled down your throat.
Might have been here. Sweden.
Interesting. I also never heard of him, but we could take a look at the chip counts here. It's Silander back on top.
Yep.
He'll be a roller coaster, I'm pretty sure, throughout this. But if he gains enough breathing room, that roller coaster is just going to go one way.
Yeah, and that's all in his direction for sure. He's definitely a capable player, and we'll understand that once we do get to sort of 5 remaining with that bubble of the 1K seat, it's going to be a free-for-all and an all-you-can-eat buffet for the chip leader. So that's why we might have seen from Johan the kind of loosey-goosey shove with the sixes there, just looking to double up and have a chance to be a big stack on the bubble that is upcoming, of course, after the end of level 9. No more registrations in the Showdown event. As Helpy opening it up with the 10-9 from the hijack, facing some action from Kai, but honest action, the pocket 10s. Looks like we are going heads up to a 3-bet pot here. 10-9, peeling the 3-bet out of position. Juha maybe looking to gamble a little bit before the end of the late registration period. And coming up short on 7-5-3. Great board for Kai Leto. Still has a very strong hand in the form of an overpair. Not really too much to worry about apart from sets.
I'm curious about why he did call that 3-bet. I mean, I can understand, let's say, if you don't mind re-entering and then you 4-bet, you even jack up the pot more so you can put some more pressure on flops that you miss, or even when you hit, that you can have that one SPR or something close to it. But it's...
But you're just in no man's land in flattening the 3-bet out of position, right? Dominated by even all the bluffs. Hands like King 10, Queen 10, Ace 10 that could be going for a bit of a move there would have you crushed on a 10 high board. So... yeah, I'm not exactly sure as to what the strategy was there, but Juha is a very well-respected player and certainly will have his own ideas.
And maybe he has some information about how Kai plays buttons. You know, maybe that's his spot that he plays a little bit looser.
Yeah, it's possible.
I mean, everybody plays a little bit looser on there anyway, but...
for sure. Matthias with the ace-queen and the chip lead for now. Actually, it might be Cylinder,
yeah,
right?
Cylinder's in the lead. That might change just, though, if everybody folds here.
Yeah,
it's that close at the moment. Oh, no,
oh,
it's not.
wow,
Cylinder
this could be a rather annoying situation developing for Knappinen. And he's been getting shown bluffs by Cylinder for the last couple of hours, so... are we calling? Are we taking it upstairs? Do we want a 4-bet call? Certainly not. So I think the only option really is to just call, take a flop in position, keep the range wide. And by that I mean we keep in hands like ace 10, ace 8 suited, ace 5, maybe some queen jacks. And look at that. Ace high board, rainbow texture, just absolute gin for Knappinen. And he certainly might be taking that chip lead, as you mentioned. Yeah, just a little call the C-bet, nothing to see here kind of play.
Oh my God.
Absolute sickener as the king rears its mighty head on the turn.
And this looks so much just like he's barreling with air. I mean, it looks the same exact thing. I know I said I had a read before, but this is the same. It's no read at all.
He's got queen jack, jack 10. He's also going to potentially c-bet a hand like ace jack for the second barrel. So rather an uncomfortable situation now for Knappinen emerging. He's absolutely stone cold dead. Certainly can't be folding the turn, but once the river jam comes, and it certainly will, any river, even the 10 of course, can't be too worried about queen jack. Once this jam comes, Knappinen is in a whole lot of bother.
Here we go.
Yeah,
he could see it right away. He's just like shakes his head with that smile
because he understands the capability of his opponent, but he's a great hand reader, and he's looking at this board and he's thinking, where are the bluffs coming from? It has to be queen 9 suited, jack 9 suited, even queen jack gets there. Jack 10, queen 10, rivering a pair. Would they shove? Trying to get you to fold an ace?
But would he be doing this with air too?
Yeah, but the air would be 3-betting small blind versus under the gun, right? So it's like, it's just so hard to have air. Maybe 7-6 suited is the like one of the only combos I can think of, like a queen 9. But yeah, this is just brutal.
Even ace king could be betting like this, you know.
Ace king for
but
sure.
I think ace king would have played it exactly the same as the kings did.
Yeah, and ace-jack probably checks the river as well. It would be a bit too thin to go for the 3-bet and 3 streets of value for the full stack, first versus second. So I think Knappinen, whilst his hand looks really strong and he even blocks a hand like queen-jack, he just beats no value here. So it's a pure bluff catcher, and you know, when it's really difficult to identify the bluffs, that's when you're in this painful situation that we see before us. And that's Sealander's table presence getting paid off there. And all of the work he did in those opening levels, showing the bluffs, goofing around a little bit, calling 3-bets with Jack 5 off, that's what's getting him paid here. I don't think Knappinen is flicking that one in versus many of the other players at the table. And so
maybe Rano.
Maybe Rano, yeah, maybe. But just an awful run out and a cooler in many ways.
Well, hopefully he gets back in. There's a lot of value for him to do so. He's definitely one of the players that plays all the main events here, so I don't think there's any bankroll considerations. And from an EV perspective, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, it's very high, right?
It doesn't get better. I mean, it's you got all this added value with some few people. The added value alone is almost at 2,000 euros a person.
Yeah, and you'd be jumping in with that 50k starting stack as 6th out of 7 with top 4 paid. So it's not an insurmountable task to even jump back in for 550 and then get the 1k seat. And that was a pretty good use of your time, right, for a couple of hours work. So
it's rake free too. It's just 500.
Oh, 500, lovely, even better.
Yeah, they rolled out the carpet. And the money all goes to the prize pool. There's no percentage or anything. It's
a nice touch.
Yes.
You can decide it now. You don't need to ask Teres already. You don't need to ask. You can decide on this last three.
I love how Juha's like. Usually he's always like, he'll talk a little bit, but he's always very not kitchen table kind of player. You know, and this is like he's treating this like I'm playing with my friends at the kitchen table.
Exactly. Yeah. Having some fun, making his opinion heard. I think that they were maybe discussing some kind of format regulations on whether or not they're going to be able to get back in or not, this kind of thing. So he does go for the shove here with the ace-deuce.
Is Rano calling already? No. Okay. That would have been a little bit ridiculous.
Tries to get away with showing the deuce there, and Rano's like, I've played this game before. You've either got another deuce or an ace. So ship it over. And certainly it was correct in that assumption. Juha, though, picking up a nice pot.
Maybe he's not coming back.
No, here he is.
Okay. Maybe went to the toilet. It takes a little time to wash the hands and.
Yeah. A little splash of water on the face. Let's get back in there. Let's get back in the game. It's a brutal hand to have to face versus Sealander in particular. Seeing the king roll off on the turn, bad news for Knappinen, but does rejoin the action.
Have you checked out that wall of fame right outside the TV table?
Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice feature. It's it kind of reminds me of, I've never actually been to Vegas, but it reminds me of when you see some of the coverage there of the main event winners in these huge sort of posters in many ways, right? It just adds that level of prestige to the tournament, and I think that over the last 10 years, Kings of Tallinn has certainly set itself out as the premier destination for Northern European poker, but you know, I was looking on some of the outer tables in the main event getting started today. You've got Harry Lodge, Paul Newey from my neck of the woods. You know, these guys are playing huge events.
Was Vivi playing today, Saliba?
Ah, she's here as well, yeah. So she won
Cabrera's still in the 5x5, so he's not playing yet.
Yeah, she won the ring. I went deep in Rosvadov, and you know, she goes, yeah, she won the PLO there. That was good to see. She played really well.
She's definitely in my top 5 female players list at the moment.
Yep, absolutely.
Foxen is everybody's number 1, and then you can argue after that, I think. I don't think it's really that debatable.
Yeah, Maria Lampropoulos.
Maybe you can debate that, but I still have Foxen high. You know,
yeah,
it has to be.
She's really at the top of the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, but Maria would be in the top 5 as well.
Yeah.
And who knows if Sarah can defeat this like amazingly difficult field.
Puts her name in the reckoning,
It could
because
it could be snapping the top 100.
This could be a 10K final table.
Exactly.
You know, like with this lineup, it's a pretty tough lineup. And Sarah's saying, "Show me your hand. I paid. Roll him over."
Leander's never too shy. It doesn't take too much to get him to show his cards, actually.
No, exactly. But a little bit sheepish in this sense, where he's just got the 8 high and he was rifling one through, but unfortunately not working on this occasion.
But it got her to relax a little more, laugh along. Because even though she looked relaxed, she wasn't interacting as much with the
and that's
with the guys, because she's not playing in these open events as much as they are. So they all know each other for so many years.
And it really helps to when you sit down in a buy-in or a level that you're not accustomed to win a few pots early on, you know, and to kind of get that positive chain of events going. It definitely, from my experience, and I'm sure yours as well, you know, if you sit down in a big cash game or a big tournament, just fills you with confidence once you do start to pull a few big pots in your direction.
I just try not to let that confidence now cloud my decision making, because if you're overconfident, it's also not a good thing.
It's exactly. It's so many sides of the coin in that regard. You can be overconfident and maybe, you know, get a little bit too loosey-goosey in spots that you're unfamiliar with versus tough players. But also on the other side, you need some driving force to remind you that, hey, I'm here for a reason. I paid my entry, and you know, why can't I beat these guys? So heads up, dominating situation for Helpy, but a great
Not anymore.
flop. Yeah, exactly. That's a slight favorite for Johan now. And the 9-5 deuce. It's quite disconnected, so I'm still going to see a lot of bets here, out of position. The more connected textures, you likely see under the gun play heavy check, but I think especially with this combo, folding out ace highs, folding out king highs, starting to build a pot with good equity, certainly can't go wrong with firing out the bet there. So last level of re-entry, as we've had 4 so far. 2 from Rano, 1 from Juha Helpy, and 1 from Knappinen. So do you think Silander's going to run away with it, or do you foresee some other theatrics coming into play?
Well, I think he's going to be here long enough to have about 5 or 6 more drinks at a minimum, so we can at least gamble on how many more drinks he has at the TV table. But I think in general, it's his to lose now. It's he's so tough when he has chips, and it doesn't matter even who you are at that point. You know, I've seen him just steamroll. Of course, it just takes a cooler. The blinds are going fast, so it's not a lock on it by any means, but he would be close to an even money favorite, I would say, at this stage.
I agree, and I think that because of the fact that we're going to be playing for quite a quick bubble as well, right, for the 1K seats quite quickly for the top 4, that means that there's so many short stacks out there, sort of between 30 and 70K. With the structure going, increasing in blinds, so it's going to be 1K, 2K next, then it's going to be 2,500, 3K. He's in such a dominating situation right now. So I think, I wouldn't be laying him at even money here for sure. I'd want a bit of juice on my bet, right?
Oh, wow, okay, so it's even beyond that. With 7 left, that's that's even that's mad respect for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's
because I know how much you respect Juha and Rano and the other guys as well. But those 2 in particular, I know you have you put them higher than I think the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I think it's just because of the ICM and the bubble that's going to come into play so fast. It's such a dominating position to have. I think he's got a third of the chips in play already, or actually more than a third. He's got 4 and a bit stacks, so yeah, it should be relatively one-sided traffic, I would say. But let's see how things develop.
We can give him a penalty every time he's standing up, and maybe that'll slow him down and make it fair for everybody else.
I think he's just trying to get some attention from the bar, right?
Oh, that would help my bet that I don't have placed.
Yeah. So some interest
nice
here.
flop here for Juha.
Yep, flatting
And
the ace-8 suited
better.
and flopping Jin here, and also Jin in the fact that Knappinen has some equity here with this gut shot. So do see a bet from Knappinen. And rather relaxed looking call there from Juha, as if to say, yeah, I'll come along for one more. Even turns a flush draw to boot. He couldn't have more of a lock on this board if he tried. Knappinen, though, with 10 high and the potential to start to put some pressure onto, you know, maybe a hand like... It's tough to say, actually. There's not much air in Juha's range when he calls the flop here, but we do have 10 high. There should be some hands like King-Queen that come along for one, maybe.
If he bet more, he would maybe get one of those flush draws off, but this is too light for getting even a draw off.
Yeah, I think he's just going to fire through on a diamond now, and obviously the 7 would be the Jin card for him, but the ace on the river... I mean, it's an interesting card, right? Because it makes it less likely that Juha's holding an ace, but at the same time, what on earth is he calling 2 streets with here? You do unblock spades, so hands like Queen Jack of spades, Jack 10 of spades, Queen 10 of spades are all snap folds, and he does go for the full shebang and gets shown the nuts. A little needle on the way down.
What did he say? I didn't hear you.
It says he has to show all. Come on. I called him. It's a tournament.
Juha's always about the rules, to be fair, so I think he's actually a little bit serious.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of banter and a bit of
bit of each, yeah.
Yeah.
But Juha believes in fair play more than most.
Yeah, absolutely. As a sort of, even, you know, you could say old school, but that kind of usually has some kind of denouncing quality where, like, the game's been and gone past the player. He is old school, but he's still at the top of the game. So
one might say he's more relevant today than he was even 15 years ago when he was on top of the game.
Yeah, or when he won in 2018, I believe, here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone on to many great things since then, even at a slightly older age than most of the people coming through the ranks at that kind of point in their career.
It's him and Patrick. Those are the two you hear about most, but there's a lot of big Finnish players, and I would argue that neither of the two of them, that's the ones that we don't hear about, are, let's say, technically more sound, but these guys are still going to do better when it comes to the big rollers. A, they know how to get invited to the right games, and B, against tough competition, they're fearless. So it's much different than, you know, someone that's dominating above average talent than someone that's dominating super high talent.
Yeah, true. It's a good question, actually. Would you take a guy that's playing, you know, a $200 ABI online, a strong Finnish reg, or Juha in a live 50K? And I would probably go with Juha, to be honest.
It's not even to think.
Yeah,
but in a 1K, it would probably be the other guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though Juha can win the 1K if it's a PLO, Juha takes every event that he enters seriously. Even though he's joking around a little bit now, we could see he's playing seriously for the most part.
So Sara with the small isolation of Knappinen, who's firing in that 10-9, looking to double up or re-enter. Does have the 10.
I'm not sure which he wants, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of close, isn't it? Because actually it's a good point. He gets so much more value from the 50K stack than kind of being forced to continue.
Yeah, because re-entry is almost over.
Yeah, and with the majority of the prize pool in added prizes, it's such a juicy re-entry, especially as the end of late registration is looming.
I think Rano was just trolling him as he was leaving. I don't know what he said, but maybe to the like that now you've pretty much tied me.
Yeah, exactly. Now at least there's someone with multiple re-entries.
So Juha's in for an extra. It's Rano for 2 extra, and now Knappinen with his...
yeah, and I think the shrewd play here would just to be wait 12 minutes and max late reg rather than firing off another bullet, so that you realize a little bit more of the added prize pool.
Yeah, you don't want to really be in for 2K.
No,
well,
exactly.
Well, it's 1,500, but because the first one's free.
Yeah. Yeah, so whether or not he does do that. I've played a lot with him online. I think he's probably going to come in quite late now.
Yeah, and you have to re-enter. That's not even an option. Even though we did the math just now and said, 1,500, but each bullet's its own separate decision.
Even if it was his last 500, I think you just got to go for it, you know, like it's such a plus EV registration for sure. So we got some multi-way action here, and Sarah with pretty much a lock on things with the top two. Matthias could turn some equity and does. There's a gut shot for Sealander, but I think now is the time for Sarah with the double flush draw texture. The board is wetter than an otter's pocket to start seeking the value.
And then she got folds before even the chip came out of her hand. I've seen that a few times. Like the graphics aren't updating just because we have no idea really what the bet mounts are because by the time the dealer would even say what they are, the cards are already folded. So I have in the reports P4 bet, and I don't know exactly because it was a snap shove right after and a snap call.
Chips flying.
Who else do you have joining today, George? You have other guests, or is it going to be a little bit of a wise guy? Maybe I'll pop back as well.
Yeah, I think yourself, Andreas. I think Lena Olofsson wanted to come in for a bit of commentating later on. But yeah, I'm happy to be joined by whoever. I don't mind going solo. It's much more better when you have the dual comms. Bit more extra energy, I think.
Unfortunate for Sealander there, not getting any love from his Cowboys, but he has nothing to complain about. Nearly 200,000 chips in his stack.
Ja sitten se viimeisessä on blindin, sit sä oot silleen, kaikki on silleen, joo, kyllä, mitä Massa teki 84. Thank you.
Got the finish corner over here, so we have 3 fins in. For if we have Knappinen come back before the break. I'm pretty sure he'll come back. Or am I on mute right now?
No, I think you're all good to go.
So Sealander with the fish hook. So he had kings the hand before, now the fish hooks.
Finding some hands, especially. So good to find hands in this stage as well, just before the re-entry, where you're likely to get some looser action as well. But ace-10 and king-queen, formidable hands for sure.
Oh.
Juha coming up trumps once again with his ace. Rivering a full house versus Knappinen to get a double up, and now flopping trips multi-way. Sealander goes for a little feeler bet there, multi-way with the 5k with the jacks. A bet designed to get hands like king-queen and king and queen x to fold, get some value from flush draws, and does get raised by Juha and is going to come along. So a jack and a jack only, or it could be a pretty dicey spot here for Sealander. As even the flush now completes, so it's going to be tough to think of hands that he's crushing.
That was a good card. It slowed down the action, actually.
Yep.
But now he's going to face a river bet by Juha once he checks, unless he's going to just turn his hand into either value. I don't know what he'd be doing. It's like such a merged range if you bet here.
Yeah, he might block and, maybe expect some hands like an 8 to raise the flop, or a pocket 5s or a pocket 7s, but I think we're reaching a little bit. I think the conventional line is to check or bet like 10% pot here. Let's see what he goes for. I always think it's so face up when people bet like 10% in this spot, because would you really do it with a flush or ace king?
I like this, so I like a bet here.
He goes for the one big blind kind of.
Because he knows Juha's not likely to raise him if he...
Yeah.
Unless he has the ace of the flush.
Yeah, Juha even just calling with the ace-10.
setting the price.
Yeah, so that's it. It's kind of a more of a defensive style. I'm probably going to lose, but at least if I lose less. So I'm surprised that Juha just called there, but just goes to show how strong that strategy is by forcing your opponent to have to make an uncomfortable raise with a hand like Ace-10, and instead just calling and saving a bit of money, because it would have been in a tough spot versus a meaty sized bet, and I'm sure Juha would have been betting way north of 6k.
Yeah,
having been checked to there.
So it looks like Nappinen is going to take your advice, assuming the break is after this level. And as I say that, of course, he has his freaking payout seating assignment.
Yeah, but he did take 5 minutes out, so I think he was aware that, you know. Also in this, there's a little bit of an etiquette thing. Do you really want to be the EV hunter that's jumping in with 1 second to go? It doesn't leave a great taste, you know. It's kind of a family-friendly kind of vibe. So,
but I think you have a little leeway with that. If you're like 10 minutes to the break, you know, you then can take a 25-minute break or something, and you can grab a bite to eat or catch up with your wife or your children or your mom or whoever you want to.
Exactly.
Interesting here. Johan with the best of it, but facing Mr. I Can Bet Anything.
Yeah, and Sealander there, as I was...
He calls with the 5-3, just floating it.
Yeah. Going to peel one off, turn to 3. Goes for another small, kind of hopeful bet. Carlson here with the ace-jack. Definitely going nowhere. He's thinking, actually, do I want to turn my hand into a value raise now? This sizing isn't really aligning with stronger hands than ace-jack, such as the queens, kings, aces, and 10x, likely to be wanting to try and play for stacks on the river. So definitely something to be read into when you look at this size. And I really like this raise here to 15k.
And a snap call.
Yeah, and he knows that the snap call is somewhat unlikely to be a 10. Might consider other options. And ace-jack on the river now, so only worried about a hand like king-queen. He beats everything else with 33 behind and 47 in there. Do we go for the shove here? Moments before the end of late registration. I think we're kind of forced to. We want to get value from hands like ace-king, ace-queen. I mean, the way Matthias has been playing, he could even just have like a hand like ace-9 or ace-8 that was just going for a complete non-belief bet call on the turn. And we do see this kind of...
This is strange,
custom
because if he
sizing.
just gets called, then he was wrong. I mean, he's never getting called if he's wrong, I guess. That's what he's thinking. But it's very strange that you could potentially leave yourself with 13,000 and the clock running out.
Yeah. I guess what he's trying to do is trying to make it look like it could conceivably be a bluff. You know, like a 9-8 or an 8-7 that doesn't want to fully commit but wants to get some fold equity from lower pocket pairs.
Ooh, wow, he gets paid.
Okay,
I did not see that one coming.
I think I'm going to have to eat some humble pie after my raving recommendation of him steamrollering through the table, and now all of a sudden he's right back in the pack with 130k.
Yeah, that was a kind of an ambitious call on both the turn and the river. I mean, it's not like Johan is incapable of check raising and with air on a turn, but
yeah, queen 9, queen 8, 8-9.
What were you ahead of there?
Yeah, just some missed straight draws. Really shouldn't really be anything else in that check raise turn line. So again, another misstep there from Sealander, but still with a healthy stack, well above average. As you can see on the right-hand side, current average stack is 85k at the 1k, 2k stage of proceedings.
I tried to make my hand look like a straight
An interesting Rano is now, I think, the tightest on the table.
Yeah,
you know, he completely switched from being the loosey-goosey in the very beginning, but
going through the gears somewhat, I think.
Yeah, but very extremely so.
Yeah.
Let's see if Kai 3 bets here. He's just going to call. It wouldn't have worked out too well for him if he did 3 bet in that spot, but it doesn't mean that we're going to look at this results oriented either.
No, absolutely.
The one thing I don't think he's going to do is call. It's either going to be a 3-bet or a fold. Fold is fine there.
Yeah, agree.
You gotta trust the instinct.
Conservative, but definitely an option.
You would have peeled?
I think peeling or 3-betting, considering what we're seeing from Helpy, is definitely getting a bit wider. Or these guys don't
Look
have...
how dangerous it would have been for him. That's an example of why you don't peel king-queen.
What if he had queen-8 suited, though? Then it's, you know, then you're coming up trumps. But yeah, again, it's... I don't think I would have been able to help myself from squeezing there. I think we're...
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. It's a squeeze is fine. But now look at the river. He would have got him there. He should have 3-bet jam, gotten called by Helpy. We're being completely results-oriented.
Punished.
Helpy down to like 30K, crying that he can't re-enter because time is running out.
I think we just have to bluff with the 7-6 here. He does give it up.
I don't blame him, actually. It's...
yeah, the problem is that
like he would get called with anything but a massive overbet.
The
and
issue
even
is,
then,
yeah, you block 7s and 6s, which is kind of the hands that are folding that you're targeting. But yeah, it's just hard to resist putting chips in the pot when you're at the river with 7 high versus a passive line. So he does manage to avoid disaster. Ace Queen, of course, not going anywhere in that spot, but. Here we do have 45 seconds left, so it's going to be the last hand of the re-entry. Are we going to see last 3 hands?
7-way all in.
Yeah.
Oh, not this hand. We have 3 hands. Okay, so it'll be a 7-way all in and 2 more hands.
What's the
you
price?
Heard it here
what's
first.
the price on Sealander being all in the next 3 hands?
Ooh.
Could we have a little? Give me 3 to 1.
That he's going to be all in the next 3 hands.
Yeah.
You want 3 to 1.
3 to 1. Yeah, he's got a lot of chips.
That's true. I'll give you 3 to 1.
Okay.
But what are we betting? Money or drink?
An undisclosed amount with my fingers underneath.
Okay. So I have to chop off all my fingers and toes. Please do not go all in, Siliander. I want to have all my limbs.
An eye for an eye.
And since it's 3 to 1, I don't even have enough fingers and toes, so I'm afraid what you're going to cut off next.
Yeah, well, I'll be coming for you. Don't worry about that.
Fuck
me. In the dead of the night. You have to sleep with one eye open tonight.
Sleep with one eye open.
Ripping your pillow tight. And yeah, we'll save that one for the OlyBet bar on Sunday maybe.
So I got away with 1. I have to sweat 2 more, and I get to keep all my fingers.
Yeah, I think is it 3 from now? Yeah.
Oh, crap!
Yes.
I was trying to figure out how I'm going to play poker without my fingers. It's going to be awfully hard.
I mean, there's guys that do it.
That's true.
It was the guy with the no arms. Who's,
yeah, but then you can have somebody help you, actually.
Yeah, that's true. So
and I don't need to use my brain anymore either, so I might
in
actually
disguise.
do a little better.
Yeah, yeah. Selling yourself short, having already taken down one of the tournaments this week. The pot limit stud. Not for the faint-hearted.
That'll be a trophy that I treasure. I'm going to be honest with you. That one means something to me.
I completely agree, actually. Like, I've had a couple of Hold'em trophies, but it's the Sveton one that I pride myself on the most, because it's, you know, it's not an easy game. You got a lot of guys that have been playing for many more years and know their way around, much more better technically, but it's just so nice to win a mixed game tournament. You feel like you've really won the mental battle in some ways. In Hold'em, you just win a few flips, and all of a sudden, that's, you know, you're there on the main stage. But
I have a fucking sweat here, though. Look at this. Juha has him covered, and this is not good.
Let's go some spades, baby.
Does it count if it's a chop pot?
Just he has to be all in.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, he needs to say the words all in. So we need a spade.
Come on, check the turn, Siliander. Oh, no, this is...
Oh, what about a 7? And then they're both going to have the nuts, and it's going to be...
Oh, no. Anything but a 7.
7!
Or an ace is just as bad, actually.
Yeah, an ace would have been a disaster as well.
Okay, this is not good. This shouldn't be going anywhere unless there's a complete leveling war.
Yeah. Okay, so you're safe on this one, Mr.
That was
Gladser.
a close one.
Running the wave this week. Do we have a late all-in here from Sealander?
No, it's Rano stretching, doing his yoga exercises, getting ready for break.
Yeah.
Maybe going out to do some hacky sack in the snow.
Yeah, got the yoga mat out in the snow.
Tarjei was back with the hacky sack. The weather doesn't stop him.
No?
No, it was mostly indoor to be fair, but I got him to do it outdoor too. I'm like, you can't do hacky indoor. You have to be willing to get. You're just not good enough if you're worried about your hacky sack getting wet in the snow.
Did you make him take his shoes and socks off as well?
No, no.
Okay, because that's like the Viking level of cold exposure, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want him to go to the hospital over playing hacky sack.
Yeah, exactly. He's the one losing his digits there, right?
Yeah. Speaking of losing digits, we have one hand to go, and they're all safe.
Come on. Let's see it. Give me something suited, booted, and ready for action. Sarah out the way. So, Johan Karlsson opening it up. Oh, the snap into the muck from Sealander. That's a beat, but we move on regardless. Queen 9 for Knappinen out the way. Bit of.
Oh, this was a boring last hand.
Yeah, a bit of.
I mean, it was 5-4 winning. It was Johan, but it was a very nice couple hours, I have to say. Despite that last hand, it was
I think
a
we
lot
got
of
one
action.
more.
Oh no,
One
really?
more to go. The little miscount there.
Did we not know how to count the 3, or they don't know how?
I think.
Or was it 4?
I think you were still counting the one that was whilst the clock was ticking.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you had this premonition of winning the pod limit stud, right? When you bust out from the hold'em, you're like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna."
Before I entered the hold'em.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, yeah.
I said, "This is what's going to happen. I'm going to double up, and as soon as I bust out, I'm going to run over and win the stud."
You haven't been out in India doing visualization practices by any chance, have you?
No, but I've been doing a lot of self-thought lately,
Okay,
so maybe that's helped.
That's good. And yeah, it looks like you are safe for the bet. So congratulations, sir.
You may not see me back. I'm going to take all your fingers now and go celebrate.
Good luck with that.
I have my security guard wise guy here. It's okay.
We do have, unfortunately, a witness. So, 3-bet from Sarah here with the
There we
ace
go.
deuce.
I like this.
I love it.
Frisky.
What's Juha going to do
This
here?
is the first time she's 3-bet a little bit late.
Yep.
And a good spot to do so.
Is Juha, I mean, this would take some serious knowledge if he was able to find a 4-bet here. Show the deuce.
Show the deuce. Oh, yeah, show 1. Is it the deuce? Oh, zoom in. Is it the deuce?
I think it was an ace because he kind of nodded his head.
So I guess it's going to close out at 12. Preet still has time to bust out quickly from the 5-5-5 to get in too, of course.
Hopefully not for his sake.
He could 2-table it now, though, because it's right next door.
Yeah, a little multi-table live action. So thanks for joining us here. That's going to be the end of late registration for our showdown. And we do have, of course, action continuing soon. Playing for 6,000 euros in added value up top, plus the prize pool from the re-entries. We're going to be back after a short break.
Peace.
Hey everybody, it is Jason Glatzer, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here at the Kings of Tallinn. It is the 10th anniversary of this iconic event here at the Hilton Tallinn Park and OlyBet's flagship home, Olympic Park Casino. Behind us, we have the lovely Kings of Tallinn merch shop. That will be open starting tomorrow, where you can get your Kings of Tallinn gear. As you head up the stairs, you will notice that there is something special. Each previous Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn winner is honored with their name on the stairs, so you can walk through history as you enter into the tournament arena. And behind us, you'll see that we have the fantastic TV table at the Kings of Tallinn. There'll be 4 full days of streaming along with some bonus coverage of the Royal Showdown. The Royal Showdown is a nice addition for the 10th anniversary. All the previous Kings and Queens of Tallinn winners were invited to battle it out for ultimate supremacy, so you'll be able to check that out on Tuesday, February 25th, but they'll be streaming on the 26th, the 27th, and of course on March 2nd will be the final table of the 1 million guaranteed main event. We are entering the main ballroom here at the Kings of Tallinn, where in just a few days' time, the main event will take place. How excited are you about the 10th anniversary of this iconic event?
Oh, it's so super exciting. It's a great fun, and also to already see so many players coming in there. So we're looking at records in most of the big tournaments. We also have a 1 million guarantee in the main event this year. So good times, Jason.
I might not be a poker king, but you certainly can be at the Kings of Tallinn and earn your rightful seat into this throne with 64 numbered events for the 10th anniversary at the 2025 Kings of Tallinn. The main event, €1 million guaranteed prize pool, will be following that throughout the week. All the side events, results, news, and more. Check it out at OlyBetEvents.com, along with our media partner, Poker.pro.
Teresa, we have a new game this time in the festival, and it's called 5-card stud. And in Finnish, I also learned it. It's sökö or sökö nullo.
Yeah.
Getting good at Finnish with the new games. But can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, so this is a 5-card stud game. It's a traditional Finnish game, but it's actually originated from Canada, I think, North America. So some people call it Canadian stud, but in Finland it's called sökö. And we've had the sökö before in the schedule, but now we have also introduced sökö nullo. And for the very first time, we have sökö nullo also in the Kings of Tallinn schedule included. And it's sökö low. So basically what we're doing is we have a tournament that has one round of each, sökö high and sökö low.
Can you maybe show us how the game works, how it goes?
Yeah, so first of all, people usually ask like, what's the nuts? What's the best hand? So the nuts in sökö nullo, which is the low version of sökö, that would be, there you go, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
So it can't be a straight.
Yeah. So in sökö, in the traditional sökö, you have also a 4-card straight and 4-card flush. In this low version, you got to watch out for any straights, any flushes, any pairs, or anything. So basically, you're looking for the lowest possible hand. Ace is considered a bad card, a high card. So you're looking for the lowest possible hand, but you can't make even a 4-card straight. So therefore, the nuts would be 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. And because it's a 5-card stud game, the initial deal is 1 card down and 1 up. And eventually, the players would get this. So this is the final sökö. It's 1 card down and 4 up. And that goes for both high and low.
Okay. And how many draws then? How many times? Or can you see that one as well?
Yeah, I mean, the initial deal is would be So this would be the initial deal, and after that, the dealer would place 1 more. You got a betting round, 1 more betting round, and then 1 final betting round, and then that's it. And so it's a very straightforward game because you have quite a lot of information there, but still it seems to be quite tricky with this low version. So it's going to be interesting to see how players do on this one.
I have one question. You said it's a traditional Finnish game, but is it popular as well?
It used to be back in the days before Texas Hold'em was introduced and came more into Europe overall. So like, let's say 70 to 100 years ago, Sökö was the game that they played in Finland a lot. But nowadays it's not so played anymore because Texas Hold'em is the most popular.
Yeah, but we are bringing Sökö back.
We're bringing, yes.
Yeah, we're bringing it back.
Definitely bringing Sökö back.
Scott, I'm so happy that I met you the last time you were here in Tallinn as well, so I can make you teach me how to play open-faced Chinese pineapple now.
And the good thing is, the last tournament I played live was an open-faced Chinese tournament, and I won it. So I'm in good. Yeah, so I'm in good shape to teach you today.
Perfect. Yeah. So can you just show me how it goes?
Okay. So first and foremost, you know the hand rankings for poker, yeah? Mm-hmm. So we're gonna make 13 cards. We're gonna have 5-card hand, 5-card hand, 3-card hand. Mm-hmm. The back hand has to be the strongest. The middle has to be the next strongest. The top has to be the weakest. That's all we're looking for. But it's normal hand rankings for poker. Mm-hmm. So we start with 5 cards. We have to use all 5 cards to start with. And we can do this face up just so that we can show everyone sort of how it works.
Ooh, I like to see red.
Yeah, so you have a lot of hearts there. So what are you thinking when you see this?
Can I use all of them?
You have to use all of them.
So I would do like this to make it like flush.
Exactly. You have a really strong start with 4 to a flush. Have a weak card in the middle, and then maybe we get some queens or aces up top.
What about you?
For mine, I have a lot of diamonds. It's not great starting hand, actually, especially because I see you have a lot of hearts here, but I think I have to go like this.
So it's important always to check out what the other players have.
It's very important not only to check what your cards are, but also to check your opponents, because let's say further down the line, it might be that you're going for some pairs or something, but if you see that a lot of the other cards have gone, you want to make sure that you avoid those. So now we're going to get 3 cards next. You have to use 2 of these 3. You're going to throw one away. Okay. Normally they would be dealt face down, but I'm going to deal them face up just so that we can show everybody what the cards are.
Come on.
So we have to use 2 of these. This is very good for me, by the way, because that completes my flush.
Okay.
So what are you thinking when you look at these? King up top, obviously, yes. And we always put it to the side.
I would use the deuce.
So again, look at my cards for what you have here. So you have a choice between a 2 and an 8, and indeed I have an 8. So yes, throw the 8 is a very good choice. And for me, I'm just completing my flush. I'm very happy with that. So we get another 3.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah.
You make the first hand that you get dealt is 5 cards.
Yeah.
You use 5, then you get 3. You have to burn 1.
Yeah. It's always going to be that after the first 5, you're going to get dealt 3 every time. You have to use 2. You have to throw 1. Now you have an interesting choice because yes, this is actually perfect. Yes, yeah, I really like this. There are a couple of hearts gone, but still the hearts are very live. We are going to need to make 2 pair in order to make the kings valid. The interesting point with this, by the way, when we play progressive pineapple like we are playing, if you get queens up top or better, you get into fantasy land. Fantasy land is where you get all of your cards in your hand, and that's really, really powerful. So it's important that you do try and get a strong hand up at the top so that you can get all those cards in your hand. Because the last tournament that I won, I got 13 cards in my hand. I made a royal flush out of 13 cards. I got 14 cards in my hand. I made trips up top, and trips up top is a lot of points. Worth noting, by the way, that the way the game works, it's based on royalties. You have points. So the stronger your hand is, the more points you're going to make. So kings up top is really good. If you can make this, this would be super nice.
I can.
So you're throwing the 9.
Do we have one more round to go?
We're going to have a couple more rounds to go. Mine is not the greatest because in the middle I'm struggling. And the flush would be no good in the middle anyway. So I'm actually gonna have to keep the 4 even. Oh no, but all the 4s are gone actually. I think then I'm just gonna burn this up at the top, try and leave as much space in the middle. So 3 more cards.
Come on, yay! You got my heart.
Oh, very strong.
What I need.
So all you're gonna need,
middle.
you're just gonna need to make 2 pair in the middle or trips to make your hand live.
Okay.
So what are you thinking?
There's a 3.
There is a 3.
9, so I would probably do it like
I like that choice. That's a really good choice.
Yay.
And then for me, this is pretty good because I can put aces in the middle, which means if I get a queen now, I would get into Fantasyland. So that's pretty decent. So final draw. I'm going to do these down actually so that you can sweat them.
Yeah, the sound of Fantasyland is like so luring.
Fantasyland would be lovely. If we can get you a Fantasyland and show the Fantasyland as well. Oh, you've got it as well.
Yay!
Very nice.
And I
Very
still
nice.
need to use
And just
one
put
of
anything
this,
up top, yeah. I mean, you go for the higher one because why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then I need a queen to get into my Fantasyland.
Do we have it there?
No fantasy for me. So, you are now going to get 14 cards in your hand, and then you get to make the hands from that. So we'll do one fantasy. I'm going to sort of ignore what my hand is.
I made it to Fantasyland.
Fantasyland is. That was so amazing.
So this is the Fantasyland round.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So this is what I have, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have a flush.
No flush there.
Do I have a straight?
You do have a straight. You have a few straights actually. It's a shame that you're short of 1 diamond. 1 diamond would have been nice because then you could have made flush and straights. You have an extra diamond.
Yeah, but I can just make the flush
You got the
down.
straight there.
The straight down here.
Yeah.
Then make it.
It's not the best fantasy, unfortunately.
It's not.
I've seen a lot better. You've just got a pair of queens, pair of 6s.
Yeah, you can help me with
It's probably
that.
only
You're
this.
the pro here.
You get points for it, so the straight's worth 2 points at the back. The 6s is worth 1 point. Unfortunately, it's really not much points at all. I'm wondering, is there anything better we can do? But you're missing 1 diamond. If you had 1 diamond, you could
They
make
can-
flush straights, then you're getting a lot more points.
I have one question.
Yeah.
During the tournament, do I have to keep my own score, or the dealer helps me?
The dealer
or how?
does it for you. I mean, as always, the dealer is there to help you out. So the dealer does everything for you. They'll calculate the scores. Obviously, it's good to check it just in case you're not sure. But yeah, the dealers are really helpful. And I have to say, so I played this in February here.
Yeah.
And the dealers are very, very good. They know what they're doing.
And they
so
support you.
anyone that's not sure what they're doing, you can always trust in the dealer to look after you.
And if you need help, then you can always call Scott.
Yeah.
Peter, I remember when I met you the last time, and I know you're the Sweden master in Sweden. And now I would like you to teach me how to play.
Well, Sweden is a game where you play 5-card Omaha on the board and 5-card draw in the hand. So if you focus on the 5-card draw hand, you will be successful.
That's it. Now I know how to play.
Pretty much. But there are a lot of numbers to consider and a lot of cards to consider. And of course, you have to be frankie lucky.
Oh, that's a good way to be lucky.
Yeah.
Can you show me like one example or something?
We get 5 cards
Yeah.
each. 5 cards each, like this. And of course, when you have chips, you decide if you want to play this hand or not. And let's say everybody plays the hand. So we have a flop.
Let's do it openly, right?
Okay.
So we can, because I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
And
to do.
usually you want to have like pair, 2 pair, flush
I
draw,
have one.
straight draw. You have a pair and you're in the lead. I will still pot you here because I want you out of the hand.
Yeah, surely.
Okay, but you are going to be in. So now you see a pair and you have a straight draw. Could be okay, unless I have like a full, but I don't. So you want to change like the 10. You take it away.
You just like burn it?
Yeah. And I'm going to change 2 cards because
So how many can I change?
you can change from 0 to 5.
Ah, okay.
And if you change 1 card, you get 1 open. Do you like it? Does it fit your hand or does it fit the board? No.
Nope.
Away, and you get a new one. The same. And I get 2 cards, so I don't get the face up.
How do you like it?
No. But still, here's the turn.
Yeah.
And you're probably gonna check, I'm gonna check. And then the river. And that's a split pot, because you see, I got the straight.
Yeah.
And you have the best hand.
So I win this time?
8s, yeah. No, you win half the pot and I win half the pot here.
Okay, we split, yeah.
Quite easy, guys.
Seems really easy.
Quite easy.
No, I...
Come and play. And I will show you, not that easy.
Welcome back, guys, to the Kings of Tallinn 10-year anniversary edition. Me and George are back in the booth, and we're just sit dancing to the intro.
Absolutely, it's catchy.
Yeah, and we're happy to be showing you the Royal Showdown. And any newcomers to the stream, George, what is the Royal Showdown?
The Royal Showdown is an event first of its kind here on the 10th anniversary edition of the Kings of Tallinn, in which we invited some of the winners of not only the Kings of Tallinn previous events, but also the ladies, the Queens of Tallinn. Were invited as well. We got 7 players. We've had 5 re-entries, so I believe that some extra juice was added to the prize pool, and there is 10,000 euros worth of added value for these previous winners to potentially crown themselves as the King of the Kings or the Queen of the Kings and Queens.
That's true. And we saw Johan Karlsson, seat number 2, first seat, and the winner in 2020. And he's followed by Matthias Siljander behind him, who folded as well. The 2024 winner, Rano Sotla, won back in 2015. In the middle seat, we have Matthias Knapinen. I think 17 was his year.
Yep.
Juha Helppi, what year?
18.
18, yeah. Sara Ben-Lamin then, the Queens of Tallinn 2024 winner. And in the last seat, Kai Lehto. Do you remember the year of him as well? This is like a quiz game now.
Kai Lehto is the one that escapes
I'll say
me.
22 maybe?
Yeah, I want to say early 2020s, yeah.
We'll check that out for you. But look at this one now. Action from Helppi, but no takers with the aces. You really want to show them. I can show you one ace, and I can't resist showing... Yeah, I can. All right, then. So, all 7 players still remaining. As you can see in the background, there's 12 entries, but that's due to the 5 re-entries. So these were the 7 players that started this morning, I was about to say, but they started at 1 o'clock local time. And now into level number 10, which means the late registrations and re-entries are closed. So this will be our final 7.
Absolutely will, and big advantage for the big stack at this stage with the 20-minute clock and the blinds creeping up, with now encroaching the in the money stage, so the top 4 getting that 1k ticket at the very least. How does it work with the added money? I think that's first and second, right?
No, there's tickets for first, second, third, and fourth.
Sorry, the prize pool. So from the
re-entries. Oh yeah, that should be the first and second.
First
yeah,
and second.
The real money. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you talk to the other players, they see that as added money from Rano Sotla as well. That was they told.
The Bank of Rano.
Yeah, exactly. But he has done 2 or 3 re-entries. 2, and then I know
also Knapinen in for 2.
Okay, yeah,
and 1 from Helppi, I think.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I was doing a few interviews in the break with these guys as well, and Matthias Siljander was thanking Rano for the added value, and he actually spilled the beans that he will be bringing Kai Lehto and the other way around if they win the football trip. So
nice.
Don't expect them to maybe play too hard if they get 3-handed.
Little light collusion allegations going on there.
See through our fingers with that one, but I don't think they will do that. But at least that was the plan for the Finns, and they were open with it. So I mean, the other table heard it as well. Yeah, and Johan Karlsson, he said that his toughest opponents was actually Siljander and Rano, and he has both of them to his left, so he wasn't too happy with his seating.
The consensus so far is that he's got the rough end of the table draw, but he's got 2 stacks and very much every chance.
Yeah. Yeah, 50k was the starting stack, and 12.
And a snap fold with the 9-5 there. Not going to limp call with the suited hand. With the big blind ante, it's a little bit on the more conservative side, but again, as you mentioned, maybe a little bit of added respect for Siljander.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. So as George mentioned, we're on a 20-minute clock, which means that it will be pretty rapid sit and go, but still a few more hours before we have our winner and see who we get to send to the Fiorentina game for a VIP treatment in Italy.
Is that going to be at the end of this season, the Serie A?
I think so, yeah.
There's probably 5 or 6 games to go, so you're going to have to get their skates on.
Yeah, exactly. Not sure. Maybe it's for the next season, and because as you said, it's not too much left of the Serie A.
Yeah, exactly. Or any of the elite European soccer leagues. So Kaileto with the burgers, as we say in the UK, the spanners, the bad hand.
Knappinen open to 5.5, just 39.5 behind, so one of the shorter stacks, as is Rano.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Rano come for a defend here with the 10-8. Closing the action, getting a good price, 3k into 14.5. And he does, but unfortunately on not often dominated by under the gun, but in this case a 10 high flop would spell the end for Rano. 4-4 deuce though, pretty decent board for Knappinen. With the range advantage, also with the backdoor flush draw. Gonna go for 4,000, just south of a third pot. And takes it down. Easily done. So a little bit of momentum for Matthias, who's in for 1,000 euros. Of course, still very much happy with his situation, being in, of course, an invitational free roll. 10,000 euros worth of added prizes. And as you can see now, things are starting to tighten up a little bit. So we had Sealander with about 220,000 at his peak. And it looked like, and I even said the commentator's curse, that he was going to run away with it. And, you know, there's 4 in the money. So when they get out of late registration, it's going to be bam, bam, bam. But a little bit of a couple of charitable spots where he got into a bit of a weird hand with Carlson with 6-3 and ended up paying off a lot of chips with a lowly bottom pair. However, still at the top of the rankings and still, of course, very much the favorite.
Yep. And the only Estonian defending the home flag, Ranno's offline picture, is the shortest stack right now. So he'll have to make up some ground to keep up with the Finns. I also spoke to Sarah Benlamin in the break, and she said she was really nervous before it all started, sitting down with these guys that she respects, and yeah, she felt that she got off to a good start, so that was at least some comfort and maybe taking down the pulse a little bit for her, and yeah, she was looking forward to the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, it's a formidable task. I played a big buy-in PLO tournament last year, and I sat down and I was like, oh, okay, I know this guy from online, that guy plays higher stakes than me, that guy's one of the best I've ever seen, you know, like it's like, you know, how do you find comfort in that scenario? But you've just got to tell yourself, look, I'm going to play my A game, and if it's not enough, it's not enough. Maybe without any kind of confidence, then what was the point in registering, right?
Exactly,
so in this situation, it's a bit different. She was kind of forced to play, but it's a lot of value. You know, she's in for nothing and she's got a decent stack, so you know, good for her, and let's hope that on behalf of all of the Queens of Tallinn winners, that she can put up a spirited performance and maybe even eke out one of those top 4 spots for some nice added value from her week.
Yeah, she just learned that Marta, the winner of the 2023 Queens of Tallinn, she was supposed to be here, but she made a late cancellation, so then she got even more nervous when she was to be the only female at the table, but so far she's done really well, and I think now the nerves have cooled down a little bit once you get to play against these guys and actually win a few spots in the beginning as well. So she was the ship leader in the first break, and right now in the middle of the pack, as is Johan Karlsson, only Swede at the table. And it seems like there's a lot of banter and they're having fun out there, so it's also nice to see, as Sarah now defending with a nice 6-3 suited.
Yeah, and this time the big blind isn't dominated by the opener, so she's got a fair fight. 32% equity going to a flop, but that's about as bad as it gets. There is the 5 of spades there, so she's got 3 out of 5 for the straight flush, but I don't think she's going to be seeing any more as the cards hit the muck. And someone said, oh, you had it this time, as if to say, what the hell is this guy doing with a good hand?
Yeah. And 10 minutes into level 10. And as we said, started with 7 players. Everyone's still in. We'll see who will be the first to leave this happy crowd of 7.
Yeah, we certainly will.
Maksaa jo vaihtorahat.
Gjorde du 5? Ja, jag tänkte fel. Jag tänkte att det är 3 stänger jag bara. Resten är
Honey.
Yep. Everyone loves a shot pot, maybe, as we go to ace 8-8 between Siljander and Kai Lehto, both holding an ace. So the continuation from Siljander will it be, yeah, just a quick call. No help for either player, so will we get... Oh, look at this
there
one.
It is. Yeah, it would have had to come 3 deuce or 3-3 or deuce deuce, I guess. For
Yeah. Should have this pot before the break when you and Jason had the all-in Siljander bet, you know?
Ah, yes, that would have been nice. More money heading its way towards the Glatzer Fund this week. Not only winning a trophy here, but also coming up trumps in the Poker GPI Awards.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Nice win for them.
Exactly.
Now then,
the min raise.
The click back bet from Siljander. Now,
I wonder if Kai is going to go for the re-click here, because I think the only way to get value in this spot is, versus a player like Siljander, is to start to embark into a war that maybe doesn't exist, you know, where you're making it 21k here and giving him the opportunity to do something completely out of line. It's possible that Matthias could... Yeah, this is nice. He's gone for the non-all-in click.
yeah, and chop it up between the friends then, Kai and Matthias. As more apple juice is being served.
Yeah, no reason for Matthias to raise there. If he runs into 8s or 6s, then... Oh no, not 6s, but...
Sometimes you have 8-3, sometimes you have a full house. Balance.
Sometimes you have a flop. And get his missed flush draw. Oh.
The new dealer change. Still 7 remaining, but the clock is ticking. 7 minutes to go on at this level, and then we're going to be up to the new one with still 7 remaining. So it's kind of people tiptoeing around, not seeing as many big pots after the continuation as we were treated to before, with the registration, of course, still open. Not the case anymore. How are you feeling about Sweden's hopes here?
I'm not sure about Johan, but got a decent stack, so but he'll have to fight all the Finns. It'll be a tough one.
Guys,
but
you just can't hide from the Finns, right? They're everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. Feels just now it feels though like a little bit like anyone's game, so we'll see who gets a little bit of a rush maybe. Get to knock out a few opponents, build a decent stack, and be able to control the table. For you, have been watched all the plays so far all day. What's your feelings about who's gonna take it down? What's your bet?
Yeah, hard to say. I don't think. Oh, that's the other Matthias. That's why I was gonna say, because Siljander has got a decent stack and is. I think he's starting to play a bit more of the game that we're accustomed to seeing from him, having obviously taken down the Kings of Tallinn last time around. It was a very impressive final table performance. and he actually beat his friend Elias Suhonen, I believe, in the heads up. They were both in the same team, so they won the team tournament. The beers were flying, and but it was a super high level of heads up, which is not always what you see in the 1K, which is why it's such a great tournament here at the Kings of Tallinn. 1 million guaranteed, a great structure, but it's every player has a chance to win, you know. And that's just the beauty of tournament poker. But I think that Siljander is going to have the advantage still with his dominating stack and style of play.
Yeah. All right.
So some folds around to Kaileto, who's happy to see the ace-10 here. Opening into Siljander's big blind. Going to see some resistance. Oh. Just as I was about to say, it's the commentator's curse.
Yes,
it's happened more than once now, and I kind of deserve that in some ways. He is 3-betting the 7 deuce, and I think for Kaileto,
what are the odds if Kai was to fold this one that Siljander shows the hand right away, like 100%?
Literally %. I think the market would be taken down from the
Now
exchange. It's 1.0001.
No extra reward for winning a hand with 7 deuce, unfortunately. And
it goes for the big blind versus button 3-bet and not having anything this time.
Yeah. So if your pick is Siljander, I'm going to pick an outsider to win this one.
Can I change after that hand?
I'll actually go with Kaileto.
Kaileto,
yep.
Okay. The silent assassin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hasn't said much, but I mean his cards have done the talking. He's played pretty solid. Of course, then you can't ignore Juha Helpi, who's got over 100,000.
Of course not.
So yeah, if I were to change my pick, I guess I'd go for Helpi, with the experience, and also, you know, he's not doing any of this funky stuff that we've seen from Siljander, which I thought had finished, but I'm gonna talk my way out of the hole eventually. But it's the unpredictable nature of poker. That's what wins.
Yeah.
But no, so over to Johan with the 6-5 suited. Certainly going to be opening the button here.
Connector.
But again, you know, another situation for him where he looks over to his left and he's just got Siljander there who's rifling around, and Rano Sudlo who's more than capable himself. So even with a hand as pretty looking as 6-5, you're thinking, I'm just going to face so much resistance from these two. And yeah, does go for the raise fold. Rano with...
Siljander taking decision himself to show one of Rano's cards, but doesn't seem too upset.
No, I think it's good for Rano's image there to see the deuce. Anyone would probably guess that he had an ace, a deuce, or a suited king with it, or something like that. But hey ho, it's good fun, and it's been a high morale sort of side event here. This invitational.
Absolutely.
Showcasing some of the winners from the last decade. And of course, if you are just tuning in now, 6,000 euros plus some of the re-entries in value going for the top place. So a lot of money to be played for here, in the sense that it is a short-handed sit and go. And your pick, Kaileto.
Yeah,
finding
let's
the
amass
nines.
some chips.
The Bratislava nuts.
Oh! Can I change my pick?
Oh yeah, well, this is looking nasty. Is Rano going to go for a call here? I think he's deep enough to go for a 3-bet fold. He does go for the call. Okay. Sub 20 BBs, so yeah.
Maybe I don't need to change my bet, because of course there will be a 9 here, right?
Yeah, it's always
Come on, dealer.
coming.
You can find the 9. You cannot.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Still though, a flush draw.
Yeah.
So he's in better shape than he was pre-flop, so that's not a bad thing. Interesting board to navigate here. The ace-high monotone is going to hit the small blind peeling range fairly often. It's going to have a lot of suited hands, a lot of some ace-x suited in there as well, some pairs.
Now then, that small 3.5 into 15.
Yeah, does Rano go for the raise or the call? Just the call.
Yeah.
It's going to have some hands dead. You know, there could be a queen jack of clubs betting in this fashion, a king jack off.
Oops.
And there's the lock-a-doodle-do on the turn for Rano with the little side glance over to his opponent. As if to say nothing to see here, just peeling one off with sixes with a heart on the flop. But in fact, we can see he's got the board absolutely locked, and Kai timing on point as ever. Checking back the nines there, not looking to go for the second street. Gets a bit thin now. It's tough to think of hands that he could get value from. Maybe king-queen offsuit that didn't jam pre-flop. Could be in there with one heart. Some lower pairs as well. And the rivered queen, not ideal.
The trap doesn't work for Rano, checking the river, but Kai checks behind. Loses the minimum with the nines.
Loses the min.
Ace 5? 66 down?
He's getting a rub down from his opponent now because he puts in the 5-bet versus Sarah earlier with the ace 5.
Okay, yeah,
and Matthias just saying, hey,
he hasn't forgotten about that.
You lost 66,000 with ace 5. You won one big blind with the aces. What's going on, man?
Oh,
it's brilliant. This table chat. It's
Silander was needling Rano hard in the interview as well in the break. So yeah, it seems like good banter between these guys.
Yeah, nothing's changed, right?
Yeah. Now then, Sara, queen 4, surely will not be used in the under the gun position for any action. What about Johan? Already folded before we get the cards. And Matthias going with the min raise to 5.
Yeah, certainly is. Might see some resistance here from Matthias Knappinen. I think versus the range that we're seeing Matthias only shows the 7 deuce. We just shove here. Yeah. Just going to be too much trash in that opening range. Sub 20 big blinds with an ace, late position versus late position. Happy to fire it in, and if somehow Silander had a big hand, not going to worry about that too much.
Painaa 1, 2, 3 ja windmilla 3 vitosta siihen pöytään riverille.
Can you translate?
No, and Knappinen I think can speak Finnish because he's from Finland,
yep.
and no response from him. So maybe just some.
I saw a little smirk from Juha though.
Maybe some moaning, maybe some berating.
So I don't know if we were already on the last hand, but we're on a new level. So new blinds are 1K, 2.5K, and the 2.5 big blind ante as well then.
Yeah, so 12 stacks in play of 50K, so 600 total divided by 7, so it's going to be about 83K as the average at the moment. So we're starting to see the structure catch up a little bit now, about 35 big blind average.
And you have to like a little bit try to block when I start pitching.
And Rano picking down the blinds and ante.
Yep, just quietly going about business, is in for 2 re-entries, but looking to edge ever closer to the top 4, where players will get some rebate for their hard work.
Yep. And the 3rd and 4th place then is the 1100 ticket, which is good for use in the main event.
Yes.
And I think we're up to day 1A today, about 150 entrants.
Wow, already?
So it's going to be a big one.
Wow. And Krista was here earlier saying that he was not sure that it would make the 1 million guarantee. What a bluff that was.
Yeah, I think so, right?
He told me he had 200 qualifiers online.
Yeah.
I said, hey, there's 70 in the day 1 in level 1. Four more flights, Krista. Come on. Let's take the optimistic look here.
Yeah, exactly. I'll check. Maybe it wasn't that much as 150, but at least I know we crossed the 100 earlier. So
yeah.
Let's see. Let's check how many we got right now in the day 1A.
And whilst you're at it, if I could be cheeky, it would be nice to know what's going on in the mystery bounty. We haven't given that one any airtime. No, just always an interesting format to rail.
Absolutely. I know they had a draw, but I didn't catch it. I saw something about that. Let's see now where we're at.
Kaileta going for the jam here with the ace-6 suited. Gets an ace which he's likely to chop with on all sorts of different runouts to fold, so good news for him. So we've got a load of clocks there. We've got the mystery bounty there.
I wasn't off. 151 entrants in the day 1A already. And mystery bounty is down to 5 lost players. And 2 Swedes remaining.
Yes, and anyone I recognize. Not for me personally. How about yourself?
I know Bo Selstedt, Sweden.
Oh yeah.
Legend in Swedish poker. Played for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
Online and live as well, mostly online. And no, not many too familiar names among the top 10.
Looks like a Ukrainian there, Oleb Pritzak with the big bounty, cashing for 10.9k.
Oh yeah. I didn't see the bounties here. So.
That would be quite impressive if they've got all of that information as well. Oh, I think it was, yeah.
Oh yeah, can actually. Well, we'll get you more information about that as well. But I know if you want to see all the information about the events on OlyBetEvents.com. Of course, we have a live blog as well. But we're concentrating ourselves on this table, and this is the current chip count. Between 59k in the bottom for Knappinen and 133 now for Siljander. So decreasing his chip lead. And looking at other events going on, we have a big one in the 350 open face Chinese pineapple. 104 entrants.
Wow!
In that one in the
Who's
350.
still in? Can we see if
54 players is still in?
Yeah,
Let's
Poker
see.
Bros.
Yeah, he must be in, right?
Surely.
Friend Scott Kenyon. Let's see if we can find him in the.
There he is.
You can see him.
Yeah, up a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, there he
Number
is,
19
Mr.
there.
Scott Kenyon. Yeah. We got Chick in there. We got Borg Dybvik in, of course.
Dybvik. He was featuring on our 555 stream last time, right?
Yep, exactly. Sasha Mans
Of
also
course.
in. All about, yeah, Mr. Frankie is actually still in.
Oh, wow.
Wonder how much that cost him.
Yeah, it could be
how
a
many
few bullets.
rebuys. And, yeah, Tobias Lexness is in as well. Norwegian mixed games specialist.
Yeah, tough player in
Yeah.
his own right. So
Not want to face him in a three-handed open face
no,
table.
that's just waiting for annihilation from him.
Yeah.
Certainly strong. So Sealander now arriving at the river with one of the worst hands he can have, really, apart from a hand like Jack-8 or 8-7. It's going to be tough to think his 3 has too much showdown value, so we might see him turn this one into a bluff, although he is going to be aware of his table image. He's going to be aware also that Rano is going to play a little bit more of a defensive style on the turn, expecting maybe the overbluff on the river. Wow, he goes all in. Look at this.
Wow. Tough spot for Rano.
I think it's...
Look at that.
It's over the size of the pot, that's for sure. It's difficult to see because of the 119, but if you take that away, so it's going to be 120. It's 27k pot, so it's 2x pot shove. Oof. And he's even risking some table talk as well. As Rano, in terms of qualities for calling here, Ace 10 is probably not an ideal candidate. Queen 10, Jack 10, Queen 9, Jack 9 even, much better calls. At least you block what your opponent is representing. Matthias is saying that he's got 2 pair plus here, basically. So I guess with the 10 you block some hands like King 10, 10-5 suited, but he's also, most of his combinations are going to be straights. So 16 combinations of Queen Jack, so that's why it's quite nice to have a Queen or a Jack to limit those down. When such a big bet comes in, you do want to have a little bit of kind of interaction with what the nutted part of the range is, and Sutler here is in hell with this particular hand. Ace-10, second pair. Doesn't beat any value, of course. And the bluffs are Jack-8, 8-7. But Matthias, he's been around the block a bit. He's good with the table talk. He looks pretty composed from what I can see, and we can see his cards, you know.
Yeah.
So he has fired it in.
Absolutely. No sign of nervousness. He doesn't have to hide behind the hoodie. He looks relaxed and just all smiles and jokes between them as well.
So Rano's got to think how many hands like Jack-8, 8-7, check raise the flop, or take some other action up to this point. Does he shove a hand like King-Queen or King-Jack on the river for this size?
Yeah. Yeah, this is really like using the stack to put pressure on Rano, because I think Rano was pretty sure he was leading this pot, and now all of a sudden when he shoves, you get to think twice. And
that's the beauty of the overbet all-in in the river in No Limit Hold'em, right? You feel like you've got the best hand, but even a hand as strong as Ace-10 here on a board where there's one straight possible, no flushes possible. It's feeling pretty good about putting in a value bet versus the check, but then your opponent moves all in and you're like, oh god.
30 seconds stack, sir.
Now no noise from Sealander, but a couple of smirks across the table. Staring his opponent down.
big moment for Rano, because if he calls this one and doubles up, he's
going to be the chip leader. Yeah, it's a big pot.
Oh, he does come with the call. Nice one. And does he show it? Yeah, there we go. The Queen 3 for Sealander gets looked up by Rano.
Turning his bottom pair into a big river bluff, and unfortunately with his antics doesn't get the job done. And the rub down from Juha Helpy saying the man's never folded with ace-10 in his life after he rifled it in level 1.
Yeah.
For a 5-bet jam for an obscene amount of big blinds. So Sealander crash and burn from the fin.
We got a new chip leader.
Yeah, and in 7-handed play we've seen the chip leader now become the short stack. It's crazy how things can change.
Yeah, absolutely.
You almost got it. Not the biggest station in the history. True story. Great.
Okay. I don't think we're going to Italy.
Sealander seeing the Italy trip disappearing.
The VIP experience, the 5-star hotel, the boys' trip to the sauna, you know, the breakfast in the dressing gown.
Everything just went
in
one hand.
The bromance is over.
We'll have to trust Kai Lehto to take it down, perhaps. But still in. Matthias Sealander as well, as Kai is folding. What about Johan with the 10-6 suited? Let's it go. Sealander resists punting it off the rest of it. And it would have been a snap call if he tried to steal the big blind.
Wow, how things can turn.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you have to think that Rano Sutler is looking as emerging towards being the favorite here with just over 2.5 stacks.
Absolutely. So Sealander was saying in the interview I did earlier that he's definitely not bringing Rano to Italy when I asked him, but now maybe he has to talk himself into making Rano bring him instead then. Be nice to his table mate. And kings for Juha Helpy. He's been silent for a while, but now coming with the open makes it 6. Oh, 7 actually. adding some extra 1k juice to the min bet. And ooh, trouble for the one I picked. Oh, only a call from Kai with the queens. Sneaky and force for Johan. Will he?
Has he gotten away from the pre-flop all in here?
Yeah. How do we only call with the queens?
I think
seven-handed as well.
Even though he's kind of in the middle of the shorter stacks, I think I would just be 3-bet getting this in here. It's not like we're on the pure bubble or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting. It does allow Knappinen in, who could
really
really
nice 6-5.
Yeah, that could throw a curveball in there with a low flop. Oh no!
No 4.
But this should be seeing some action between, of course, the two overpairs.
Yeah.
Helpy 10-9-3. Multi-way here.
Oh, 25.5 in the middle now. Where do we choose our bet size here now for 3-handed pot if we are dual LP?
Yeah, so he's checked it over, and it's
going
to be going for a third pot.
Yeah, of course. Climactic thinks that he's well ahead with the queens, and Knappinen getting out of the way. But now Kai will learn that Helpy is not going to fold this one.
Yeah, I think we're going to see him check raise here, looking to target some hands like Queen Jack, Ace 9, Ace 10, King 10, Ace. Just all of these, so many hands that interact with this flatting range. There is a small concern about hands like 9s and 10s, which certainly could be peeling pre-flop.
Yeah.
10-9 suited, I think, at this stage would have just...
And trouble for Climactic as it's an all-in and a call. And he will see the bad news that he's down to 2 outs right now. And both queens are alive, but he needs to find one of them if he's to stay in the tournament. No added juice and no queen on the river. And we will lose our first player from this sit and go. The Royal Showdown, Climactic is our 7th place finisher then.
Yeah, unfortunate one there for Kai. Did his absolute best and just got cooled. I think it's very conceivable that Juha could have been check jamming a hand you'd have thought more likely to be like an Ace 10 or a King 10 or a Queen Jack or an 8-7 suited, but in this sense, in this case, sorry, he had the Kings and only 2 outs.
Yep, absolutely. And talking Finnish, we couldn't understand what he said, but I know he's talking to Siljander, so maybe Siljander is trying to sell himself on the Italy trip with Juha, but I think Juha has better choices.
Yeah, to put it mildly.
So you are helping now in the chip lead. Rano Sotla second. Sara Benlamin still a healthy stack, 84k to start this one. Almost 30 big blinds. And she'll raise it up under the gun with the King 9 suited. Johan Carlson folded because yes, King was folded from someone. So a few of Sara's outs. If we were to see a flop, and we are against Juha with the Queen Deuce in the big blind defending.
Yeah, getting a bit sticky, but versus the shorter stack with some bubble pressure incoming.
And despite hitting a deuce, I think it'd be hard for Juha maybe to peel another one. Sara representing, of course, the ace.
Yeah, there's a couple of
Backdoor
options
flush,
here.
though, for Juha.
You could fold. You could also check raise this hand because you've got the queen. It blocks some of the strong combo draws. You've got backdoor equity. You might get a hand like pocket tens to fold.
No
Let's go
help
for the check call though. But yeah.
See if Sara has the guts to try another one.
Yeah,
No,
she would have
no,
to get
she
quite creative.
checks
No
it.
initial equity. Queen on the river is Jin for Juha. Rivering 2 pair.
Yeah, he's on a roll. Juha
Certainly
Helpy.
is.
Now we'll pass the 200k mark for the first time in this tournament. And I think you said Siljander was over 200 at some point, right?
Yeah, he got to about 220, maybe 215. So Juha is now going to be the table captain with this one.
Yeah.
up to 208,000, so over 4 starting stacks. Just having a look at the board, realizing that, yep, he's got a quarter of the chips, a third of the chips in play, actually.
Yeah. It's looking like, was it Italy I was going to? Or where was it?
Where are they sending me off now?
He's not there yet,
Yeah,
but
still work to be done.
At least he's somewhere closing in on Middle Europe, at least, maybe with
yeah,
this
exactly.
healthy stack.
He's
And
flying over France right now.
That's all I'm saying, man. But I realize that I'm saying that when I said, you know that.
as you can see in the background, just one more hand from this level, and we'll be raising the blinds a little bit. And we'll send George off for a little quick break, and you'll be stuck with me for a few hands. But we'll bring you all the action from this sit and go. If you just joined us, this is the Royal Showdown, where 7 of the previous winners of the Kings and Queens of Tallinn showed up to battle for the added prizes, amongst them a trip to Italy to watch some Serie A football, Fiorentina VIP treatment to that game. And all of the previous winners were invited. I think there are 17 of them total, a few from Queens of Tallinn, and then we had a few double editions when we have 2 Kings of Tallinn per year the last few years. So, and these 7 were the ones who could make it. Actually, we were supposed to be 8 who said yes and to attend, but one of the winners, Preet, was occupied playing the final table of the 5-5-5, and he's still on that one. I think something like 6 or 7 players remaining in that one, so he had to play that one instead of joining these guys, which meant we started with 7 players at 1 o'clock local time, and now we just lost our first player a few hands ago when Climactic went out in 7th place. So these 6 players now competing for 4 spots in the money. 3rd and 4th place will take down a ticket added by OlyBet to the main event, €1,100. And 2nd place is the 3K added ticket, which can be used for the high roller or other tournaments, and also some cash from the re-entries being made to this one. And up top, first prize is the trip to Italy, 3K tickets worth of tickets, and some of the money from the re-entries as well. We haven't got exactly confirmed how they will distribute the extra 2.5K that was added from the re-entries. Sara Benlamin won Kings of Tallinn 2024. Sorry, Queens of Tallinn 2024. Folding from the small blind, which means that Johan, the 2020 winner of Kings of Tallinn, gets to keep his blind and ante.
That sounds so much more harsh than rest in peace.
Yeah, you're right.
And Rano seems to be taking a little bit of a break as well. The other 5 players seated. And despite Kai Lehto busting out, we still have 4 Finns at the table. Leandre Knappinen Helpi and Benlamin. Johan Karlsson of Sweden, and then the right now not present at the table, Rano Sotla, defending the Estonian flag. And the legend himself, Juha Helppi, is the current chip leader. Tough spot for the other players, of course. The most experienced player at the table has the most chips as well right now, as Johan comes with a race towards Siljander's big blind from the small blind, making it 10 to go. Big blind is 4,000. Siljander though with an ace in the big blind. And on the rather short stack, 56k behind, is this where he just shoves towards the race of Johan. Of course, knowing that Johan is capable of racing with a lot of hands, trying to steal the... Oh, he actually gives it up. folds the ace, takes the cards from Johan as well. So as you can see, friendly game, showing everyone. Only Leander and Karlsson though knows who had what when he throws all four of them on the table, but probably thinking the other players that it was actually Johan's ace, but it wasn't. So 20-minute levels. New one just started, 5 minutes in.
You didn't want to shout and make it go. Snap.
And Leander then still on the short stack after losing that big one against Rano Sotla, where he got looked up with a bluff on the river. Matthias Knappinen now, maybe the most quiet player at the table together with Helpy. Oh, look at this! The queen! Sara Benlamin waking up with the aces in the cutoff position now. Starting the hand with 79k, makes it 8, min raise. And unfortunately for her, no takers so far. What about Rano in the big blind, defending with the 7-5? Let's see, that means trouble for Sara or not. Will Rano find something on this board? Oh, look at this one, open-ended. This surely goes for the most action. Is now expecting just a small continuation bet from Sara, and then Rano will have a decision whether to make the semi-bluff and just check raise this one, or at least he will be calling as she goes for the 6.5 into 22. Now then, decision time for Rano. Seems to be kicking this one up. Going for the check raise. And Sara surely cannot put Rano on an 8. Not getting away from this one. Oh, she just calls? Yeah, he made 17 and she calls. Alright, interesting spot now. Will he find... Oh, no help from Rano, and he doesn't even have a diamond, so trouble for him now. Can he get Sara off this hand? Not likely, because now Sara of course also added the nut flush draw, so even though if she was up against an 8 of Rano, she will not be drawing dead. So this is now decision time from Rano, whether he's to give this one up. I think he will be putting Sara on about the hand that she has, a big pair at least. An over pair to the board, and or at worst flush draw that now completed. So here's the queen and the check mark from Sara, of course, for Sara, and I think Rano now has to surrender this one. And my guess is that this will be a check bet fold situation, but maybe Rano, it's 56k in the middle, wants to try something just in case Sara was just calling the check raise with an ace king, but just the flush completing as well. I don't think you put Sara on such a hand where she has just an ace high in this position now. Well, let's see what decision he comes to. I'll be surprised if it's not a check though. There we go. Gives it up. And Sara, normally here now for some value. Could be rather helped if Rano were to have a jack or a queen. But in this case, if she bets, we know that we're gonna see a snap fold from Rano. But surely she should be going for some value here, hoping to get a call out of Rano with just a queen or similar hand, but this bet will come unanswered from Rano, or will he actually give it some time? Just 32k behind for Sara as well, so there's no room for him to try to bluff her off. And yeah, he has to give it up. And big pot for Sara Ben-Lamin, crossing the 100k now. 110, and Rano down to below the 100k mark. So nice pot for Sara. As George is stepping back.
Yeah, with the aces as well. That's a nice pickup.
Yep.
Certainly soothes the nerves when you get such a big starting hand. 6 left, 4 paid.
Definitely. And Rano flopped the open-ended and did the check raise on the flop, but Sara didn't fall for that one. And
no, certainly not.
Rano had to give it up on the turn. And here you have it in the bottom of our screens. The added prices. And do we have the cash in there as well now?
Ah, there we go.
Yeah,
so
we do.
1,000 plus 1,000, and then 500 is for third. So
All
2.5k added from, of course, 5 entries, 5 re-entries, I should say.
So nice price pool in a little 7 people sit and go.
Yeah, it certainly is. How are we doing in the 555? Is there still a few players left?
Should be, right?
Because I think with the structure here, it could be maybe another hour and a half, so it could be some chance for more poker, but we shall see.
I think actually it's not too many left in that one, but let's see. Where did that one disappear?
It's over?
Were they playing? You were just by the table outside? Secondary table?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
You had your shades on. It can't be over. Oh, there we go. No, it's still 7 players in there.
7, okay.
They're on a break. That's why.
That's why there was nothing. Yeah, I didn't see anything.
You weren't totally blind.
No.
We don't have to send you to the doctors.
Yeah, the opticians.
Yeah, exactly. Nope, 7 players still in the 555 final table, and
Master is still in, who has, of course, offered an invite to this one.
Exactly, yeah. I
Previous
just
winner.
mentioned that when you were away that he was invited to play this one, but still in. And we have 3 Estonians actually still in the 555.
Wow.
2 Swedes, 1 from Denmark, and 1 Finn. So yeah, big price pool in that one. It was a, as we said, 555 euro buy-in, and the first prize is over 66,000 euros. That's healthy payday for the guys still in. And what did we say about the bounty? Do we have any more eliminations? No, still 4 players in the 555 mystery bounty.
I'm very against it.
No, I prefer.
I mean, are you to like deck trading or something like that?
No, I hope not. No.
No, you're not trading. I am. But we had an inducement there as well. Inducement level. Yeah.
Still 6 players in this one, the Royal Showdown. Best of the best. All of these have won a main event, or in Sarah's case, the Queen's main event here at Kings of Tallinn. And this is the 10-year anniversary. So there's been a few winners during the years, and maybe the most profiled one to the right, front bottom of your screen, Juha Helppi in Finland.
Yeah, just under 10 million in live earnings on the Hendon Mob. Let's have a little look and see some of those biggest scores across the years. I think he's probably had a couple of eye-watering scores in that time.
Yeah, absolutely. And well ahead in the Finnish all-time money league with that sum.
Yeah.
But one of them chasing him, Matthias Siljander. A lot of cashes to his name as well.
So what do you think his biggest cash is on the Hendon Mob, if you were going to guess?
For Juha?
Yeah.
Wow.
Can't call. Can't fall.
I know he won the Helsinki Midnight Freeze out, but that's probably just shy of 100k. He must have something bigger than that. So yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember any big first places. I don't think he doesn't have an EPT or something like that. But
no, he's got 5th in the 25k PLO in Vegas last year for 524.
He did, that's correct.
He also
Good
got
decent.
3rd. Pretty decent score, yeah. Got 3rd in a 25k in Malta for 350,000 euros. Got 3rd in a 50k super high roller at the EPT in 2016 for 340. He's had so many 6-figure scores. It's actually I'm still scrolling. You know, it's very consistent over the years.
Yeah.
And scores dating back to as far as 2005. So he's been around the been around the block. That's for sure.
Yeah. He's almost as old as you. Jason Glatzer just entering the booth again. Did you forget something, sir? Again, he says. Yeah. Poker journalist extraordinaire Jason Glatzer apparently experiencing a light little Alzheimer session. Just stop.
Jack 7 maybe.
Although we should compliment Jason, as you already mentioned, he actually already won an event this stop, so that's far more than you and me have, George.
Yep. The pot limit stud.
Oh, that's stud Glatzer, right?
Yeah, stud Glatzer.
Such a stud.
I don't know.
Nice. How much was the score in the stud?
Who's that? I've never heard about him.
So Sarah on the button.
Now then, Johan folding from the small blind. Ah, Cilliander.
Yeah, getting
5-3 off. That's a nice hand to defend.
Some resistance. Could flop a straight versus the ace. You never know.
Oh, 4. Ah, just a gut shot.
Yeah.
Scary board though for Ben Lamin, knowing that Cilliander would defend with just anything.
Yeah, could have conceivably hit
no spades for
10,
her either.
7
So
spades. It's going to be quite tough for her to come along for one here. Let's see if she is going to find the method.
Oh, does.
Yeah, so she's going to stick around with ace high. She does beat a lot of draws. And Cilliander certainly with one of those.
Oh, that's a good card to bluff on though for Cilliander if he has the guts.
Yeah, it also looks like she could have the spade a decent amount as well.
Absolutely, with the quick call, so he should be afraid of that. Her calling with just a spade, so maybe slowing down and giving this one up. Or?
Yeah, or going for a small size. I don't think we can go that big spadeless here. I think we could go for the small size. He does
Actually
go for
does.
something like 12, 13. Yeah, and I think for this size, he could conceivably value bet a 7, and she does have to let it go, and it's a great bluff there from Matthias.
And of course, he cannot resist to show it.
No, it's all part of his shtick.
Yeah.
But you were saving a bit.
I almost said that the river saved his whole stack. You know?
Yes.
Yeah, the stack was going in.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I said GG.
GG. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, definitely the chatty corner between Rano and Cilliander over there.
Johan getting involved as well
yeah,
now. He's
absolutely.
having a good time.
It's rubbing off on him as well.
I'm 80K. 80K is like. Yeah, you are smiling behind the screen.
Well, these guys surely resist the urge to be chatty.
Yeah, keeping a game face on.
You are smiling a lot, though. Looks like he wants to get in, but I can't go there
Just
because then I will lose the focus.
Entertained observer, maybe.
Yeah.
Cilliander
enjoying the Cilliander show.
Yeah, going for a pretty loose call here with the 9-3 blind versus blind. Might be one of the hands that you just consider letting go, but continuing to play with this wide and loose style.
Yeah. And nothing for these guys on the board, so this is just who gets the first bet, and they both check. So
yeah,
can Rano find the flush draw? He cannot. No hits. Oh, the 9 high.
Yeah.
There's the check mark. Or will Rano try to game off that winning?
He could
nice
definitely
9-3.
represent a hand like King High, but
Great for my hand. 9 high.
Oh. Yeah, now edging back closer to that 100k again. He was down below the starting stack of 50k just a few hands ago, but climbing back.
Yes, check shop.
I surrendered my soul.
So 4k worth of tickets and cash and the VIP football trip up top in this sit and go. So
not bad at all.
Almost 7,000 euro worth of winnings for the one who will take this one down. The Royal Showdown.
Yeah, and the 1k in cash for second as well evens it up a little bit.
Yeah. Juha and Sara now with the sevens. Going with the raise, just confirming that we're still on the 4k big blind, which we seem to be. And trouble though, maybe not trouble, but at least action when Siljander comes with the 3-bet.
Yeah, and he's been pretty loosey-goosey, so could see Sarah just put the chips in here. Hijack versus the one player who has been splashing around so much that I think sevens from the hijack. It's annoying and it's dicey, but versus this particular opponent, I think we could definitely conceivably think about some shoving. She does fold.
Bluff.
Yes.
I was thinking about shoving.
Ah, there we go.
I had a pair. You had a pair? Small pair. I was down to flip. Oh, let's go.
Just want to fire it in there.
Yeah, he couldn't wait to snap that one off. Would have been semi-bad news.
Now we're on a new level then, so it should be 2.5k.
Mining is beautiful as well. If you find it.
If you find it, yes.
Yeah.
Pay 20% of your stack. Try to find it.
That's my only choice.
Or have we jumped to the 3-6? I can't really see in the background.
Yeah,
is
I
your
think
eyesight better than mine?
I think it's 2-5 with a 5 ante. Yeah, there we go.
Yep, 2-5.
So the next one will be 3-6, and of course, with the average stack being 100k, now we're looking at a 20 big blind average. As Johan Carlson picks up a lovely hand here, the King Jack suited from the hijack.
Yep.
Going to open it up.
Oh.
Rano, though, will have other ideas. Ace Queen, and I think at this stage, only playing about 15 big blinds effective. Yeah, is just going to rip it in.
Yeah. Nappinen folding a jack, so trouble for Johan if he were to call this one, but I think he'll probably find a fold. Or
really annoying with King Jack suited, because you know your opponent is going to have some hands like Ace 10, Ace Queen, pocket pairs, maybe some Ace 5, Ace 8 that you're doing pretty well against, but you just can't really call with the King High with the bubble pressure. Gets shown the ace, so won't be feeling too bad. He knew at least that he had
was the queen, right?
Was it?
Yeah,
oh,
I think
okay.
so.
At least I had 30%.
So maybe feeling a little bit bad then.
Yeah,
Could
exactly.
have been a queen jack suited. What?
Could have indeed. That would have been a tough one to take, but however,
he can watch back the stream and pat his shoulder.
Yeah, that's discipline lay down there. As some refreshments are being almost non-stop brandished around the table here. It's been a...
This is the current chip count. Now we can see with the new blinds in place that Knappinen has only 7 big blinds to his name. Needs to find something quick.
Gonna have to make something happen here.
Yeah.
Whoa, Carlson with the upgrade. King Jack suited, not being able to raise call, but this one will be calling no matter what.
And this is where he goes. Oh, okay, I'll have to make it 10 again.
If I must. So Sudler out the way. Knappinen, does he find anything on the button? King 10. Yeah, not great versus under the gun. Probably just going to fold. Doesn't have an awful lot of fold equity, and has just paid the blinds, so he's got a few more hands.
Now we're in trouble for Sarah Benlamin.
Yeah, I think we're going to see her jam here. Ace Queen, even versus under the gun. Hand is just too good, and yeah, in it goes.
Shove. And snap call expected from Johan. Cards are on their backs.
Yeah, and she's not feeling too good about the situation.
For
Still,
Sarah's
though,
sake, we haven't seen any ace folded at least.
Still 32%. Looking for a Barry Greenstein.
And she, what a flop.
The Jack 10.
Wow. Top set. Oof,
Oh,
there's the ace.
Ace or a king needed for Sarah.
No, not to be. And we will lose our only queen at the table, Sarah Benlamin, unfortunately has to settle for 6th place.
I think she's got 600 in chips or something ridiculous, but that's going to be tough.
Okay, 1 chip.
I think they would have done a chip race, no? So it's going to be...
should be. So we'll see whether she
chip
has
on a chair.
1K behind maybe, or not.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
At least it would maybe 2K even.
Yeah, she got slow rolled out, but definitely Johan.
Okay.
No slow rolling going on with the queens. His chips were in there pretty quick. Literally 0.1 seconds after she jammed, his were in the middle, and she realized that it could be bad news here. It's going to be a lot of pairs and ace king, so unfortunately for her.
Yeah.
She busts out. She gave it a spirited effort. She had a fighting chance at some stages. Had over 2 starting stacks, which in 12...
Yeah, she got off to a good start. But
yeah. With 12 stacks in play, 2 starts is a pretty decent chance of cashing, but unfortunately couldn't convert that one and does hit the rail in 6th, so we're left with 5 remaining here in the Royal Showdown, of course, our invitational event for previous winners of the Kings, and in Sarah's form, the Queens of Tallinn events that have been running over the last decade.
Yeah, she told me she'll be here for the remaining of the week, and she'd planned to play a few events. Among them, the ladies' event happening on Saturday. So, if you want to win one of those yourself, ladies' event is happening Saturday at 3 o'clock, I think.
Do we know the buy-in?
150.
Okie dokie.
And on Friday at 4 o'clock, do you know what's happening then?
Friday
There's a
at 4
meet and
o'clock.
greet, I was about to say. But there's a mingling going on with the ladies and a free roll. So if your female player wants to get in that ladies event on Saturday for free, you can come here on Friday and play the free roll to get in that one.
Meet
But
and
now,
greet.
yeah, now we're up against between Matthias and Juha.
Yeah,
and
the way this has been
action.
going, we're going to see the chips go in here, I think. Matthias with the top pair and the ace of spades. Juha with the 2 overs and the flush draw. It's a fair flip. Juha actually with the slight equity advantage because he's got some backdoor straight stuff going on as well. The 10-9, the ace-10 gets him there, so money should be flying in at some point.
Yeah, this could be a big one. As Siljander goes for the small 10K.
Yeah. And I think Juha's seen enough from Siljander to think that maybe I could maneuver him off of some pairs, some ace highs, and I think we're going to see Juha raise and get it in here. I could be wrong. But I think it's a hand that makes sense to fast play. Also making sense to just call because you've got so much equity anyway. There's no bad turn card for you, but...
Well, seems like a race, right?
Yeah, goes for 40, so...
And Siljander even with the ace of spades, so this is...
Yeah, if he's
surely not
if he's
going
cooled
anywhere.
here by 8s or 3s, then he's still at least got a bit of backdoor equity in the form of the flush and the full house, but...
Here we go with the shove, and Juha, of course, calls it off. So biggest pot of this tournament so far, 231K in the middle, and it's Siljander with the top pair, top kicker against the flush draw. And overcards to the jack from Juha Helpy.
Yeah, I think Helpy's going to get there. He's
pretty much a race, but
shaking his hands.
As you can see, Helpy slight
Oh, there
favorite,
it
and
is.
now big favorite, and also the flush completes. So from 100k to nothing for Matthias Leander, and he will be the last player leaving us without finishing in the money.
Yeah,
Fifth
unfortunate
place.
for him, but Carlson looks pretty happy there, giving
Yeah.
him a little shepherding him out.
I fan you up.
So no trip to Italy for Matthias Leander. He was really looking forward to going on the trip, winning himself or joining Kai Lehto, but both of them are out now, so it will be one of the other 4 remaining players that will have the pleasure of joining OlyBet for the VIP trip to Fiorentina game. And of course now looking good for Juha Helpy.
Certainly is, and also looking good for Carlson and Knappinen, who sneak into the money there.
Yeah, Knappinen with just 6 or 7 blinds behind right now. He'll be happy to get away with at least ticket of 1k.
Yeah,
1100.
another leg up, and he could make some decent money on it. So he's in for 2 bullets, so he's in for €1,000. He's going to get an 1100 ticket guaranteed. And now has the Jack 9 under the gun. I think it's going to be a bit too wide to shove. He does elect to fold.
Yeah.
By folding, he could potentially get a ladder if Juha can knock out Carlson, for example, or indeed Rano Sudla.
And Juha just limping now with the big stack and four-handed. A bit surprised to see. No, he did raise.
Yeah.
Okay, there was the graphics that fooled me. But yeah, he did raise.
Yeah, and Sudla playing 22 big blinds or so is going to come along with the 10-6 suited. So a fair fight. Ace-5 versus 10-6. But once again, the cards favor Mr. Helpy.
Yeah.
And does have top pair with the backdoor flush draw. And a dominating position to be in right now. 332k. That is almost 7 of the 12 stacks in play. So certainly the favorite at this stage. 4 remaining. The average is 150. So he's got, 2.25x average. And with all of his mighty amount of experience and, of course, skill, you do feel like Juha is closing in on the win here at the Royal Showdown. Looking to book himself 7k's worth of prizes.
Yeah, and Knappinen now will be in the big blind, right? So he's pretty committed in the next hand.
Yeah.
7 big blinds total. 2 of them will go in before the hand will start. We'll see whether he makes the double up or if he will be our 4th place finisher, perhaps. As Johan Karlsson come running. Never seen him that quick.
Charging in. Second in chips right now, so closing in on a decent payday himself.
Yeah, he run for nothing as he's the ace-6 off in the bottom position. Don't think he will raise against the small stack of Knappinen in the
No, he
big
doesn't
blind.
want to raise call here with 8-6. This would be a bit of an error.
But now he seems stuck. He froze.
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, he does make the correct fold, and Rano's going to be quite aggressive here. 10-3 off.
Oh.
6 big blinds effective. It's an annoying one.
Yeah.
It's close. A 10 high is usually pretty good, but yeah, maybe want a suited side card there.
Yeah, 9-4. Would have been slightly behind Knappinen, but now he doesn't have to sweat it. And gets to keep his blinds.
Yeah, lives to fight another day. Still got
Yeah.
the same stack. Even picks up a small blind, so that goes straight back in. And he's going to have to find a hand in the next orbit, or at least 2, you feel, else he's simply going to just get blinded out of the tournament.
Yeah.
With the just over 7 bigs.
You're not going to Irish Open?
Oh, yeah, you're going to... No, well, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm going to do tomorrow,
Johan Karlsson outing himself as a nomad. I don't even know what I'm going to do
digital
tomorrow.
nomad or an analog nomad?
Well, I'll say a digital one.
I read books in foreign countries.
Rano Sotla now with the ace on the button. Oh, actually
goes for the ICM
it.
fold. Wants to
Yeah.
allow Matthias to jam here into Helpy and potentially get the ladder. Bad news for
7 deuces.
Matthias. As Juha picks one up with the 7 deuce, and he's going to get a lot of respect in this stack distribution here with 7 of the 12 stacks. Going to be seeing a lot of aggression from him, a lot of opens. He could even go as far to open shove into the 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, and this is the nice TV table setup, which premieres for this festival today, but we will have more streams coming, of course, already tomorrow back with another one. But we're going to follow this one until we have the winner, of course. And Rano Sotla steps out of the way. Now it's time for Knappinen in position with the Jack 9. Will he find any resistance? Hardly not when Johan wakes up with the 6 high.
Yeah, nice shove through there for Matthias. He'll be very happy with that.
Yeah.
I think he just kind of had to go with anything half decent in that spot, really. It's not even about the strength of your hand. It's more about the timing. So I think in those spots with the big blind ante, you just got to be really wide. And Jack 9, certainly enough.
Irish Open. A very long time ago I was attending an Irish Open event. 15 years ago. No, not 15. 12.
Look at this now. Knappinen, will he find someone calling him this time? Because surely, are we racing or shoving? Seems like he will be going for the race this time. Now, here we go. All in. Juha quickly out of the way. What about Johan this time? 10 high, not good enough. Oh, an ace-7 suited for Rano, asking for the count. And it's more than half his stack to call off.
Ooh. Yeah, I think he's going to call.
Yeah, it's four-handed, so ace-7 suited is a strong hand, of course, but he will see the bad news. He's well behind the queens of Matthias Knappinen.
Can Rano find some hometown run good?
Do we have the home turf? Oh, we do have the ace for Rano.
Backdoor diamonds.
Diamonds coming? No, it doesn't. The 5 of hearts does not give any help to Matthias Knappinen, so he will be our 4th place finisher and take down the added €1,100 ticket to the main event. And probably we'll get into that one already tomorrow then, when we have the day 1B of the main event.
Yeah, maybe even a late reg today if he's feeling fired up and ready to go.
If he feels like it, it's still possible to get in today, of course.
Yeah,
absolutely. And now then, the 2 big stacks are Rano Sotla and the even bigger Juha Helpy, and then Johan Karlsson currently 3rd place chip-wise. But these are our 3 contestants for the big top prize.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the trip. And Johan now actually has 120k, so absolutely not short by any means, but now comes for the 10k race.
Opening it up with the ace-jack into Juha's big blind. Rano should be getting out the way here with the king-8. And Juha jack-5 off, just going to let it go. Not looking to do anything too outrageous here, considering he's got a pretty healthy chip lead. Has more than the other 2 players combined, so certainly the favorite in this configuration.
Yeah.
But no need to rush, no need to play some trashy hands from the big blind, just letting it go and giving himself the option to steal the blinds from the button and put people to the test anyway.
Absolutely. An ace for Rano now. Just 3-handed, so any ace is strong in this case.
Big blind ante as well, so I think it's... Ooh, does go for the fold there. Wants to allow Juha to make mincemeat of Karlsson, potentially. Juha goes for the limp.
Yeah. Worst hand possible for Johan. Will he try something now? He wants to get
try something.
Juha off this limp from the small blind by making 20, was it?
Yeah, it looked like a pretty healthy raise size and does get the job done there.
Yeah.
And a nice professional way of doing it as well. Not like, let's say, Silander windmilling those cards over. Instead, just Phil Ivey style, mucking them face down next hand.
Yeah, absolutely. The way to go.
I just wanted to remind you that you all do have also the €200 ticket to the 7 o'clock tournament. If you come, you come. But
What time is it now?
it's like 6, a little bit after 6 right now.
Yeah, they actually do have a ticket to the 200 where they have a bounty on their head as well tonight. So if they want to play more poker, they're welcomed into that one after this.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't think Juha Helppi would play that, but maybe Rano would play. But I think Johan would probably head over there after busting.
Yeah.
Give it a shot. Why not? So ace-7 for Carlson here. Facing a raise. Yeah, he's going to go for the 3-bet. I like this with the weak offsuit ace. Applying some pressure to a wide range. Gives himself some room. Doesn't have to stack off, of course. Shoving would be a little bit trigger happy, but just takes it down. So average stack of 200k, so 40 big blind average now. Oh, we've just gone to 3-6, so of course it's going to be a little bit less now. 33 big blind average.
Yeah.
So still plenty of play, but of course with the quicker structure and the blinds going up, I think we're going to be 4-8 next level. Certainly coming towards the end of the Royal Showdown with Helppi, the current favorite from Finland. Finland versus Estonia versus Sweden right now, so we've cut out the pack of Finns.
The advantage the Finns had is gone. We're all square now between these three countries, and Johan lets the 6-3 go. What about Rano? Even worse, 8-3.
Yeah.
And Juha gets to keep his big blind and ante.
Yeah. I might come and join.
Very quickly, I mean. 1.5 months away. I'll still try to win it though. Good. It's always nice to meet you guys if I good. No brainer.
If you don't get any good offer for the football trip, you can contact me and let's see if we can do something. Okay?
Is Johan trying to buy the football trip
I think
already?
there's some kind of negotiations going. If you don't, I think Juha's saying that he doesn't want to go to the football trip, maybe, or it's not his cup of tea, so he might be selling it. And Johan's trying to get in there with an early bid.
Yeah.
By the sounds of it.
I think that was what's happening. Might be a bidding war with the Siljander and Lehto then.
Yeah, the two Finns, the double act. I think the guys in the VIP booth in Fiorentina are rooting for Johan. Potentially it could be a little bit tasty with those two guys in there.
Exactly.
So new level and new open raise sizing. Juha going for the 13k. Rano with 20 big blinds, but yeah, Queen Jack kind of not the best hand to shove, but it's a good hand to defend and dominate some of the opening range. Take a flop. Does flop top pair.
Jack high. And no clubs in the holding of Juha, although he has a deuce, so small piece of the board.
Yeah, small size here, just looking to turf out some of the essentially unlimited amounts of overcards. Getting a hand like 5-6 to fold is a pretty decent result. Does get some value from some flush draws, straight draws, occasional worse deuce X. Queen on the turn for Rano now. Giving a couple more outs to Juha, who turns a gut shot.
Rano quickly checked. Juha does the same. Does he get any help? Does not.
Whoa.
Locks it up with the full house for Rano instead.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to check this time. I think we definitely want to be targeting some hands like a 10. Might get lucky sometimes, and his opponent has a hand like King Jack or Jack 9 or Jack 8. So probably going to be seeing a decent sized bet here. That just goes for
Small
south of the third,
15, yeah.
Little inducer maybe, trying to encourage his opponent to find a bluff raise on the river.
Of course, with the board pairing, slightly bigger chance that the deuce would actually be enough. I don't think he will fall for this small cheeky bet from Sotla. No. Yeah. Ah, he wanted to see one card, but he didn't.
I said show the other one, that one, yeah. We have shown one? No, we don't.
Yes,
the
we
whole
have
day
to.
we've been showing one. No. You haven't been showing all the time.
If you're not showing, we should not show.
I didn't realize the whole day we've been. We just tried to show one every time somebody asks.
Well, you have to show the whole hand. What's happening now?
Juha is negotiating that, saying, hey, you have to show one if somebody asks. And he looks a bit pissed off as well, doesn't he? You can't believe it.
I thought we had a rule.
He's been scammed.
Only if someone asks. Otherwise, the chaos max. We don't want delay the game.
Because it's not, most times are not. I didn't realize we had a deal.
Rano, he didn't have a bad one to show. That was his problem. The queen was
yeah.
obviously good, and the jack was absolute gin.
What was queen jack? You had both?
Huge discussion now over this. Helpy was really upset.
Yeah, he was.
Rano is all smiles, and queen 9 suited. Surely he's going to take a stab against the big blind, or just limp.
Yeah, kind of an awkward hand. Doesn't really want to raise call. Doesn't mind limp calling. Keeps the options open.
Eight for Juha. Gut shot for Rano.
Yeah, Juha with the back door and the pair, and improving to a flush draw on the turn. Still nothing really for Sutla here with his gut shot. Got a bit of showdown value, blind versus blind. Helpy, though, is going to look to seek some value from that third pair, plus the emergency flush outs if he is behind. A hand like a 10, I guess, could conceivably be in this line from Sutla. Whoa!
Oh,
what a card!
Yeah, I was just about to say that he called a bit light, maybe, but he gets rewarded. But he goes for the check, so doesn't getting more value out of that one, but still wins the hand. And evening up the numbers a little bit, 179 for Rano and 268 now for Juha.
Yeah, on a slight decline.
Yeah.
Was up to a peak of about 335, 340. And instead is getting chased by the peloton between Rano Sudla and, of course, Carlson.
Winning every hand.
Running good now. Huh? Getting a ball, getting a nut straight.
Now we're playing.
Huh?
Now we're playing.
Yeah.
No more choking.
You were joking in the beginning.
Of course.
So Sudla with the 8 deuce, he's going to let that one go.
Good to make a little bit of image, you know.
Juha looking interested, and for good reason. Ace King offsuit, blind versus blind. Looking to take this one upstairs potentially. He does just limp, plays it trappy. And Johan Carlson now is going to raise it up with the King 3, and this could be the end of the hand already, as Juha surely lurking with this Ace King. Going to be looking to take this one upstairs. I think shoving would be a little bit of a panic type of play, but we can definitely go for the limp 3-bet non-all-in. He does just shove.
Ainut suomalainen.
Limp shot? That's dirty. Juha, that's dirty. Limp shot. Dirty. Sneaky. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Hiilivillä, mikä? On.
Juha out the way with the 5-4, so it's going to be another battle of the blinds here. Johan Karlsson with the 9-5. We did see him limp fold a 9-5 suited earlier versus Sealander, and Sutla would be looking to raise here with the 6s and call the limp jam, but he's just going to check it back. Not much for Karlsson, just a back door and in the form of a straight and flush draw. 9 high, could lean on some queen high, 10 high type hands, blind versus blind. Goes for a slightly north of half pot, so with this kind of combo, just looking to fold out some of those high card holdings, as I mentioned. Not going to get any pairs to fold. And Rano just quite quickly folding the 6s there. Which was somewhat of a surprise, although 2 overcards, blind versus blind. Your opponent kind of sizing up out of nowhere, certainly some room for concern.
Backdoor straight flush draw. Straight slash flush draw. Thank you.
Johan back in the thick of it with the ace-jack off. Gonna be taking this one upstairs for the min-raise. Sutla hasn't snap folded yet. Might have an interesting decision here and does have the pocket 5s for the 25 big blinds or so. He's going to go for the 3-bet to 80k, putting in half his stack. Juha Helpy in the big blind with ace-10 off. Just getting out the way, and Karlsson incredulously saying 80k, what's going on here? And I guess the 3-bet sizing from Rano is designed to be an effective all-in, but he can fold if it goes jam from Helpy behind. And that's exactly what he's saying right now. He's saying if Juha shoves and then you reshove, I can fold, but instead the money goes in, and it's going to be ace-jack versus 5. So we saw an ace folded. Big flip for these two players, with Rano having a decent equity advantage. 58 plays 42 because of the folded ace from Helpy. And off to the races here. Big one between the battle of the shorter stacks. No help for Karlsson so far, and he is the at-risk player, but the jack on the river marks a big comeback for Johan Karlsson, who has been short and beavering away. Won a couple of decent-sized pots earlier versus Sealander, but this one really catapults him into the reckoning as Rano is crippled and left with just over 3 big blinds. But Johan Karlsson with a beautiful-looking jack of clubs on the river gets the job done versus the pocket 5s.
There's a river.
I also folded 1 ace, so that's lucky.
Really?
Smaller than yours, of course.
Well, in that situation, I feel you don't do that with ace king, ace queen.
Why? Why?
I don't know your sizing,
So as you can see, very likely to be getting the heads-up match underway shortly, with Rano short on the big blind anti-format. Only one more orbit until he's forced all in, so the chips will be flying in shortly. And that leaves Johan Karlsson with the newly acquired chip lead. Been lurking in the shadows for a while. Does find the big double up there, the 25 BB each flip going in his direction. And Sutler is going to fold and just hope for some kind of miracle, blind versus blind, but Helpy is not going to allow that to happen with a hand as lowly as Jack 5 off. All three players have locked up at least €1,000, 1,100 euro main event ticket, plus 500 euros in cash. And the next jump is quite a significant one, as we go from around a 1,600 euro value to 4,000, with 7,000 euros of value for the winner. So Helpy with 4-3.
It looks like he's not gonna make it. He might buy it. Yeah, you're right.
And Johan, of course, will be going in with the 9-8 just for a couple of big blinds. Rano gets it in, I think, blind. Don't need to really even look at your cards in this situation. Just going to have to take the gamble. Does have deuce 5 off, so not exactly what he was hoping for. And the flop spells disaster for the Estonian, dead on the turn, as the 8-9 suited with the pair and the flush draw gets the job done. And Johan Karlsson will now be taking in a fairly significant chip lead into the heads-up match. 330 playing 270.
And you were on the left, my left. See your hand, bro. You up? Swap tie 10 in the trick.
Maybe some negotiation being done.
You mean first bullet only?
First bullet only.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, we both get the ticket anyway.
Yeah.
Even second.
But how about the football trip?
What about that?
You're not going yet.
No.
See, then you eventually could tell me, I'm not going. You can have it cheap.
Some discussions of a potential chop or some kind of business going on here. Let's zone back in and see what they're saying.
I had a feeling about this tournament early this morning, you know? I told you, you win, I come second. I hope I was wrong.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah, I did.
But then you said your biggest trade.
That's why I'm trying to get something out of this.
So you have it, the king 8. Is he going to be employing a limping strategy or a raising one? Let's see. Does go for the raise, makes it 15k to go, and Karlsson suddenly going nowhere with the 10-8.
It's pointless. I need to stack it behind.
Wow. Really tight fold there from Johan Karlsson. Heads up with the 10-8 versus versus the 2.5x raise. Not committing any chips over the line, so could be a good sign for Juha Helpy's chances if he's going to get his opponent to fold and play quite tight out of position against him. He's going to have a lot of profitable button opens.
He just
pays the 10%.
You pay 10%. Oh yeah, buy 10%. Yeah.
Karlsson again, not the best hand. Although with the big blind anti-format heads up, you are supposed to limp an awful lot of hands. 9-4 might be one of the ones that you could conceivably make an argument for folding, just because of the lack of connectivity, and just going to struggle to make any kind of decent hand there with the 5 gapper.
Actually, we're pretty close.
Huh?
We have almost the same. I have more than 290 averages.
How much do you have?
I have like 290 something.
We have even?
Pretty much so, yeah.
So Helpy with the 10-6. Is he going to continue with the raising strat? No, he's going to limp, middling, holding. Carlsen 9-6. So Helpy has him dominated at this stage, but is still behind in terms of the chip counts. Whoa. Big flop for Juha Helpy. Top 2 here versus middle pair of Johan Carlsen. Could be seeing some chips fly into the middle here. That's for sure. Helpy electing to start with a small sizing. Oh, wow. And this could get pretty juicy between these two players as Johan Carlsen not even going for the check call, which seems pretty intuitive with middle pair. He's going to go for the raise. He's going to target some continues from worst 6x, straight draws, a lot of those. All sorts of hands like 9-8, 9-7. But Helpy is going to 3-bet the flop, indeed. And what is Carlsen going to do about this? Got himself into a bit of a pickle here.
He asked the question and I got my answer.
Yeah, he's saying he asked the question and he got his answer as Helpy retains the chip lead. Well, we're going to see some fireworks there from Carlsen, but we did in the line. I wasn't expecting the check raise, as we're joined once again by Andreas. How are you, sir?
Good, sir. And as observant as I am, I can see that we're down from 3 to 2 since I last joined you 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, Mr. Sutler going for the 3-bet jam with the pocket fives, running into ace-jack, and it was indeed your Swedish compatriot,
Mr. Carlsen.
Finding a jack on the river as you come back to him having the fish hooks. So it's all looking up for the Swede. Some interesting style of play so far for the heads up. Folding 10-8 versus a min raise, so might not be the most experienced in this format.
Helpy now. Defending with the queen deuce. And nice board, of course, for Johan, and will continue.
Yeah, Helpy in Podlib and Omaha likes to attack these paired boards. And look, that's exactly what he's doing here. His style in PLO is to go after pots where it's difficult to have a strong hand, basically.
Yeah.
You know, and in PLO, of course, you're going to have lots of overpairs here, which are really difficult to continue, but in Hold'em, less so. However, the sort of equityless check raise, and let's see how good Helpy's running here. Can he find a queen on the turn? No, the 7. Great card for Carlsen. He's going to be much less concerned about the prominence of 7x.
Of course, yeah. And now maybe Juha has to give it up.
Yeah, he tried to get some king high to fold, maybe a better queen high.
And no queen for Juha on the river either, so the chip lead will change into the Swede's favor then. See if he goes for the value here now.
Yeah,
should be going for a...
Should be looking to seek some value here. There's all sorts of hands like a 5, an 8-6, a 6-4, a 6-3, a 9-6, with the 6x improving to a full house that he can target, but not to be on this occasion. Juha with the pretty low equity check raise.
Yeah, but almost even in stacks now, as we can see. 329 and 271 or something like that was the actual chip count, and the heads up continues between these guys.
Yeah, so Carlsen has been quite chirpy. He's been asking for maybe some sort of deal, maybe some kind of negotiation on the football package.
But and nothing from the stone face.
Really from Helpy, just kind of pleasantries, let's say. Saying, yeah, sure, maybe Let's play.
Yeah. Should be giving, if he doesn't want to go on the trip, should be giving that to Carlson and then take the rest.
Yeah,
I'll
exactly.
take everything else. See how much he really wants that football trip.
I'll even take your 3K
yeah,
seat
exactly.
as
That's
well.
what I mean. Yeah, I'll take your 3K tickets and the 1K and yeah, and your cap.
And the shirt while you're at it.
Yeah.
So some spiciness there from Carlson. Mixing it up now, getting a bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Chip lead gave him the confidence as well.
Yeah, potentially. It was a bit of a shaky start to the heads up, but he's finding his feet, and obviously with the jacks that helps, making a big hand.
You can see the trophy on the table as well. Nice little glass statue.
Yeah, they've upped
like
the
that.
trophy game this this edition, I think.
Yeah.
Jason Glatzer was raving about the 5K trophy that's going to be in play tomorrow, so looking forward to seeing that one as well. But
he designed it, or
no, I don't know if he was.
It's a big
touting his
Poker
trophy
Pro logo all over it, right?
Yeah, with the guy with the reporting notepad, like the old school golf trophy.
Yeah,
at the top.
exactly. Oh, that's a nice one. Big golf trophies meter high with just an old guy playing the.
Yeah, an old guy counting the all in. Wonder why that never took off in poker.
I did see they actually had the best award, best trophy award on the GPI.
Did they?
Yeah.
What did it go for?
There was someone that had like a belt, something like something.
The WPT belt.
No, not the full belt, but something like this. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Like the old WWE style wrestling belt. Yeah. Yeah, a good friend of mine, Jack, won the WPT online during COVID, and he got a massive trophy and a belt shipped to his home address. It took about 8 months to come, but he was
400 euros worth of
delivery
tolls
and all that.
and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, but he couldn't get it off of him once it came.
Oh, okay.
Parading around.
During COVID as well, he was the only one on the streets.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone was locked down, but there's one guy walking with a belt.
People taking videos of him walking around. Like, report this guy, and he's walking on water, invincible.
Yeah, let's see who becomes invincible among these two guys, because they are battling about being the best of the best.
Yeah, it's the bragging rights as well, isn't it? As Jason mentioned quite a few times. The glory is something that, to someone of Juha Helpi's career and prominence, it's small things like that that might make a bit more difference than the money at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Add to the legacy.
Absolutely right. So, two fairly speculative hands, as you can imagine in heads-up poker. Forced to play. And a good flop for Helpi.
Absolutely. Bottom pair, open-ended. Nothing for Johan, but will he try to steal it? No, goes for the check back, and off we go to the turn. No straight for Juha, but he will bet the best hand, and enough for Johan to get off his hand, of course.
Yeah, just clearing out a bit of equity there.
We can make the break, if we make it to the break, we can make it like 5 minutes. Make the break like 5 minutes.
Yeah, just told yeah. Of course.
So,
of course.
If we make it to the break, make it 5 minutes.
Current chip count 340 versus 264.
Yeah, Juha saying that it wants to shorten the break. I think he's got designs on playing a lot this week, and with a 15-minute break, the time adds up, right? It's
maybe you want to get in that 200 free roll, right?
Potentially.
You never know.
Do you know if he lives in Finland as well?
I think he does, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's based in Helsinki still.
Yeah.
Not doing the full Monaco thing just yet.
No, not quite like Antonius and the Monte Carlo pad.
Yeah. And Carlson with the 8s. Snowman taking down small pot.
Yeah, adding slightly to that chip lead. Every little helps.
As we can see, the break that we're discussing is coming up in 11 minutes. If we get there, as Juha said. So we'll see whether it's over before that or not, but at least another 11 minutes before the break, if no one is eliminated until then. Now then, nice hand in the heads-up situation for Johan.
Pretty tough-looking glare at his opponent as well. I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah.
He's picking up some nice hands, though, so far. Had pocket 8, ace-2 suited, pocket jacks, just in the last 10 hands or so. That certainly helps things. Heads-up is obviously a very skilled format, but if you have an opponent that is just making good hands all the time, it's extremely tough to win. It's very difficult to make a pair in Hold'em.
And of course, dream flop for Carlsen.
Yeah,
2 spades, paired board.
Could be another one that Helpy decides to do something
yeah,
about.
This time just calls.
Yeah, it's got the overcard, the wrapping around the 8, so it's got some backdoor stuff going on.
Ooh.
There is the 9, so that's a nice juicer of a turn card for us neutrals. Now we see some check from Carlsen. Is he going to find a spade? No, he's not. But
runner 9s.
Yeah, runner 9s. So
trouble for an ace high of Carlsen maybe when Juha comes for the little value bet of his now.
Even hands like a 3 now, a counterfeit, and just have to bluff sometimes. So big sizing here from Helpy. Big sizing now is representing an 8 or a 9. But he does have a lot of counterfeit 3x. He's got some hands like 4s and 5s. Maybe even some backdoor diamonds, like a hand like 10-6 of diamonds. Could have played in this way and just kind of forced to bluff the river.
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? It's the biggest question of the day.
Carlsen trying to get some information out of the...
Gonna have a tough job,
Mr.
isn't he?
Stoneface. Yeah.
I think he's enjoying the TV time, and Juha just kind of wants it over with at this point.
Yeah. And no one has been able to extract any information from Juha Helpy in 30 years, so why should he be able to do it now?
Exactly.
He gives it up, not calling with the ace high, so almost even in chips again now then. Juha edging closer.
Yeah, so I'm blocked flush draw, so I can't call. Yeah, I'll fold the ace high.
Johan exposing his full hand by the sound of it.
Yeah. If it wasn't because I have 2 spades, it would have been a different story.
And of course, a lot of other poker tournaments going on besides this one. We do have the final table of the 5-5-5, and it was 7 players still remaining a while ago. So we'll aiming at showing the final stage of that one after this tournament, depending on how long these guys will be playing. If there's still a 5-5-5 running, you never know. This might take 3 hours.
It could.
Could take 3 minutes.
Yeah, there's some pretty tight folds there. The King 6 limp folding to just over 3x. We saw the Carlsen not defending the 10-8 off earlier, so it's very interesting to watch in this kind of format, because obviously these players don't play heads up that often, right? So that the ranges are supposed to be so wide.
Yeah.
And I would have thought there might have been a little bit more battling than we're seeing so far. Carlsen just starting to mix it up a little bit, as Helpy has Jack 10 suited here.
Nice hand.
Kind of an interesting spot. Let's go for the call. 3-bet folding seems a waste of the hand. Jamming is an option, but again seems like a waste of the hand. So you kind of end up arriving with the call. And yeah, a bit of action for both players here.
Absolutely.
A pair for Carlsen with the betting lead. He's going to go for a bet here. Does have a club as well. We know that that's not going to be any use for him. Juha has 2 of those with the gut shot, 2 overcards to second pair, and the jack high flush draw here. So big flop for Juha Helppi. Does he want to take this one upstairs? Has to bear in mind the possibility of his opponent shoving on him if he does check raise. And that's why he's gone big. He wants to put max pressure on hands like this. An 8 or a 7. Also folding out a hand like queen high, king high right now is a decent result. It's kind of a mergy one because the stronger draws will continue, some of them of which we're ahead of. But also we might get a pair to fold every now and then. Let's have a look and see what Carlsen arrives with.
Yeah, probably leading against the fold here, I would say. But of course, you know, in the heads-up situation, pair is always strong. So
yeah, I think
he
they're
knows
supposed to call here because
Yeah.
Juha is going to be stripped of a lot of his strongest ace-x. We block a hand like 8-7. We block 7x of clubs. So it's going to be a lot of straight draws, some flush draws, but he does let it go.
He does. And now then, almost exactly even between these guys. 300k each.
Nice call. What did you fold this time?
Ah! Now it's Helppi talking. Breaking down Carlsen.
Yeah, although he does, be honest, he said he had a pair.
Yeah.
Something like that. He indeed had the flush draw with it. A monster flop for Helppi there. Takes it down. Had the best equity, but not the best hand, so it's always a decent situation to put the pressure on. A lot of good things can happen.
You didn't have an ace, did you?
You wouldn't have folded an ace. You had always fishing for information there.
Yeah.
Not talking much, but saying, trying to get a bit more info on how his opponent's playing. Even though it's relatively low stakes for him, still wanting to give his best shot at it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I should see a call here from the Queen 7. And we're off to a flop. The computer hand. The stone middle hand in the game.
Yeah.
Fairly decent-ish board for the opener. Going to have a lot of the stronger ace-x that the big blind would have 3-bet. And yeah, 9-8 seems like a good bet. Don't have much showdown value, but we do have backdoor spades, and we even get the Queen 7 with the Queen of spades to fold, which again probably should be continuing in the heads up. Got to be pretty sticky in these spots just versus one opponent, but respect shown for Mr. Helppi there.
Yeah.
I'm the chip leader.
You chip leader? How much you have?
More than you.
No. He's been talking more the last 5 minutes than he's done in his whole poker career.
Yeah,
almost.
this is
now he's really getting into it.
Inside.
I am the chip leader.
I am the chip leader, more than you. That was pretty quick.
Yeah.
He was on Party Poker, the invitational thing. I looked at his Hender Mob. There was the TV streamed one back in the day. It was like late 2000s.
Yeah.
They had the Party Poker Big Game or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and I remember him being on there with the likes of, I guess, Phil Ivey, David Benjamin.
Yeah.
Tom Dwan.
Yeah, he's been around and played a lot of those high-stakes games as well.
Interesting that he's been through sort of every generation of poker in some senses
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
You had this massive boom at the end of the 2000s.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, the introduction of the solvers in the 2010s, and the game started getting a lot tougher. And then during COVID, everyone was playing. And then the big live boom after COVID.
Yeah.
And he's been there for the lot.
How many hours do you think your Helppi spend in the Solvers lab?
Ooh, I don't know. I think I don't know, actually. That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Because it's either like 0 or a lot.
Yeah, exactly. It's It could be something like that, or he could have some friends that feed him second-hand information, and he works with them, and he watches other people, and kind of studies through having contacts or accomplices in his game. I think very much the modern way to go as a professional poker player is to have a team of players around you that are playing similar stakes, that are working hard on the mathematical side of the game. It certainly makes I mean, I don't know, unless you've got a certain type of personality, no matter how passionate you are about poker, it can be quite difficult to commit to lots of solo study, you know, going through all of these solutions and plugging in hands all the time. It's rather tedious, but the gain from doing that is quite high, so you have to find a way around it. The beauty is these days you've got these interactive solver type things, so you can kind of do it and it's all fancy and it sort of spits out a solution in front rather than loading up a server and it takes hours.
Yeah. Carlson now with the min raise, 9-5 off, and you are defending.
Yeah, starting to see a little bit more of a kind of raising meta between these two. And swing and a miss for Juha with the top pair. If he had the king of clubs, might be interested, but the lowly deuce of clubs, less so. Encouraged to continue. The 6 on the turn. Not a bad card for Carlson. Picks up some extra equity in the form of a straight draw, but Juha sees the green light to start applying some pressure here with essentially no equity. Just that overcard is the likely out. Not going to be seeing Carlson going anywhere. Having checked back the flop. Wow. He folds.
All right, seems like we are off to that 5-minute break now then. They're shorten it down, but they will have a short break. Yep, it will be. So back in the studio with George and Andreas, but we'll also have a small break then, and we'll be back for more live action of the Royal Showdown just shortly.
Hey everybody, it is Jason Glatzer, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here at the Kings of Tallinn. It is the 10th anniversary of this iconic event here at the Hilton Tallinn Park and OlyBet's flagship home, Olympic Park Casino. Behind us, we have the lovely Kings of Tallinn merch shop. That will be open starting tomorrow, where you can get your Kings of Tallinn gear. As you head up the stairs, you will notice that there is something special. Each previous Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn winner is honored with their name on the stairs, so you can walk through history as you enter into the tournament arena. And behind us, you'll see that we have the fantastic TV table at the Kings of Tallinn. There'll be 4 full days of streaming, along with some bonus coverage of the Royal Showdown. The Royal Showdown is a nice addition for the 10th anniversary. All the previous Kings and Queens of Tallinn winners were invited to battle it out for ultimate supremacy, so you'll be able to check that out on Tuesday, February 25th, but they'll be streaming on the 26th, the 27th, and of course on March 2nd will be the final table of the 1 million guaranteed main event. We are entering the main ballroom here at the Kings of Tallinn, where in just a few days' time, the main event will take place. How excited are you about the 10th anniversary of this iconic event?
Oh, it's so super exciting. It's a great fun, and also to already see so many players coming in there. So we're looking at records in most of the big tournaments. We also have a 1 million guarantee in the main event this year. So good times, Jason.
I might not be a poker king, but you certainly can be at the Kings of Tallinn and earn your rightful seat into this throne with 64 numbered events for the 10th anniversary at the 2025 Kings of Tallinn. The main event, €1 million guaranteed prize pool, will be following that throughout the week. All the side events, results, news, and more. Check it out at OlyBetEvents.com, along with our media partner, Poker.pro.
welcome back for the closing stages of the Royal Showdown. Heads up between Juha Helppi and, of course, the Swede Karlsson.
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 Yeah, still heads up and almost even in stacks. With the legendary Finnish player Juha Helppi, just a slight chip lead over this man, Johan Karlsson of Sweden.
He's 7 suited. Interesting hand. Do we want to call? Do we want to go for a 3-bet call? Do we want to jam? All options on the table.
Check in the dark from Karlsson. Oops. And there we go. 3 spades.
Yeah, not a great board for either player.
I heard some rumors there was negotiation in this break about that football trip.
Oh yeah,
but I'm not sure what the conclusion was, but I think they might have done some kind of little deal money-wise versus the football trip, because Juha wasn't apparently that interested in going, but nothing official. Now, is that water or the thing that we call GT?
Yeah, is it a GT? Is it a water? I don't know.
Is it a fake gin and tonic?
It could be, yeah.
Water and lemon and...
Like, he's been around the block.
Yeah.
He might have done a bit of card counting back in the day under the cameras, you know,
sure.
like trying to, you know, acting a bit wavy.
All the tricks in the book.
Yeah, hitting when the count is big, all of that kind of stuff. I mean, there's all sorts of edges in and around the casino these days. I got a friend out in Vegas who's grinding the slots.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there any value in that?
He thinks he's got an edge.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's making money, so there must be something to it. But
wow.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Destroying the game.
Something that we could talk about off air potentially. so your ears perk up. You're like, I'm down millions lifetime.
Does he have a system?
Get me this guy's number.
Now then, open-ended for Karlsson and mid-pair for Juha.
Yeah, with the
Interesting
lead.
spot. Actually goes for the lead, yeah.
Karlsson here with the open-ender, the 10 of hearts. Kind of wearing his heart on his sleeve a little bit with all of the theatrics now. He's really enjoying himself.
Oops.
Just want to be careful of that, though, versus such an esteemed player.
Yeah, of course. Nice to find a pair, but 7, 8, 9, 10. A lot of straight options, of course. No flush draw for either player as Juha checks it. Now then, small bet from Karlsson. I have Queen Jack, just fold.
Yeah, exactly. It's just trying to slow down or potentially avoid any kind of big river decision here with this kind of in-position block. And yeah, Juha knows.
Which card was it? Show the 5?
Yeah. 1 is 2. 1 is 2.
That was a good flop for you if you had a 6.
So we continue with the 5K, 10K, 10K, and the effective, or average stack, I should say, is 30 big blinds, although it's tiptoeing up and down between these two guys. No one yet to take a significant lead. So 10-6 for Karlsson.
Yeah, actually, I think it's wrong.
Yeah, that's right. He was the big blind last time with the King 8, right? He led.
Yeah, true.
Yes, that's right. Last time I opened pre-flop. I felt it. It's mere steal.
It's mere steal, of course, because it's only one action. If you if we have two actions, so we will continue.
Right, it's only one action, so it's a misdeal.
Then we continue.
So we're going to have things corrected,
Yeah.
back on track. It's going to be Helpy on the button this time. Bit of a disadvantage, isn't it? Going for the double big blind
Yeah,
in,
absolutely.
in heads up.
By the way, don't make it even worse.
Oh, he still had his cards.
What's happening here?
Getting the sense from Carlson that he's been on the wrong end of a couple of sherbets. As he takes another sip of apple juice
Yeah.
here. But he's enjoying himself, and at least he's locked up 4,000 euros worth of value, so can't be too bad, right?
No, not too bad.
Queen deuce now for Helpy.
And again, almost even in stacks.
Yeah, very close.
As Juha just limps from the button. And Jack 9 off for Carlson in the big blind. Comes with the check, so off to the flop.
I check.
Another check in the dark from Carlson.
Ooh, big flop for these two.
Yeah.
Open ender and a flush draw for Johan Carlson. 14 outs. Helpy with top pair and a flush draw himself. So we could see some action here, even versus a check raise. I think you're going to have to see it continue from Helpy. Let's see how this one goes down. It could really be a big inflated pot.
Could absolutely be. Yes.
Just a call.
Johan goes for
Playing.
the call.
And a great card for Helpy, the offsuit 4, so should be seeing another barrel here. Facing just a check call, so many hands to get value from. Straight draws, flush draws, worse pairs such as the 10 or the 7 that may or may not have a club with them. So I think, yeah, going to go for a slightly bigger sizing now.
30.
I wonder if Carlson could find something like 85 to 95k, that kind of region, whether that would get the job done here. Would look extremely strong. Check calling the flop, check raising the turn, where the turn doesn't bring any obvious improvement, representing a flush or representing a hand like Queen 4, 10-4, 7-4. Really taking his time. Folding is, of course, out of the question. Is it? Or is he going to go for the Hollywood check raise? Pretending to look weak before firing in. This table presence is so confusing.
Yeah.
To us that could see the whole cards, it's very natural. Continue. Here we go.
Oh. Making a move, Mr. Carlson.
Such a small size as well.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting, really, because we're going to have over a pot-sized bet remaining, so you would think that the strongest hands would be looking to play for it all by the end. So this kind of smaller sizing, rather a difficult conundrum for Juha to figure it out with all of his years of experience. Let's see if he arrives at the right decision. Starting to eye up his opponent a little bit.
Yeah, and we haven't seen much of this style of play either from Carlson during the whole tournament. I mean,
Just
he hasn't
folds.
been. Yeah. So which one will he get to see?
The Jack of Clubs, I believe. So that was
Yeah.
that's a kind of a good one to see, I guess, for Juha.
Rather than the 9 of hearts.
Yeah, that would have been a sickener.
All right, so Sweden taking over the chip lead then, but not by too much.
have a pair? Maybe. Yeah.
Now then, button seems to be in the correct position again.
Yep.
And Carlson to start the next hand. Open folding the 9-3 off. Yeah,
fair enough.
One of the hands you absolutely can fold in a heads-up situation.
Helping. I feeling satisfied with second place.
Yeah. And I don't have to think about the football games.
I'm happy to hear that. I will be happy as well. I will be happy as well.
So Juha opening it up on the button with the King 5 and facing resistance once again from Carlson, who's had a knack of picking up the better of the card distribution so far in this heads up. It's going to go small, 55. I think we're going to have to see a continue here from Juha with the King 5. No.
No, folds it.
So certainly shades of a more conservative style from Juha. I think his game plan is just to grind down his opponent, not take any risks from what we've seen so far. He's played a couple of hands a bit differently to what you might assume, but I feel like he has the read that he feels like he's got the kind of advantage and doesn't want to step his toe out of line.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think he can sense that Carlson maybe doesn't play too much heads-up poker. And maybe Juha doesn't either normally, but at least he's well experienced and know how to play it. As Carlson finds the nut low.
Yeah, the 3 deuce might be hitting the mark.
He does.
Second time in a row on the button, not having much of it. So the stacks even up a little bit. But still plenty of play. Over 25 big blinds effective. Anything can happen.
Royal Showdown. That would be a fucking legendary trophy. Huh? Right? Yeah. Okay, take it easy now. I'm good at it.
Helpy this time finding the trash on the button with the 5 deuce off, and it's going to be Carlson taking this one down. So edging ever closer towards a winner here in the Showdown, the invitational event for only past winners of the many different editions of the Kings of Tallinn and of course the Queens of Tallinn over the past decade. Helpy winning in 2018.
1100 main event there as well. Yeah. I played it like 12 years ago or something.
So Carlson with the deuces. Going to go for the raise to 20k. And Helpy coming along for the ride with the 5-3 of diamonds. So 2 overs suited, 50-50. And does flop a 3 with a backdoor flush draw. Carlson left with an underpair to the board, as is customary with the deuces. Small c-bet sizing of 10k, looking to just clear out some of the high card hands. Helpy more than happy to continue. It's just whether he wants to raise, potentially. Does just call. Eight on the turn, no good for either player. Helpy once again playing in flow, checking over to Carlson, who's mulling up his options, and now with the deuces you feel Showdown is somewhat limited on this turn card, so are we going to fire it through or simply give up? Chooses the latter of the 2 options, and a 4 on the river a fairly safe card. Helpy might be slightly concerned as to his opponent having a better pair, but the 3 will win at Showdown for Juha Helpy. Just pipping his opponent, as you can see. Carlsen's a bit gutted about that.
I don't want to lose a 3. Yeah, you did. I lost out in some shift there. Yeah, you know.
Helpy with the ace-5 suited here. Very strong in this format. Goes for the limp. Potentially looking to go for a limp jam. We have seen Carlsen be quite aggressive, and he does continue that theme here with the 9-5. Going to raise it up. And Juha's plan looks to be working quite nicely. Is he going to go for the limp call here, or is he going to shove? I think shove is the more of the likelier of the 2 options, but continues to play this conservative small ball style versus his opponent, keeping the pots as small as possible. Queen 10. You have to feel as though Carlsen now the favorite to win this one, although he does check it over. Thought he might have represented the queen, a 10, or a strong ace high here with the bet. Some pocket pairs that could have isolated pre as well. Could go for the small size. LP going to decide to attack this check. Feels like his opponent isn't going to be checking strong hands enough at the time. And he is correct in that assumption. Johan just with 9 high. Are we going to see any creative moves here from the Swede? We are. Going for the raise here, sniffing it out, getting the snap fold, and Juha, of course, as they have been playing the show 1 option, does get to see some bad news there. So a little bit of a downward trend for Helpy, who surely came into the heads up as the favorite of the 2 players, but it's been Carlsen who's been finding some moves, a bit more aggression from his side of the table so far, and in heads up it's tough to make a hand, so did get some decent holdings earlier. 8s, jacks, ace deuce suited, couple of other strong hands in there, just picking up pots left, right and center, and continues to do that with the jacks once again, edging his way ever closer to a potential win. But I don't think you can ever rule out a player of Juha Helpy's ilk. And heads up a particularly swingy format. Only takes a couple of decent hands coming in your favor to really turn this around, and this could be the start of exactly that with the ace-king. Carlsen has been isolating the limp so often. Is he going to have some self-awareness now? And he does indeed, so he does check it back rather than going too crazy. He's going to check the flop. Has flopped a flush draw with his queen 5. And he'll be happy to check it back with the ace king. Now a pair, as well as the flush draw for Carlsen on the turn. Once again going for the check. Juha, of course, happy with the gut shot to check it back, and you feel like a bet has to come now from Carlsen with a hand as strong as 2 pair on this type of run out, facing 2 checks from Helpy. Fires in half pot, and Juha has to decide whether he's going to look his opponent up or not, and does indeed find the call. And now, all of a sudden, the momentum really swinging heavily in the favor of Johan Carlsen from Sweden. His Hendon Mob earnings of just over 250k, completely outmatched by Helpy's of just under 10 million, but certainly had a lot of pep in his step throughout the course of the heads up so far, and has brought a lot of aggression in orthodox and unorthodox form. Queen 6 now on the button. Certainly a playable hand. Does limp for the 12k. Juha now with just 11 big blinds. Gonna go for the shove. Takes it down. It's 12 including the big blind ante, I guess.
Someone is changing their behavior in a weak spot like this. Always shove, always shove. That was my first limp. I would never limp a strong hand, and you know it. I should have known it, you know that. But next time, that was the first time. Next time, let's see.
Carlsen feverishly trying to get some table talk going, but not having too much luck. Helpy has been on the wrong end of it. Has missed a couple of opportunities to find some aggression, and has come on the worse end of some of the pots in which both players didn't have an awful lot. But you can't count him out. They're going to be playing around 14 big blinds effective for this one. Carlsen this time with the trash on the button, the 8 deuce. Offers Helpy the blinds back plus his small blind.
We should finish this soon so we can go and play the 200 free-roll.
Very small level.
Oh, yeah.
Helpy limping in with the queen jack suited, setting a trap. Will Carlsen take the bait here versus this limp? Looks like he is going to go for a small raise. And Helpy instantly pouncing on Carlsen's slightly more haphazard aggression.
Play the game here. Helpy. Did you play the game? I think you did. I think you did.
Can't quite tell from Helpy's table demeanor whether he's enjoying the constant commentary he's getting from his slightly imbibed opponent or whether he's actually just a bit over it.
The trophy, yeah. The trophy, yeah. That would be nice.
Bit of fighting talk in between hands, what we like to see.
Think about it. So now we have to focus again.
And Carlsen now with the jack 8 suited.
25?
He's going to continue the aggression on the button. And Helpy with the 9s, so could be seeing a few more chips going in from him. And he does indeed shove for just over 15 bigs.
Did you change strategy? You're adapting to the game, bro. That's why you're one of the best. The bottom one?
Which one is bottom?
Yeah, that one.
This one?
Yeah. You're adapting. That's why you're one of the...
Little did he know that the other one was also a 9.
That's why I love to play with you here.
And Carlsen becoming quite complimentary of his opponent. There's always dangerous territory to give your opponent the confidence and the feeling that they've got the better hand. Or the upper hand, I should say. However, the chip lead still resides with Carlsen, and Juha is just under 20 big blinds effective with the Jack-8. Going to continue to employ the limp strategy here. Makes a lot of sense at 20 big blinds effective. It's kind of an awkward stack depth heads up where you don't feel like you want to commit too much. But again, limp folding to the small raise this time with the Jack-8, just not defending too much versus this unbridled aggression from his opponent. Been many cases now where he's simply let his opponent take it down without some of these fringier combos that when you play full ring or 6-max you're less likely to VPip, but in the heads up it's simply mandatory.
Helmet and those guys. Was it long time ago last time?
It was like, yeah, because Helmut doesn't take gas. Those were televised in England, so it was like 17 years ago.
Yeah. You're a legend. Yeah, you're a legend. Legend in the game.
So a little bit of momentum coming back across to the Helpy side of the table over the last few pots. And we find ourselves just under 20 bigs effective, where only a couple of hands ago Helpy was down to the 12 bigs.
You know, I haven't lost a tournament, I haven't played, you know? That's at least what you're telling me.
There's still negotiations of the football trip, or have they moved on to other
It's
topics?
kind of become a drunken monologue now, really. And I think that the beer is kicking in, I would say. It's getting a little bit sloppy, but it's still in the stage of being quite endearing.
Yep.
Maybe after a couple more it gets a bit too much for the likes of Helpy to deal with, but he's being told, oh, you're a legend, and
all right,
you know, all of this kind of stuff, which I think is dangerous waters for a heads up. You know, you really don't want to. Maybe it's a genius counter strategy.
Maybe
where he's trying to
the
lull
flattering game.
Yeah, he's trying to lull his opponent into a false sense of security with all of the flattery, but he's going to continue to ruthlessly work through him now, as we do see it. Find an unconventional check back from the King 9 here. Lots of weaker hands to start to target, and certainly a hand that's strong enough to go for the full stack by the river.
Yeah, of
so,
course.
Yeah, do we
luring Helpy into believing that the 8 is good enough after
Yeah.
this check back. So in this case, it seems to be working.
And Helpy has made a lot of disciplined folds versus the aggression from Carlsen. Is that going to continue here if he raises the turn? He doesn't. Electing to play his hand slow. Once again, playing the trap with the King 9. Ooh, the jack on the river does look like a good card for Helpy, but of course the two pair of Carlsen still remaining stronger. And Helpy might be thinking about a bet here, smallish size, trying to target some of the 8x or ace high.
Quick call from Carlsen and bad news for Helpy then.
Yeah, Carlsen is going to show the winner once again, and Helpy just can't really do much.
The dealer almost awarded it to Helpy, but now corrected and pot over to Johan Carlsen then.
Once again.
Commanding chip lead right now then.
Yeah, so it's going to be 40 versus 10 big blinds, 600k in play.
So, is it? That's why the trophy is shifted over to Carlsen. Is it because he's in the ship lane now? It's like
feels like
going
it's magnetized towards him. He's had the run. He's found some aggression in some pretty key spots, taking down some medium-sized pots with a couple of check raises and a few moves that have all worked so far. And he's picked up the better of the card distribution as well. So things definitely much favoring the Swede so far, as once again going for a ill-timed raise there, really targeting the limps of Helpy, which has been working out to some success, but I think he's not recognizing that at this shorter stack depth he's going to face a lot more counter-aggression now. When you're 20-25 bigs effective, it's much more difficult to continue versus these raises. But yeah, 10 bigs. Going to be throwing it in a little bit more willy-nilly, let's say.
Yeah. And now Carlsen is talking to the tournament director, Teresa, and looking at his watch. Does he have a train to catch?
Wants to get in the 200, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
It's the free roll tournament.
King 7 suited now.
He's going for the raise, 25.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, you're going into all
King 4.
Yeah, King 7 suited is quite a strong hand that's effective stack depth. Helpy recognizing that his opponent is a little bit loose in terms of his opening strategy at the short stack depth.
We don't have to ask for everything. But yeah, king high.
Now,
King high.
2-1 then. 200 for Juha, 400 for Carlsen in chips.
Yeah, king 7. Which king did you have?
Can't remember that, but
Red or black?
I had a king.
Was it red or black? Hello?
It's I think it's part of his subconscious strategy. Let's annoy the living hell out of my opponent.
Seems to be working.
Yeah, I think it is working. I think it's actually starting to break through the Finnish
the barrier.
demeanor.
Yeah.
Honestly,
this
I think
is how you do it.
I've seen some rare looks of disdain from Helpy across the table.
But being from Finland, he must have played so many times with people that might have
out-talked
taken
him.
an apple juice or two.
Oh yeah.
Now then, nice hand in the heads up. King Jack suited. Will it be the action hand? Oh, deuces might well be. I don't think Juha is going anywhere. When now again, Carlsen will do race against the limp from Helpy.
Yeah, I think the money should be going in here.
Well, I think.
Whoa!
Oh, the
No.
check. The sneaky check with your favorite hand.
Ace deuce, deuces, ace three, threes. These hands just always jam in this situation. And now he's found himself in a annoying situation where he's got the underpair to the board and he's probably going to relinquish the best hand here for one bet. Oh, he does call.
He does.
Sticky.
And there's also a deuce. Is it on the turn or the river this time?
I think the river.
Adding a gut shot for Helpy with the 10 on the turn. No flush draw for either player.
Yeah, so he knows how wide Carlsen has been ISOing his limps, so it's going to have to expect him to have almost no ace-x in this spot. And
Yeah.
it's a good one to start to try and target a 3 or an 8 or even a hand like this that potentially should have shoved pre-flop.
Yep.
Leaves a pot-sized bet remaining on the river. And you can definitely value bet hands that aren't an ace here. Hands like a 10, an 8. A hand like king 8 can certainly go for a second barrel. As Carlsen gets out the way and Helpy's creeping back.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of ducks, weren't we supposed to have a guest in the booth?
Yeah, I'm going to bring her in tomorrow. I was a little bit waylaid.
For you, well, also you not aware, George playing live, you can always spot him by the duck, the rubber duck.
Yeah, the rubber duck mascot.
How many different ones you got?
I've got 45 now.
Oh, you counted them as well.
The other
exact
day, yeah.
number.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah.
not like 40, it's 45.
Yeah, no. I got a new one from Max. It was 44 before, but he brought me the Incredible Hulk, which is...
Wow. Is this like football cards? Are they different value and stuff like the rare ones?
I think the sentimental value is obviously different. Like the OG, the one from really back in the days
of course.
Coming through the ranks was is the one closest to my heart, but she's kind of so old and beaten that I don't take her out of the mantelpiece per se.
Now then, 3s for Carlsen, king 5 for Helpy. No help for him, but of course a lot of overcards for Carlsen.
Could be a good hand, right?
But thank you for not letting me know that you noticed that. Now I'll think about it next time. You know? So you didn't gain any advantage.
He's set him off again.
About myself.
Yeah.
I think you do it yourself, and you didn't look at the door.
Help is enjoying this.
I think somewhat. I think there's a healthy mix now of entertainment and frustration. It is tough though when you're playing heads up. I've been in this situation. You're playing heads up. You feel like you might have the advantage, but the guy's hitting everything, check raising you all the time. Seems to be enjoying a bit of liquid on the side.
Oh,
and
now it seems like he...
Oh, wow.
He raised it. I thought he shoved, but at least it was only a small raise. And Juha shoves, of course, with the jacks.
I think you're playing the game now.
I think
What you got it?
the jacks maybe could go for a small 3-bet or even a call there. You just have such a strong hand heads up. I think shoving was a little bit wasteful, but you could be feeling that Johan's getting a little bit impatient and could flick it in with something worse. So certainly if he's got a hand like 7s, 8s, 9s, he's going to stack it off, right? An ace-10 that you get to call straight away. But we've seen from Johan that he's raising a lot of hands versus these limps, like 7-3, 9 deuce, 7 deuce. There was like a king deuce. So taking the chance of him potentially flopping an overcard, I think, pales in significance to allowing him to fire in a c-bet and get himself into murky waters post-flop. So the stacks are getting quite level now, actually.
Yeah,
Juha is not too far behind. Does fold the 5-3. So we're going to be playing 19 big blinds effective here for the next one. Juha with the button.
Yeah. And I love it. I enjoy it. Every single 6
I don't mind losing.
Me neither. But both you and me really want that one.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. If it would be possible, would be possible to split it, I would be open for it.
Yeah, this one is
Someone needs to get a chainsaw out to chop the trophy in half by the sounds of it. So Juha with the 9-5 suited. I think it's going to be a customary limp for him. And Carlsen with a 9 himself with the better kicker. So could see some fireworks if we do see a 9-high board. Quite rare, but certainly within the realm of possibility here. Ooh.
Are you going to 100% c-bet?
Got shot in a backdoor flush draw. That's certainly going to bet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I know you 100% see bet on that board. And you know it as well. Oh, small blind?
You can try, it's fine. Raise in the dark.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant to do. Would look nice.
Ooh, kings for Johan Karlsson here.
35.
Going for another raise. Certainly been the more aggressive of the two players.
Yeah.
You should have raised in the dark, then I could not resist.
That would be sick. That would be sick though.
So 10-15 now. Small blind increase, but of course with average stack of 300k, moving the 20 big blinds effective on average. But it's Juha Helppi that's going to need a little bit of helpy, as he is certainly been on the wrong end of the heads-up variants. Faced a couple of unorthodox moves, but he's battled his way back quite well, and I think quite adjusted quite nicely to the play style in front of him. But I think Deuces is just going to jam. Yep. And are we going to see a call? Yes.
Oh.
The ace-9. He's
Here
seen
we
one.
are.
Okay. If this one is... I don't want to expose my range.
If it's an ace, you should call.
Yeah, ace-9, a clear call here, and
Yeah,
heads up,
absolutely.
and you do feel as though...
And this is for the title for Johan Karlsson, but as you can see, it's a flip, so...
Yeah, it
will
does
help
say
me find the double
47%,
up.
but you do feel like the luck is in the side of the Swede here.
Yeah.
Going for the Phil Helmuth prey at the table.
Oh, there's the ace.
Maybe a backdoor diamond draw for Helpy? No,
Will
the
he
5.
find one of the two remaining ducks? No deuce.
Ooh, and that's going to be the end of it for Juha Helpy. A spirited fight, but just couldn't get the job done versus Johan Karlsson, who it was his day. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely, it was. So
he's having a good time. He played quite well. He really battled. He found some really unorthodox aggression there versus Helpy, and it worked almost every single time.
So, champion of champions, Johan Karlsson of Sweden takes it down. The Royal Showdown, where all the previous winners from the Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn was invited, and Johan is the one taking it down. I think we're going to leave it over to the winner presentation as well from Teresa and Chris, and see Johan receive his award as well. But yeah, was tough felt, only 7 players, but...
Absolutely, a lot of big names as well, but he managed to wade his way through. It was a slow start. He was quite conservative towards the beginning. Found a little bit of momentum with the double up versus Sealander there, with the blind versus blind hand, and just went from there, the king of the kings.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, winning and being crowned the 10-year anniversary. We'll lead it over to the winner presentation and see him receive the trophy as well.
The Royal Showdown has completed, and we have the champion of champions of Kings of Tallinn. We had Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn winners, main event winners, playing this Royal Showdown. And our winner, let me present you to our winner, the champion of all champions from Sweden, Johan Karlsson.
So, congratulations, sir. Well done.
Yeah, so back in the studio, fast
there we
and
have
quick.
it. Yeah, Johan Carlsen taking it down and looking happy with himself. He said he wanted the trophy. He said he wanted the football trip. There wasn't an awful lot of interest from Juha Helppi in that, so at least the cards were in his favor, and he managed to take that one down himself.
Yeah, and actually I was out doing the winner interview. Since this is on a slight delay, I've already spoken to him, and when I asked him about the negotiations going on with the football trip and everything, he was like, "Oh no, did you have table sound on? Did you hear everything?" Bit surprised that you've been taking part of all his nice talk with Juha, and yeah, he was really happy, of course, to receive the trophy and beating one of his childhood almost idols, Juha Helppi, in the game. And yeah, but we'll have some more poker coming up as well, just shortly.
We do. The heads up at the 555 coming on after a short break here for the production, so stay tuned for that, and we're going to be back with some more action later.
Yeah, see you soon.